Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. Welcome back to the second day of the World Climate Summit. Welcome back to the launch of the Investment COP. The Investment COP is something we worked on with UNDP, or between UNDP, World Bank and World Climate Limited for some time now. It's meant to be one of the answers to increase the deal flow, increase the projects that can be presented for those who want to fund projects and those who want to partner on projects. And today is the launch of this platform, or the convening part of the platform, which we are naming the Investment COP. It's meant to bring together projects, technologies, and investors under one roof in a convening between public and private partners. And I'm happy to welcome one of our key collaborators on this, Jan Kellet from the UNDP, to take the introduction forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone here to what we think is going to be the inaugural and first of many events in similar vein. I'm not going to waste too much time in terms of talking about it, because what we want to do today is really get everyone else, the experts, to talk and to share their views on how we can really practically move forward when it comes to issues of investment in climate action, whether it's across the mitigation or adaptation or resilience sphere. Except to say that that is really, in a sense, what the nub of this is, or the hub of this issue is. What does it look like practically? How can we practically bring what is coming from the countries, the ideas, the initiatives, up into the space where investors and financiers and technology experts can actually connect with them and share ideas, and of course, as Jens says, increase the actual financing itself. So that's really what this is about today. We're really looking for everyone to get engaged with that and to support the process and to be engaged throughout all of the sessions. So now what I'd like to do is to start the opening session. I would like to hand over to Mar Abdullahi Mar Diai, our head of our Global Policy Network in UNDP and Assistant Secretary General of the UN. Now, just a short introduction, Mar, if I may, just before you start. Mar has many distinguished years of service within UNDP. Most recently, he was, before taking on this central policy role, he was also the Assistant Administrator and the Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa, and before that, Chief of Staff and Director of the Executive Office since 2009. So really central to a lot of what UNDP is doing, both centrally in terms of the headquarters and at the regional and country level. Mar, I think without more ado, I'd like to hand it over to you to head us off with a few words.
Thanks, Jens, and thanks, Jan. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, business leaders, colleagues, and friends. I'm honored to be here today at the opening session of the inaugural Investment COP, where we will discuss the urgent need to scale investments for climate action from both public and private sectors. I would like to start my remarks by emphasizing the urgency of taking bold and ambitious climate action before it is too late. And as Antonio Guterres used to say, climate is moving faster than we are, and that can be a very big disaster if we don't speed up. Latest scientific studies have confirmed that meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement is still possible, but requires unprecedented transformation in scale and pace across all societies. To avoid catastrophic impacts, we need to cut emissions in half by 2030 and reach zero emissions by 2050. This gives us less than 12 years to make it happen. To achieve this, it requires scaling up the use of a wide range of innovative technologies, a massive shift in behavioral change, and a significant increase in investments in climate resilient and low carbon actions across all sectors. Between now and 2050, financing the global transition to a low carbon and climate resilient economy will require an investment of at least 60 trillion US dollars. This is not just about reducing emissions to levels that will not irreparably damage the planet. This also means investment in tackling the history of climate change that we will have to live with through adaptation and resilience. The magnitude of these investments far outweigh the capacity of governments and development finance institutions. It can only be achieved by creating the appropriate enabling environment to crowd in public investment, private investment. The good news is that current levels of combined public and private climate finance globally hover around $400 billion US annually. This is less than 1/5 of the amount needed to prevent the worst impacts of climate change and uphold the commitments of the Paris Agreements. To materialize the needed investment, the $100 billion US financing commitment from the public sector must be used to strategically leverage and de-risk private investment to scale and accelerate climate action. To achieve this, a variety of complex and interconnected issues must be addressed. These include credit ratings for countries and cities, currency risks, high transaction costs for small projects, affordable long tenor debt, local project financing, guarantees, political risk insurance, carbon pricing, the development of capital markets, the viability gap for green infrastructure, and enabling regulatory environments. So we have a host of issues to deal with if we want to fill the funding gap. Yet, addressing climate change and reaping the economic benefits of low-carbon economy is not just a question of money, but a question of time. We have a rapidly shrinking window of time. In just over a decade from now, to accelerate investment in climate action. Thus, the decisions we take today will determine our ability to meet the Paris Agreement. Therefore, partnership is not only critical to this work, it is essential. The Invest for Climate Initiative, a collaboration between UNDP and the World Bank, seeks to address some of the key barriers mentioned above through working with World Climate to create and deliver today's investment COP. The event aims to convene senior decision makers from government, development finance institutions, and the private sector to discuss actionable solutions for accelerating private investments, to support countries in implementing their NDCs and raising ambitions to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement. Above all else, it is about matching projects needed to deliver on the Paris Agreement with the required investment to turn those projects into concrete actions and results. The investment COP today represents an important partnership in itself, public and private, national and international. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, business leaders, colleagues and friends, allow me to conclude with a positive note by emphasizing the opportunities ahead. the transition to a low carbon and climate resilience economy represents a tremendous opportunity socially and economically. Bold climate action can unlock trillions of dollars in economic benefits and bring about a new era of sustainable economic growth and prosperity, including millions of new green jobs and improved health. We have the financing and technologies to address this challenge. We just need the political will and leadership to take bold decisions and work together, bringing all stakeholders in a whole-of-society approach to accelerate and scale up climate action now. And we can do it, and we owe it to the next generation. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. We are business community, so we have to be fast and efficient and deliver within very constrained time frame. I mean, we have some 45 minutes to get the perspective of our panelists, and I have here a great panel. Need not to be presented because you know most of them. But let me just list the names. John Boom from the bank, Senior Director at the Climate Change, a great partner of UNDP and the UN. We are partnering in crime in this journey. Princess Abze Jigma, Yaoda Princess. Special Envoy of the President of Burkina Faso. And then Frédéric Samar Cohen, Institutional Client Coverage of Amundi Assets Management. So without further ado, John, I will ask you to step in and give us the perspective of the bank as a champion of climate change. Over to you, John.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Great to see you. Maybe it's an exaggeration to say I can see the ones at the back, but I know you're here. Good to be here. I'm going to talk about three things. First of all, just reiterate a few words about the urgency and the nature of the challenge on climate change. Secondly, talk a little bit about recent World Bank Group announcements and what we're doing to step up our action. And third, talk about the concept of the investment COP and what this means and how we take this forward. So first of all, as many of you know, the World Bank Group's mission is to eliminate extreme poverty and improve shared prosperity. And we know we cannot do this unless we simultaneously address climate change. We already know that climate change is having a huge impact on the economies. 2017, total direct cost of the economy, global economy, was $320 billion in direct losses. If you count indirect losses, that's probably closer to $500 billion. And we know it's going to get worse. Our analytics has shown that unless we address climate change, by 2030, we'll have 100 million more people living in poverty. And by 2050, in just 3 regions of the world, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Latin America, we could have 143 million more migrants as a result of climate change. We've also seen the UNFCCC report, for those that haven't read it. At 1.5 degrees, things are bad. At 2 degrees, things are much worse. We're on track for 3.5 degrees. We can still get there. It'll take a major transformation of the way in which we do business across our economies, and time is short. So, huge challenge. If we get this wrong, we're in deep trouble. However, there's an upside, as Mark hinted to. There's also now an overwhelming set of evidence, including come from the New Climate Economy and others, that shows that if we can follow a low-carbon, climate-resilient pathway, we could unlock $26 trillion of incremental economic benefits by 2030. We could avoid 700,000 premature deaths, and we could create an additional 65 million jobs. So we're in a situation, downside is bad, upside is good. How do we move this forward? We're seeing progress. Renewable energy prices are going down. Private sector investors are stepping up. A number of countries are taking action. But this progress is not good enough. So what did we do? At the beginning of this COP, our Chief Executive Officer, Kristalina Georgieva, announced our commitments for 2020 to 2025. And basically, in financial terms, we will double the amount of finance that we've put into climate in those 5 years compared to the last 5 years to $200 billion. Now that $200 billion comprises $100 billion in financing for public investments from the World Bank itself, and $100 billion for private sector investments, either directly by IFC or MEGA, our financing arms for the private sector, or through finance that we will mobilize together across the World Bank Group. Other parts of that plan, out of that $100 billion in public, we're going to do a big push on adaptation and resilience, including piloting ways to crowd in private sector financing for adaptation and resilience. As you know, in terms of climate finance, only 5% goes to adaptation and resilience. We want to increase this. Second thing we're going to do is to work much more systematically with countries to help them mainstream climate into their policies, into their budgeting, into their public procurement, working with ministries of finance, with ministries of budget, helping to put on place a carbon price, putting some credible policies and investment plans behind the NDCs, so that this will send a strong signal to the private sector that will try and get the environment right to do business and ensure that public sector financing fully embodies climate change. This is one of the areas where we have a strong working relationship with UNDP, and we have a commitment to work on two areas. One is what we call deep dives with countries, a select number of countries, where we will try and support systematic action to implement and scale up their NDCs. And secondly, to work with ministries of finance to embed climate into their budget processes, their fiscal processes, their public expenditure reviews. The second area that we're going to focus on is leveraging the private sector more. Out of that $200 billion, $67 billion will be direct leveraging of private sector financing, because we know, even if we talk about $200 billion, it's a drop in the ocean. We've got to leverage the private sector in. And secondly, we're going to focus on what we call creating markets. And so that is getting out there ahead and creating the enabling environment that creates a new market for batteries, for solar, for wind. I'll talk about those in a little bit more detail later. Because when we look at it, mobilizing private sector financing is absolutely critical to allow us to deliver on the transformation that we need. On the one hand, the needs are huge. You heard Ma talk about the numbers. There's lots of things, $6 trillion a year, lots of estimates of what the investment takes. But there's also large amounts of investment money that, to be frank, is sitting idle. It's sitting earning low rates of return. Now, we're not going to get, some of this is always going to stay in cash. You're not going to be able to invest this all in large investments. But if we could just simply take a small increment out of that money that's looking for high rates of return, we could generate significant investments. The challenge is that when you look at it from a private investor perspective, they want to get the right risk-reward trade-off. And many of them, when they look at investments in developing countries, at this point in time, the transaction cost or the risks are perceived to be too high. And so I think the idea behind the investment COP and the idea behind creating markets is to use public policy and public investments to try to enable the private sector and facilitate the private sector to do more. Let me make this concrete by giving you one example. Some of you who were here last year might have heard me mention before. Madhya Pradesh in India, they wanted to contribute solar as part of the government's 175 gigawatt solar target. Problem was that the investors see significant risks. What are the risks they see? They're worried they're not going to get the land. They're worried the evacuation line's not going to be there. And they're worried because the off-taker that buys their electricity is a bankrupt distribution company. So why would they invest? And so therefore, if they bid by themselves, they will bid very high prices. What did we do? One, we acquired the land together with the government, financed it, and put that land in place before the bids took place. Secondly, we said we'd finance the evacuation line to make certain that's in place. Third, we facilitated a consultation with the potential bidders and structured a power purchase arrangement that systematically went clause by clause to reduce the risks. The biggest risk was the offtake risk. So rather than just selling to a distributor, we arranged a deal whereby they'd sell 50% of the electricity directly to Delhi Metro Board, which has got a much stronger credit rating. As a result, when they bid this, they came out with a price of 4 cents a kilowatt hour, which for the first time ever matched coal. So what you could do is you could prove that you could create, through de-risking and policies, an opportunity to basically make solar fully competitive with coal in an Indian context. Question is, how do we scale this up? This is where the idea of what we call generically Invest for Climate, and what we're working with UNDP on, and of which this investment COP is an exemplar of this approach in order to try and make it. So what does Invest for Climate do? It aims to identify the specific policy and regulatory barriers to investment in some key transformational area, then tries to facilitate managing those risks and allocating the risks amongst people who can best do it, to improve the viability of projects and to mobilize other sources of finance by bringing together the policy plus different parts of finance. But we've also discovered that while you can talk generically about some of this, you've got to quickly get down to real deals in real sectors, because the kinds of things you need to do depends on the country and the sector that you're working in. So we've been working on this for a while, and we've had events similar to this one at the One Planet Summit, at our Invest for Climate, at the thing that took place in California earlier this year. And we're working on a range of issues, a risk mitigation mechanism for drilling for geothermal, how to spread the risks so that investors can invest in geothermal, a solar risk mitigation guarantee. There's lots of opportunities, particularly in Africa, to do solar, but the risks are perceived to be too high, and the guarantee mechanisms are all over the place. So we're working on a guarantee mechanism that we standardize so investors and financiers will know what happened. But this is not just mitigation, it's also about resilience. So we're working on city resilience in order to move this forward. So this investment COP, as I said, follows a similar approach. We bring people together to try and talk about trying to facilitate these deals, and hopefully when you see it from the investor, from the financier, and from the public sector, we can figure out how we put these magic deals together. Two very exciting opportunities that we're driving forward now in this. One is on batteries. Renewables are doing well, but unless you can deal with the storage and the intermittency issue, you're not going to be able to bring solar to scale. So we've committed from the World Bank to put $1 billion of our own money. We'll raise $1 billion of concessional finance. We'll try and mobilize $3 to $5 billion of private finance to structure deals in developing countries to start developing the battery market, with the intent that through these signals and through public procurement, sense of where the money's going to come from, we'll be able to drive down that cost curve so within a short period of time, batteries will become competitive and hence allow us to dramatically scale up renewable energy. We want to try and do the same thing with super efficient cooling. I won't go into that much now, but I think this is the opportunity we have, and what we'd be really interested in is how you can use this event to identify potential deals and then come back and say, well, in order to make it happen, this is what the public sector needs to do in order to drive this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think you have sketched a great algorithm on how do we really land this. I'll come back to it when we end the meeting. And I like your concept of going deep, diving down to catch the deal flows and then respond to it. But I want to match the deep dive concept with surge up so that supply may meet demand. And this is where, because I know that, Princess, you have been working a lot on this bottom-up approach. I would like to hear your perspective, how surge up can meet deep down, deep dive. Thanks.
Thank you very much, my brother Mar Lafibe. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your insight. So I will go for the, myself, I'm engineer by profession in electricity, specialized in solar. And of course, I developed an initiative called Initiative Marmalade for Sustainable Energy, where we're training, because if you want to scale, you need people who have the skills, the right skills, that can install whatever you, or maintain, and also recycle. Because this also, I would like to see the circular economy that you, because at the end of the day, we're polluting also our lands. That is, I would love to see part of it and the billions that you're talking about. I will be concrete. You're here, we're business sector, we're here for deals. And Burkina Faso, that I know best because I'm coming from there, we have a project of eco-villages. We have 8,000 villages, and we budgetized 2,000 villages. And I think that what you're proposing, and I hope that my country is one of the selected country on what you're proposing. We have also, in terms of legal framework, we work on it. We created a National Agency for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. We went very far, and we passed in House the bill regarding, you in Burkina Faso right now, you can produce, sell your energy. That is what we are doing in worldwide. You don't have it yet, but in Burkina Faso we have it to really make life easier for investors. And I think that the gender issue also is very important because you know that we are in the value chain of energy and processing, because you have nexus regarding agri, energy, and cooling. How are we doing that? And I'm happy to see also that you talking about the storage of energy. This is critical because at the end of the day, the missing link was how we can continue our business and at the sunset. And I think that the e-vehicles also, it's a point that can really raise the research development on that. And I think that it's a good entry point for this. To bring at the large scale, I think you need to engage also with local initiatives like we have done. As I used to say, I'm engineer, I learn it in Western countries, but if I go to Burkina Faso, believe me or not, it's like, no, it's not the same, but it's still the same person. But it's important also to start thinking differently and bring us on board, because we did get back in Africa. You invested in my education, saying, well, we need to educate our boys and girls in least developing countries that they will be staying there and don't take the boat and go die in the Mediterranean. So we are bold enough, we want to help you to scale up. And it's important to build on existing and bring and also see our innovators as real scientists. You probably are aware about the Alternative Nobel Prize, Yakuba Sawadgo, but you have those local initiatives as works well. He planted 40 hectares trees that blocks the desert. Those are initiatives as well that can be bring at the large, combining solutions. And I think that is it's a way forward, but again, you have, for instance, regarding financial instrument, is still not adapted enough for us, because we're seeing it is still top down, and we need to find out. And I'm most happy to sit with you together and see how we can design best and track also the amount that the billions that we're talking about. How much is reaching the bottom of the pyramid, people? This is very important. To that hand, digital economy is very important. Technology is very important. We can really take advantage on that to go. I took advantage on the blockchain technology. We're working with the value chain of the shea butter. I'm working with 1.3 million women, and that concrete initiative that you can build and showcase that it works. And a member of the Digital Task Force, African Union, and a European Commission, that the World Bank also is part of that task force. And I think that together we can come up with solutions from the bottom, because the small fish did the big fish, but the big fish as well. Together we can really move on. And I really want to congratulate the World Climate Summit for his bold initiative, the investment cap, and especially my brother Jens for bringing us every year to work on that. But whatever we're deciding at the other side, because I'm deputy head of our delegation of COP24, whatever we decide is the private sector is going to implement it. So we really need also, and I hope next time, that is the next step, that you will be also in the other side, that we talk together to be able to walk the talk. So I will stop there and got the time to exchange with my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Princess. I think your intervention is powerful, because very often when we take this kind of policies, we are stuck in gravity. They're up there. And unless we land it down and make them respond to the principle of capillarity, touching the people, we're not going to respect the principle of leave no one behind. So I'm glad that you are meeting the framing of the policies by bringing it down to the bottom, where there is the reality of our society. But I'll come back to it again when we conclude the sessions. Frederick, I know that Amundi is the largest European asset managers, and we don't talk about crowding in the private sector. Would you educate us and guide us on how do we do it at scale to fill the funding gap that we are seeing here?
Good morning, everybody. Educate, not share a concrete example, certainly this morning. So yes, a few words about Amundi. We are managing $1.7 trillion, out of which $300 billion into responsible investments. And so we are the largest European asset manager and the only non-US players within the top 10 in the world. What I would like to share with you is a concrete example of a public-private partnership that we have implemented recently alongside IFC. Bottom line is that we announced in March that we have closed a $2 billion to deploy green bond funds in emerging markets. And so I would like to spend the next 2 minutes on this case study, $2 billion to deploy into green infrastructures in emerging markets. To be back to what John said, we have this very bizarre situation. On the one hand, we have massive pools of assets in developed markets facing a low yield environment. On the other hand, we have massive needs of green infrastructures, financings, delivering good returns, and so on. And there is no bridge between the two worlds, and it's costly for both parties. What IFC decided to do about 1 year ago is to try to tackle that situation, the lack of fluidity in the capital allocation around the planet. And for that, they had a very pragmatic, concrete, low-key approach. They said, it's not working? And actually, there are two big reasons. The first one is that the one that John mentioned briefly is the fact that for many investors, to invest into emerging markets, it's too risky, or being perceived as too risky. Here comes the IFC and says, oh, I know how to do it. I can implement a risk-sharing mechanism. So I will take some of the risks, and the remaining risks are okay for the traditional investors. Fine. And then there was a second problem. If you talk to investors in Europe, Asia, almost everywhere, they just don't know how to invest into infrastructures, even locally. If you ask a Swedish investor, how are you comfortable into a biomass project, a wind farm? The answer is no, because they don't have the resources. Here we have an asset class that is super special, huge asymmetry of information. So how much is GPI, the largest investor on the planet, investing into infrastructures? Zero. How much is Norway investing into infrastructures? Zero. So if they don't do it locally, it doesn't make any sense to try to push them to do it abroad. And here comes a moment of genius from IFC. They said, let's have banks in emerging markets issuing green bonds. Banks, we know about it, very well regulated animals, blah, 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 blah. So we can buy the banks' bonds. And by issuing a green bond, the banks are taking the commitments to channel the money towards green infrastructure projects. So suddenly we are using the banks as an intermediary between the investors and the projects. And by doing that, suddenly we can unlock $2 billion of investment capabilities from the developed markets, mainly in Europe, towards the green infrastructure projects in emerging markets. And that approach is so innovative that now it's becoming almost the IFC strategy to use the resources to unlock the investors' capabilities around the planet. So it's a new, really, business model. Before, developing banks were all about using their balance sheets, issuing green AAA debts, and so on, and then financing the projects. Here, suddenly the IFC says, no, 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 no. I will provide a risk-sharing mechanism, and by doing that, I unlock investors' capabilities. And it's such an innovative approach that both President Kim, in an article in New York Times saying, we are attacking Wall Street, referred to that deal. And President Macron, my president, in his speech on sustainable finance said, here there's a deal that you should all pay attention, because this private-public partnership in capital markets is a case study that we must replicate in the future.
Thanks. Thanks, Frederic. I think you're landing where John started. There are huge demand to deliver on these, on the SDGs in general and on the NDCs in particular. And there is huge supply, there's high degree of liquidity in the market, but we're not bridging the two for maybe lack of proper financial intermediation. So we have to invent the right instruments to match supply and demand. So I think you are closing the loop nicely. I haven't checked with the Secretariat. I know we have ample time now to make it an interactive discussion. Shall I go to the floor and to the room and ask perspective? Yes, madam.
Dr. Christina Maria Wilczek is a World Peace Organization. I'm very much touched that the humanity act on the favor of their own good future. It's beautiful. But still making much. I don't have a microphone. Shall I repeat? Dr. Christina Maria Wilczek, the World Peace Organization. I'm very much touched that humanity act on the favor of their own future. It's very beautiful. But to make it much more efficient, first of all, we need to have such an international organization which can give a peace guarantee for the entire world. Without that, everything can collapse. And my proposal, what I'm working on, is to create an international organization of military leaders to guarantee world peace. First time in the history of our humanity to use military for prevention of conflict, prevention of war, not killing each other. That means to jump to high level of self-organization of humanity, and that means high level of civilization and culture. And when we collaborate together, this harmonious civilian with military, so we can assure good future. And as the Queen says, God bless.
Good morning. First, a hearty thank you to the panel, because you touch upon what I think is a huge conflict. And if we don't solve that, we will not achieve the targets we are all agreeing about. Yesterday, we were talking about putting a lot of new pressure into the existing structure in the energy industry. In my opinion, if we keep on doing that, we will soon or later get into the same situation with social unrest as we have seen in Paris last week. The only way, and it's still a huge conflict, is to engage the citizen, to engage the consumers. Think about it. The consumers are actually the decision makers. They are buying and they are paying for what they buy. The princess was touching upon that issue. And if we make a system whereby we engage the consumers, they are also voters. They will vote for the politicians who make them able to do a choice of energy form. That way, it's a self-sustaining system. The system which we saw yesterday, I personally disagree completely with, because it will not work. It happens so, I have to be frank, my company has made such a system during the last 7 years. I paid personally my own money to develop it. It's a big data hub. It's the only one in the world. Google's told me the other day that they will do exactly the same thing. It will take them 5 years. We are ready to roll it out in the market now, but we need funds. I don't have that kind of funds personally to do it myself. So the sooner we engage in this huge conflict, which is the existing structure versus a completely new business model with a completely new value system, which we can call bottom-up. Thank you.
I do fully agree with the two previous statements. And it's a blind spot in all the COPs that I have seen so far. We are trying to deal with a breaking down society, and yet we have to maybe reinvent our social contract. We should be completely broken down. And Paris, the chemise jaune, as they call it, the yellow vest, reminding us that if we don't put equity at the center of our renewed social contract, whatever we do, it will be, as economists would say, the sunk cost. We're just investing for nothing. And I agree, if we don't have peace, security, the citizens in the loop, we won't do it. And talking about citizens is the youth. Youth has been conspicuously absent in all these discussions we have. We accommodate them, but they should be at the table and be leading all this exercise. But these are very powerful elements that we very often discount in the discussion on how do we deal with the future of the world. But that's two powerful messages. We still have time to get perspective from the floor before I come back to the wisdom of the panelists. Same table. As an avant-gardist table here.
Yeah. Of course, that's why we're going to sit in front. I have a question to Mr. John Room. You know that industrialization is key also for the developing countries. The World Bank has an enormous power in making investments. How do you make a choice? How are you able to make a balance that part of your money goes also in industrialization for developing countries who then can develop their own industries?
Hello, good morning. Paul Silva from CGR Renewables from Portugal. I would like to address a question to the panel special to UNDP and the World Bank. Yesterday during the sections we heard several times about what is the challenge, technology, policies, and so on. I haven't heard and would like to hear what is your view. What can be your role by influence the politicians to not think about only the policy but the long-term policy? Because if we don't think about long-term, it's fun because this year Poland is hosting the COP. Poland is a good example from the bad perspective of what happened in Europe, because in 2015 till 2015 that event was very good, and suddenly because of the changing in the government we stuck 3 years. This year came back again, things are restarting, but in the meantime we lost 3 years. And we don't have these 3 years to lost. So what can you do? What is your role by influence government for a long-term policy?
Very good. We'll come back to it, and you're right. Governments very often have a time frame of elections, so they don't look beyond 3 to 5 years. That's why we are running after the ball. But we'll come back to it on how do we address that very big challenge. Maybe Jens and Jan, if I take one more questions, and then we come to the panel before we close, and then go to the next session. From all the way down to the room, who would want to share wisdom before I go to the panel?
Well, I would share some of my perspective.
Yes.
I probably don't need a microphone.
Yeah.
Very loud. And you know, today I just walked in here 5 minutes ago because I thought this was about, transition, it says it right here, transition to the low carbon climate, right? So that's what I thought we were talking about. And my background is that, I'm a Canadian, so I know a lot about biomass, being Canadian, and for 10 years I've lived in Poland, so I learned a lot about coal in Poland. And what I believe, is a big mistake of financing, because people should talk about how do we take countries like China and Poland, who, I'll go back 1 step. 40% of all the CO2 created in the world is from coal. So why don't we invest money in Poland and in China to, that's a big percentage, to transition them away from coal. And there's something called green coal that they're developing in Poland, where you take 50% biomass and you mix it with 50% coal, and you get a 40% reduction in CO2 from a very simple solution. But in that simple solution, if it's rolled out into Indonesia and China and Poland, that alone, that simple solution, almost Fred Flintstone technology, reduces the CO2 at least 10, 20%, just from a simple thing. And so that's all I wanted to say. Don't neglect coal. Think about technology and the transition away from coal. Because Poland, I know it very well, they can't, 90% of their electricity is produced from coal. Well, the transition here is very long. Of course they can build lots of windmills and solar panels, but they'll never catch up to that base load energy, which is coal. So how to transition Poland, China, some technology. So
Very good.
That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. I'll come back to the panel, but deep in your question, I feel a kind of what the philosophers call the ontologic moment, which is which is true. When we discuss, it's clear that science is very clear. We know what to do. As the French would say, la science est dite, mais la messe n'est pas encore dite. It's clear what to do, but we can't avoid hitting the iceberg, the climate iceberg. So we know the what. We know in a way the how. The how is not having this devastating coal and then green our coal. And the big question is the why not. I would do it. That's the ontological moment that we have to answer. If we don't answer, we'll keep circling around. But we can give a piece of wisdom when we land the session of this morning. But in landing, let me be guided by the panel. Maybe I go the reverse order, Frederic. What does this inspiration from the four inspires you?
Maybe because I'm French, so I would answer for the first question about the citizens' mobilization. I 100% agree with you. The fact that if we take the big picture, we have the governments, we have the NGOs, we have the global organizations, we have now the investors community and so on. What is still lacking is the voice of the consumers. So personally, I've been pushing for the carbon footprint of day-to-day items, as we had in the past, the sugar footprint of items and that helped change the behaviors of millions of consumers, and by changing this by changing their behaviors, it put pressure on the corporate. So I 100% agree with you. It's not to be a top-down. It has to be combined with clear messages coming from consumers. So I 100% agree with you. So we take only that question.
Princess?
I think I want to answer to that one, but anyway, it's good. I can build on, I think it's about decentralizing also power. You had that shift that if we also listen to our end users, we can design better product for them. Whatever product it is, whether it is finance or technology, it's a matter of designing the good for them. So regarding, I would try to answer for China, even if I'm not from China. But the entire world, China and Poland, they are a factory of the world. We are responsible also for the emissions. I think that we might think together how we are going to solve it together. Because I do believe that the Chinese also, they're doing their best, they're doing their part with creating even green cities, tile cities. We shouldn't neglect it as well. It's about global partnership and not just thinking in silos. And I do believe that technology will change the world, and we need also to find new ways of thinking. For instance, solar energy, we're thinking on PWIs, but maybe we will be able to store solar and other devices than PWIs, because nowadays solar energy is about the sun. I want to push the scientists as well. Maybe it's my engineering way of thinking, but I think we can also think in that way. And you were talking about what I would like to know, what kind of products that you design, because you didn't tell us what it was that you need fundings for, because you have the assets here and the World Bank. I think if I would have been you, I took the floor to say the amount that you need and what is the product.
I'll tell you.
But it's not me. They have the billions. I'm just helping you. They got the billions. So maybe your technology could find their meat. Yeah.
John, yeah?
Thank you. I think a lot of these questions are actually, they might sound different, but I think they're actually interrelated. And I want to start with the long-term question. I think we need to be very clear about what the science is telling us we need to do by mid-century if we want to avoid all of these problems. Number one, we have to have energy absolutely zero carbon. A 10% reduction, 20% reduction in coal emissions is not going to be good enough by mid-century. It might be a short-term transition, but let's be clear on the scale of what's in it. But from a bigger perspective, world population is going to grow to 9.5 billion by the second half of this century. You've got to feed these people, okay? A lot of them are becoming middle class. They're going to want to eat beef, okay? We know that that's going to drive up the emissions. We know that agricultural production is going to go down by 25%, okay? Unless we restructure the agriculture sector and think about it differently, we're never going to be able to address this. We're going to have 2 billion more people moving into cities. If they move into cities in the haphazard way it's happened in the past, we're going to have terrible living conditions, and you're going to have cities that are highly vulnerable to climate change, and they're going to have high carbon emissions, okay? These, I could talk about transport, okay? We talk about e-mobility, it's great. But simply, if we allow the number of cars to grow proportional to GDP growth as it has in the past, it's going to be a parking lot out here. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not just a question of whether you transfer every car into an electric car. We've got to rethink these systems. So your question is right. Keep the eye on the longer term, but the dilemma is that most politicians have got a 3-year or 5-year or maybe a 7-year time horizon. And what we've got to do is we've got to invest now to get the benefits later. I don't think that politically or socially you can survive by going out to the population and saying, well, we're interested in your children, but I'm sorry, you have to make a sacrifice now. Okay, politically we know that doesn't work. So I think what we need to be focusing on is what are the short-term benefits now to capture those short-term benefits. And so part of that is ensuring that we drive down the price of renewables so that you get cheaper renewables. Developing business models so that you can do energy efficiency, change the appliances in your house, that will save you money at the end of the month. If you put a carbon price on, rebate a big chunk of the money so that most people get more money back out of that carbon if they behave well than don't. Okay? Make it clear that people are dying and are being hospitalized because of air pollution, and that's driving their tax bill up now, that we're paying for disasters now, that's driving their taxes. This has got to come down. We've got to show these short-term benefits, otherwise it's not going to fly. Second point I'd make on the transition is that I believe truly that there is a longer-term benefit in moving to a greener, low-carbon economy. However, there will be losers. Okay, there are some people working in coal mines, working in coal mining areas, dependent on that, working in old industry jobs, through no fault of their own, it's going to be very difficult for them to transition. We have to focus on the just transition, and that means putting in place mechanisms to deal with these people, okay? Why? One, it's the morally right thing to do. Number two, if you don't, you're going to get a political pushback. Right now in China, they are unable to dispatch all the renewable energy they have because they're worried about the fallout on the coal-fired energy companies. You have to address these issues. Now, I believe it's doable. Okay, yes, coal is an issue here in Poland, coal's an issue in South Africa, coal's an issue in India. But the number of coal miners affected is less in most of those countries than the number of people dying from air pollution because the coal's been put in the number of new jobs you can create in battery manufacture, in rooftop solar, in redesigning buildings is greater than the number of jobs that you're going to lose. But you've got to find a way to take the benefits and help those that are going to lose and be explicit about it. We're going to do a thing tomorrow. We're launching a report on the lessons of this transition. The challenge is that these transitions are difficult and the track record is not good. Okay? So we've got to find ways to address it. Which then comes to the coal transition. How do we accelerate the coal transition? It's all very well to say, okay, China needs to slow down its coal, India needs to get out of coal. That's not what's going to drive it. What's going to drive it is, one, addressing the social issues that I talked about before, and number two, driving down the cost of the alternatives. So that's why that India example I gave is the clue to how we get out of it. Okay, the kind of fund that Frederick talked about, to use that funding to get money into renewables, to drive the cost down so that countries face an alternative that is better. And that's what we've got to do. And this is where I think the opportunity is for the public and the private to work together so that we put alternatives on the table. Okay, I can go and lecture any minister anywhere. I'm very good at lecturing, but they're not going to take any action. They immediately turn around and say, okay, what are you going to do for me tomorrow in order to make this work? And it comes back then to supporting industrial development in developing countries. My main observation on that would be, as we help these countries, we need to help countries industrialize for the industry of the future. Okay? We should not be support heavy. We need to be helping people. And this is a major issue. Just to take one simple area. If you think about the green economy, the green industrial economy that we're going to have to do, compared to the old brown economy, the education requirements of that economy and skills requirements is much higher. So therefore, one of the fundamental things you have to do is to be investing in a higher quality of education now. A lot of people focus on STEM, science, technology, and mathematics, engineering. Yes, that's important, but critical thinking and social skills in order to manage is also important. So that's got to be a key part of this industrial. Now, what the industrial package looks like from country to country differs when you think about it. Now, so I think a large challenge, I think you were right. If we don't do it, the analytics of what goes wrong is clear. A potential economic path that benefits everybody is also clear. The challenge we have is to manage the transition from where we are now to where we need to be in a way that is not only technocratic, but deals with the political and social issues. And that means we need to engage a wide range of people in it and be absolutely clear on what is a transition strategy and what isn't. Like I said, we talked about there's a comment about the green coal. If green coal, if natural gas can be controlled as a transition mechanism that's very deliberately transitioned, so you do a little bit and you get out, that's fine. But if those investments are going to slow down the fundamental restructuring of the economies that we need and slow down the development of renewables, slow down the move to the green economy, it's going to backfire because we'll have done all of these little things in the short term, but we'll wake up in 15 or 20 years and say, what the hell have we been doing? We're not in the place we need to be. So I think there's a huge opportunity. We need to focus on the short term. We need to focus on the benefits for people now and do what we can to make the attractiveness more clear to people. Doom and gloom and lecturing is not going to get us anywhere.
I think with your applause, you just concluded this excellent segment. They have framed the day. I mean, what a nice framing. And where you landed is where Emmanuel Macron landed after the yellow shirts, when he said, and I like his formula, il faut allier la fin du mois et la fin du monde. You know, you can't deal with long term if you don't deal with the short term now. And what I like in this discussion, I'm not going to summarize it. I mean, the Secretariat will do it. I mean, and I like what John, you started by giving us the, if we don't deal with climate change, these are the global burdens that we'll be having in terms of poverty and health and so on and so forth. But if we deal with it, it's good economics. So it's a win-win for us. But what I like in this discussion is that we had shown in the background of the discussion that climate change by itself, addressing climate change by itself may not deal with it. That's why when we talk about the nexus between the NDCs and the SDGs is very critical. There's a bigger issue, the issue of security, of peace, of equity, and so on and so forth. Extremely important. And those we cannot just put on the back of our mind. It has to be at the square of the discussion. And I would conclude by saying that whatever we do, and I always say that when you look at the 17 SDGs, there's a triangle hidden in it that is the basis of reinventing our social contract. The first SDG, number 4, education, education, education. If you don't educate the kids now, you will not have the change of behavior we want for the future. It's extremely important. Number 10, equity, 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 equality, equality, equality. President Jimmy Carter is right by saying that inequality is the disease of modern civilization. If we don't deal with it, whatever we do again, it will be to no avail. Last but not least, number 16, which is inclusive governance. If we don't include all elements of society, including youth, including women, including local people, including indigenous people, whatever we do will be to no avail. So I don't want us to park those outside while we're doing this hardcore business. Let's bring that into the equation. Thank you, a great panel and a great flow out there. And I'm sure that we have sketched our roadmap for the day after discussing this segment. Thank you. Thank you again.
country success stories, how it can work, which sounds to me pretty important. Accelerating on the on-the-ground deployment of climate actions by crowding in private sector actors. What does that look like at the country level? Obviously, attracting private sector technology and solutions to national climate plans is pretty key, central to the NDCs and, of course, to the Paris Agreement. Now, what I'd like to do is go straight to inviting our moderator, who has named one of the top 20 most influential women in climate change. That seems a pretty good title. Barbara Buchner, Executive Director of the Climate Finance Program at the Climate Policy Initiative. Barbara, if you'd like to take the stage, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. We'll ask the panelists. Yes, absolutely. Great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much. Please, panelists, if you can join me here. Okay. Good, so welcome to this second session of the day. And let me just start by thanking the organizers for having me here again. It's always a pleasure being part of this extremely important event at the margins of COP. As I said, my name is Barbara Buchner. I am the Executive Director of the Climate Finance Program at Climate Policy Initiative. And I'm also the head of a public-private initiative that's called the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance. And you're going to hear more about some of the innovations that have come out from the lab later in the day. Let me just very briefly set the stage a little bit before we dive into our panel discussion here. And I think I do want to start with some good news. We have just published our latest overview of the global climate finance landscape a few weeks ago. And that landscape shows that more money than ever is being invested into climate change. If you look at the global figures that we've just managed to pull together, we have $463 billion that is being spent on climate activities over the years of 2015 and 2016. And that is a 27% increase from the previous 2 years, also because we finally are getting better data on some of the sectors such as electric vehicles. Who is behind that money? I think what we've seen over the last years is that the private sector really is the driver, while the public sector is still the engine behind the overall investments into climate activities. And I think the other point I'd like to make is, and I think this links us more to this session here, is what we've also seen is that the majority of money is being raised and spent in the same country. So really in the country where it originates for, we see that more than 80% of global climate finance is actually coming from the country in which it's been invested in. And I think that shows, again, the importance of some of the regulatory and like the policy environment that really can be conducive for attracting the private sector. I think while it's obviously good news that more money than ever is being invested in climate change, we also know that we're still falling far short of what's needed in order of getting us towards the Paris goals and towards the goals of the Sustainable Development Agenda. And I think particularly we are falling far short because we continue to see that investments into fossil fuel projects actually are still surpassing the investments into climate activities by far. So we really need to change. And again, I think it is clear that most of the investments that need to happen will come from the private sector. And so attracting private sector finance, attracting technologies and the solutions to the national climate strategies really are key. And so in order to mobilize private finance, I think we need two particular things. We need first to find some of the transformative solutions that can address the barriers that currently keep investment from getting to the scale needed around the globe. But financial solutions alone obviously won't be enough. What we do need in order to make these financial solutions really happen and be implemented is a conducive policy environment. So we need really the public and private sector to work together. So this session here, as you've heard previously, will be looking at some of the specific country strategies. We'll be looking at some of the specific projects in key regions around the world that really can help us to understand what are the success factors, what are some of the learnings that we really can use in order to accelerate the climate action by really attracting the private sector at the scale. So I'm joined here by a fantastic panel that I'll very briefly introduce before then handing over for some opening remark and then really diving into an over discussion on some of the success factors and the learnings here. So on my right, I'm happy to be joined by Ditlev Engel, who is the energy CEO for DNV and really brings a wealth of expertise from the private sector, but he's also the special envoy for climate and energy from the government on Denmark, and obviously Denmark is one of the leaders in the climate agenda, so we look very much forward to hearing a little bit on latest activities and the strategy from Denmark on a country basis. Close to Ditlev, we have Thomas Petersen, who is the founder, president, and CEO of the Center for Climate Strategies, again bringing a wealth of experience in how to really develop and implement some of the public policy and market responses for energy, for environment, and for the economy more broadly around the world. And we'll hear some interesting case study from Thomas around China, which obviously is one of the key actors on the globe that can help us getting us on a low carbon strategy. And last but not least, I'm very happy to also welcome Marvin from Nigeria. Marvin has happily stepped in and replaced Obi Ugochukwu, who is the advisor to the Nigeria Minister for Environment on Climate Finance. And obviously, again, Nigeria is having a very ambitious program in order to kind of scale climate finance in the context of their green bonds program, and we look forward to hearing a little bit more on how that is being done and what are the key strategies and drivers behind Nigeria's national strategy. So with that, let me hand over and ask Ditlev actually to get us started a little bit on that Denmark strategy and really helping us scale climate action.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for putting up this investment COP, and of course also the opportunity to speak here today. As was just mentioned, I speak as a representative of Denmark, but also building on my personal experiences from the private sector. Now, mobilizing these major investments, which is absolutely pivotal if this is going to happen fast and at scale. And we know from a number of reports, including, like, for instance, the World Energy Outlook, that they estimate $67 trillion will be needed for the investment just to 2040. So the desire and the money available is definitely there, but they need to go into renewables, energy efficiency, and supporting the networks. And at the same time, we need to look in what we're going to do for what we are already investing into some fossil fuel assets that might end up being stranded. So we need to act on all these agendas now. What we, of course, also seeing, fortunately, is that the business case for the energy transition is getting stronger every single day. We see record low prices for clean energy supply, energy efficiency, of course, being recognized as the cheapest way, but also the benefits, which are not just environmental, but they also include energy security, jobs, and productive economies. So in many ways, this should be a no-brainer. So what is it that is holding us back from making it happen? Of course, the risk and returns needs to be in place, and we must make sure that they match the preference of the investors. And we also need to make sure that the maturity of the markets are in place. Let me just share with you a few examples that we have in Denmark. Recently, we had a record low price on offshore wind tenders, as well on technology neutral tenders for other renewables. And this, of course, helps us in getting to where we want to go and what we call the Danish energy model, which has shown that it is persistent with predictable policies that enable the private sector's investments and technology innovation that can sustain economic growth and for the security of energy supply, while reducing the fossil fuel dependency and mitigating climate change. We can, for instance, see that in Denmark, we will see a massive decrease of coal, 25% last year actually, and we are on the path to eliminating coal no later than 2030. But there are, of course, also, which is the nice story, some very difficult choices that has to be made. And speaking, seen from a global perspective, we know that a lot of investments are going in at the moment, which was just mentioned. And are these going to be stranded? And if so, how are they going to be handled? We talk a lot about the investments into what needs to happen for the new installations, but what about the installations that we already have, but that we somehow have to find a way to deal with also financially? So secondly, the clean energy economy will create many jobs in the new sectors, but this transition does require active support for people and new skills, which was also mentioned in the previous discussions. And therefore, the political priority has to be to secure high levels of employment in productive jobs, and not just to keep certain jobs at any cost. And thirdly, I think we all know and understand the, let's say, ethical questions that are facing decision makers and policy makers around the world. But it is therefore also, in my mind, a very important responsibility for those working in the green sector to provide the good ideas of how to unlock the potential in many of the countries who want to join the transition. And we try to help these countries by addressing some of these questions from Denmark. We are working bilaterally with 12 developing and developed countries who represent around 60% of the global emissions and more than 2/3 of the investment in renewable energy. We try to share the Danish experience with the energy transition in the low-carbon energy investment scenarios, integration of renewables into the power system, and, for instance, development of offshore wind capabilities. We feel that our experience is high in demand, and we hope really it can make a difference for many by sharing it. The UN Secretary General's Climate Summit in 2019 will, in our opinion, be an important opportunity to encourage these ambitious actions. And in support of the summit, the Danish Prime Minister has announced that Denmark will convene a clean energy investment coalition to mobilize new investments in clean and efficient energy. A partnership approach is the core of this coalition, which is not a new formal entity. It should be seen as an inclusive forum for all actors that wish to contribute to accelerate the energy transition and the investments that goes with it. We therefore hope that this summit will encourage the ambition targets and galvanize international partnerships that generate tangible impact on investments on the ground. And finally, let me just say from my day-to-day work that the capital seems to be more than available. The cost of the technology is not the challenge. The real challenge is to make sure that the business model and the regulatory framework is in place. And this is where we have to find a way to unlock this. And no doubt that it will require a lot of courage, but I think in order to support the courage, there are a tremendous amount of examples how it can be done, and this is actually what we would like to share as well from Denmark. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for this. I think lots of kind of the key factors already that I hope we will dig a little bit deeper in the discussion. But I think, particularly last point that you made, I think, couldn't agree more. I think what we really need is the right business models that can address some of the current barriers in the market, and that combined with the regulatory frameworks, where again, Denmark, I think, is certainly a leader in kind of sharing some of the lessons on what are particular policy environments. But maybe let's dive a little bit deeper now, Thomas, with you, and go into a concrete case and look into what actually has happened in China and how has China addressed this issue, and hopefully come up with this combination of the frameworks and the kind of the business model. So over to you.
Thank you, Barbara. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'd particularly like to thank my colleagues and collaborators at the United Nations Development Program for the invitation not only to be here, but the opportunity to partner with them on their NDC support program in key countries. I'm not sure whether our representative from Ghana, Peter Deary, has been able to join us yet, but if Peter's here, I'd also like to recognize him. We just launched a private investment mobilization project in Ghana that is a part of a three-region, three-nation pilot project to put in place a full curriculum to teach and train public and private sector representatives in countries to go through this process of not only developing low-carbon development policies and measures, but converting these to products and financing that assures that they will mobilize the necessary investment for implementation. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got there from here, starting a long time ago with work that we have been conducting in China since all the way back to 2009. I have a couple of slides. I'm not sure whether they'll find their way on the screen, but as soon as they do, I'll start flipping through them. And let me maybe start by putting in context the work that we have done for the past decade in China. It started with work that we began all the way back in 2004 in the United States. I founded the Center for Climate Strategies after experience in the United States with national policy development that did not go so terribly well. And so, of course, failure is one of the greatest teachers on earth. And we created an organization that was designed to bring people together to build consensus on solution to climate change through multi-objective participatory procedures. But we knew that in order to do that, it had to happen outside of our national government structure, because in the United States, our system of governance is one that we call bottom-up. We tend to formulate our solutions predominantly at the state and local level, and then we nationalize them. This is what Justice Brandeis called the use of states as laboratories of democracy. And so we put together a full program to do this, worked with 22 states through governors and executive orders and public laws to convene many thousands of public and private stakeholders together to go through very highly organized collaborative processes to develop portfolios of actions in all of the sectors that could be implemented at multiple levels of government to actually bring down emissions to levels necessary for climate change stabilization. We, in 2009, were invited to begin sharing this process and building capacity in China. And the starting place for this conversation, I recall well, was actually with a delegation of high-level officials in China who came to New York for some exchange that we were arranging with the state of New York and others. And the issue of private sector inclusion and engagement came up. And the context, I think, is critical because in the United States, we take for granted that our public policy decisions are made through democracy and voting rights. That is not necessarily the case everywhere. And so it wasn't certainly obvious to our officials in China that the private sector should be directly involved in policy making. And I think where we found some common ground quickly is the recognition that two heads are better than one, that when we include people from the private sector into public policy decision making, it reduces the mistakes that we make. It increases the reliability of the decisions, and we know this for a variety of reasons, but it opened the door for the government of China to really see the value of including the private sector in a way to cross the bridge into difficult policy areas that were very risky in terms of trade-offs potentially that would take place with the economy and the energy structure of the company. So it opened the door, and that opened the door to the formation of what we call the Low Carbon Development Program in China. And we spent the better part of a decade working with a wide range of collaborators to put that program together with the focus at the subnational level, provinces and cities. That was deliberate because in China, the 12th five-year plan, which established goals for emissions reduction, energy intensity reduction, and economic growth, also was intended to implement bottom-up through the provinces and through the cities. And so, lo and behold, we had parallelism between the United States and China in terms of the need for bottom-up capacities to move forward. Let me ask Barbara, are we going to get any slides possibly, or are they up here now? They're behind me, but not in front of me. So I'm not seeing them down here. Okay. Maybe I shall stand? Okay, all right. So I'm so sorry to be doing this the old-fashioned way without slides and then finding out that they're behind me. So we began the formation of this process in China. And this was a collaborative process that involved many different parties and increasingly and incrementally the private sector. But it began with technical institutions and the government, and it began around the co-development of a toolkit that could be used to support decision-making in this area. And you can see that over time we gathered actually quite a significant number of institutional partners to go through a process of co-development, and I use those terms quite carefully. This was not merely a technology transfer process, it was a co-development process. It was designed to support a mainstreaming process for change in China that involves sequentially starting with co-development of tools, then piloting, then arranging national endorsement of pilot results, and then rolling out and mainstreaming. And that's precisely the program that has been followed over the last 10 years, basically, in China for this program. There's quite a bit more about that you can read up on our website, but it did result in everything that I just mentioned, a successful co-development. In 2013, we did a pilot application in Chongqing. In 2013, the national government endorsed this for mainstreaming nationwide, and then we began a program of training and launching these programs in 30 provinces and cities over 3 years. So this was the foundational work around low carbon development. Very critical, because in order for us to engage the private sector, it's critical to do that. And in order for us to move to where the next great opportunity is, which is creating products and controlling risks, we have to do the foundational work around low carbon development to begin with. It needs to be multi-objective. It needs to achieve economic, energy, and equity objectives, et cetera. We then began a special focus in South China on renewable energy implementation, and that's really, I wanted to share a couple of details around this with you. And this was grown out of the broader capacities for low carbon development, but with a special recognition of the importance of renewable energy. It is one of the 3 great pillars of action we have to take to stabilize the climate, along with energy efficiency and resource efficiency, and then learning how to store carbon. And there have been many great efforts in South China to advance renewable energy, but they've run into barriers. And so we were specifically asked to help facilitate resolution of barriers to the regional scale-up of renewable energy at deep decarbonization levels, but recognizing that there were local feasibility barriers to that. And have gone through a process which ultimately has resulted in the formation of a pilot case, the capacity for formation of a business model, and then the mobilization of investment, but with increasing levels of participation from the private sector. We went through a process that has, in South China, brought in research institutes, universities, but incrementally more and more members of the industrial community to be involved directly in this process. You're not going to be able to see the details there, but one of the most critical components of this was actually working with private and public sector and technical institution representatives to figure out which technology applications for renewable energy are likely to work best in South China, considering that they not only need to be feasible economically, they need to deliver the kinds of energy access needs that are important. They also need to be financially feasible and mobilize investment. So we're into classic multi-criteria analysis, classic multi-criteria screening. The reality is there are many, many, many very specific versions of renewable energy that can be pursued in order to do this, products, if you will. And it turns out it makes a very big difference which of those you pick in terms of their feasibility. So we worked here at an early stage with the private sector to involve them literally in the scoping, screening, and selection process for the pilot project, but more broadly for the portfolio of actions that would be implemented in South China to achieve new goals in these areas. I'm going to fast forward because that resulted in the development of a pilot for industrial rooftop solar PV, which is where the pilot went. And that pilot, which we weren't expecting that technology to emerge actually, took place in the context of an investment climate that we see more broadly, and I think was referenced in the earlier session. What we see is that we have an investment community that's interested in investment in this area if it is controlled, and if the risks are controlled quite aggressively, and the rate of return they need to see to be able to move into this area, in this case it's 8.2%. So we think about a risk-adjusted interest or discount rate that's required for the market to invest. We know that at the other end of the spectrum, if we do not have aggressive price controls and aggressive risk controls, those rates are over 20%, and there's some in between. So we really looked at all 3 scenarios to figure out how is it that we design, in a collaborative manner, a system in South China that meets the needs for risk, return, and impact all at the same time. And in this case, very aggressive risk control levels. And the short story is that this has succeeded. We were able to generate a return of over 10%, which met the rates for the blended finance community as well as the public finance community to mobilize funding for a very large scale-up program for industrial rooftop. And so we're not talking about a single project or clusters of projects. We're talking about very large aggregations into a program scale and a market scale, and being able to put together a business model that will do that. This is the classic case where you have upfront costs that are fairly significant and then ongoing benefits downstream, but you've got to make these work. These are screens in terms of the sensitivity analysis on the different levels of risk that you face based on the amount of control that you're engaged in. As a side note, UNDP has done some great work recently on de-risking that I think is very consistent with this. So we looked at different rates here, and the short story is the low rates work real well, the higher rates don't. So the government and the private sector have to work together to put in place the risk control measures that are necessary to give us a shot at working with these low risk levels, these low risk adjusted rates, because that's what it takes to succeed here. This implies also the formation of a business model, which is collaborative and staged and brings together all of the requisite parties that reach agreements to take actions, and we specify also the requirements for participation that they have. This can be fairly complex because it actually involves a large number of different parties that go through this process of creating products and controlling risks. And there's a version of this that varies from one program to the next. In South China, this business model is emerging now in more detail now that we've reached the early stage of this. But these kinds of decisions and participatory inclusions are quite critical going forward. So in terms of what we were able to do here, we learned some really key things. Distributed renewable energy in South China, lo and behold, is very attractive. If it's done right, it's not just a matter of relying on the grid to solve everything. In order to do that, however, we have to form products, transactions, revenue streams out of the public policy goals and measures. And once we do that, then we're able to move to the next stage, which is arranging financing and investment that's leveraged to do so. And we went through a 10-step process to do this. This is a standard process that's generic but customizable. It was applied here. It's been applied in many other places as well. We think it's important to have a standard expert process that is customizable. It is something that can be replicated. We designed this to be roughly 80% generic and 20% customizable. This has been in use in many different places in the world. But it requires partnership. It is a tremendous opportunity then for participation with the private sector. And in this case, it was really the successes that have happened in China have been founded on that kind of procedure, but also the inclusion of participants from the private sector, even though traditionally that has not happened in a formal way. But the market itself is opening the door and sending the signals to say, you know what, the public and private sectors need to now be directly involved in the formulation of public policy. They can't be separated in order for us to attain these lower levels of risk that open the door for the kinds of investments that we really need here. And I will leave it at that, but would be happy to follow up with additional thoughts if it's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Thomas. I think that was extremely helpful to really understand a little bit how you can operationalize some of these, strategies, national strategies into concrete projects. So I think lots of key factors that we've heard from you here are certainly innovation in the process, and I think, some of the key elements that we've heard also from Detlef before, get the risk and endurance right, make sure you have the right business models, and also standardization, I think, which will help to actually, make these types of processes replicable and really get them to scale. But before going, a little bit deeper into some of the elements here, I'd love to hear from Marvin a little bit experience from Nigeria and really, how you are, what's the drivers at the national scale for you to actually go towards scaling climate finance. So Marvin, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I am going to speak about two major things going on in Nigeria. The Ministry of Environment floated a green bond, which is an initiative to get private sector involvement and funding. It's going on very well. And then there is a second project which has to do with cleaning up remediation of impacted sites across the Delta region. I mean, it has been a challenge over the years for the last 4 decades, and currently the government has started a process to remediate all of these sites, starting with Ogoniland. Actually, there was a United Nations Environment Report that made a set of recommendations for implementation by the government. That assessment was carried out sometime between 2009 and 2011. So the government is on course setting up the implementation of that, that report. The major thing there is the environment that was impacted over these last 4 decades. In cause of this, the vegetation, the land, the waters were destroyed. And a major aspect of what we're about to do is to reclaim, restore the vegetation. So after a remediation process is an aggressive afforestation process. And that is the link between what the government is doing and the green bond and the private sector. That's where we're coming from. So I happen to be the person who is coordinating the remediation of the report, the implementation of the report. And the agency is called Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP. So HYPREP mandate, do we have the slides? Maybe I just go through a little bit of what it is. So HYPREP is an agency of the federal government of Nigeria. It has its governing council chaired by the Minister of Environment, and it has a mandate to ensure remediation of contaminated soil, groundwater, implementing recommendations in UNEP. The UNEP report. Its governing structure includes a council that drives policy, board of trustees, and that manages the fund and project coordination office. HYPREP is financed from a trust fund, contributions from the oil sector on the principle of pollution pay principle. And we're starting with initial $1 billion investment. All of that is coming from the oil sector. But additional funding is going to be required by HYPREP to undertake essential projects, for example, afforestation and livelihood, critical to long-term sustainability. What has happened is over the years, in the communities where the oil has impacted, they've lost their sources of livelihood as well as the environment in terms of land and waters. And so there is also the economic impact of these impacts of oil spill that we need to deal with while dealing with the environmental concerns. And so additional funds to do that will be needed. Afforestation is actually the major part of this project. UNEP recommended and stated that it might take up to 25 to 30 years to get back, to regain the ecology of this impacted area. The green bond process is one of the sources intended for additional funding needed by HYPREP for its additional project. HYPREP activities aligns with the federal government economic recovery and growth plan, being part of Program 7. The federal government of Nigeria has a program that is aimed at economic recovery, and that's the program where HYPREP also falls under. Additional projects of HYPREP will improve the economic and social well-being of the target communities. The target communities are those communities where there has been oil impacts on their soil, on their water, for the last 4 decades, which the government has started the process to remediating. And green bond financing will provide necessary independence from Ogoni Trust Fund, which must be used for remediation activities. A key part of the UNEP recommendation is that the $1 billion initial funding should be used strictly for only technical environmental remediation activities. That means that programs like afforestation, restoration, as well as livelihood training are not covered. And it is important that we get that bit covered. Climate credentials, impact of afforestation are some of the things. So my interaction in this forum today is to see how we can get high-prep activities to conform with the conditions needed for green funding, for private sector participation in a way to support the community as well as support the green initiative of the government by attracting private sector participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marvin. Again, I think a very interesting experience and really how you're also, I think, connecting a little bit the previous kind of the industries of like the fossil fuel, like using kind of a trust fund from the oil industry actually to finance this kind of program, and then linking it to some of the innovative tools and like financial products such as green bonds, really making sure that there is a good connection. So let me, ask you a little bit, kind of to dive into a little bit deeper some of the success factors. I'd love to start with you, Detlef, also based on your experience obviously from the private sector over the last decade. So really understanding, also what you've heard here, what do you see as kind of really some of the success factors to attract the private sector, but then also, what you've heard here, what is needed to replicate some of these good stories and some of these best practices that we hear from a couple of the countries.
Well, I think first, if you look at it from a technology perspective, it's clear that like 10 years ago, the renewables were expensive, and therefore it was very much a belief to implement them. If you look at the cost of technology today, and also if you look at the expected cost of technology going forward, and you can call it green, and whether you talk about wind, solar, transmission, batteries, EVs, whatever, it's only going to get cheaper. Meaning that the concerns of the economics should be totally eliminated. Then the question really is, wherever your approach is going to be from a country perspective. We have seen just over the last 2 years that we've moved away from many markets that had a feed-in price into that it is now auctions, which again means that, let's say, people always say, well, the market has to fix it, but you don't talk so much about, okay, so what are the frame for the market? But from a technology cost generation perspective, that's not where the concern should be at all. Where the major issue is really to look at having, as we talked about before, the frame in place to make it happen. And of course, we just heard some very interesting examples from China and Nigeria, and every country has different starting points, because it's also a question of energy security. And therefore, I would say it's really about taking the toolbox and make it happen. So let me just give one example. For all the countries that have signed up to the Paris Agreement, why would anybody tax green electricity? Why would you? If this is what you want, so I know it is very difficult to introduce a new tax. We know people have been saying for the last 15, 20 years we need a carbon tax, but that seems not to be possible. So if you want to make, for instance, a carbon tax in reverse, is say everything that is contributing to this should not be taxed. And that is just one very simple tool in the toolbox that you can use. And I understand that it's difficult because it means that you have, for most governments, you have to find out to tax something else in order to make the governments to work. But this is just one of the examples that you have to sit down and look at. If we really want to make this happen, why are we taxing this? Very simple question.
Excellent question, certainly. And I think, maybe Thomas, asking you a little bit also about the case in Ghana that you've briefly mentioned before, and maybe like building a little bit on what Detlef said, what is the policy framework there that, you think is that feasible in, the emerging world as well?
Thank you. So we actually conducted a very interesting exercise. It's only been within the last 2 weeks or so, so I'm a little tired because of the number of airplanes that I have been on. But we have a group of 35 people in Ghana who are experts and representatives from the public sector as well as the private sector, businesses and financial institutions, civil society, and technical institutions. And we went through this exercise, which is one of the modules in our curriculum, on how to screen and identify priorities. So Ghana has an NDC. They are, of course, interested in the further development and implementation of the NDC. But Ghana, like other countries, is also interested in doing many other things in addition to the NDC that are related and have the potential to actually be even more effective at climate stabilization and related goals. So we looked at the NAMAs, the sustainable energy plans, the sustainable transportation plans, all of the different things in all of the different sectors in Ghana that potentially could contribute to and were related to the NDC. And that list became 186, if you can believe it. And that's the good news. It is, of course, the bad news because that's too many. And we needed to screen that list down to a set of things that would be the highest priorities and the best candidates for the mobilization of investment and support for implementation. And so the next step was to ask this group, which of these 186 could we standardize and aggregate? Interestingly, they felt most of them could be. Some of them a little trickier than others, but they had a high degree of confidence that with additional work, most of them they could standardize and aggregate. Then the next question we asked was, which of these could be turned into a transaction where somebody pays something, somebody makes a commitment, a promise to pay something in exchange for a product or a service that they receive. Once again, they felt that most of these could be converted into some form of a transaction. Now, the consumers, the businesses who would be buying something that would be low carbon and would help them would not be able to pay the full cost in many cases. They will need help. And so the role then of concessional finance and grants, et cetera, things that can help close this gap that exists became very important. But still, we were at a stage where most of these things could become products. So we could create products. It's very interesting because our national education institution in Ghana that we are working with, and they will be the repository for this curriculum and toolkit when it's fully developed, specializes in product development. And so they see this tremendous opportunity to create products out of these sustainable development goals and climate change goals, and that those products can be created and they can then set the stage for financing and investment. And at that stage, the members of the financial industry who were present said, now we're talking. You've now done something that makes us very interested in having this conversation and working with you on designing these products and arranging for them to actually work in the marketplace and be financed. We went to the next stage beyond that, which was to get a little bit further into which of these work best in terms of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, which are the big ones, which work best for energy access and other important national goals. So you can imagine this process that would reduce this set to a set of the highest priorities, but in a way that ensures we're picking and choosing things that have a really good probability of mobilizing the necessary levels of finance, not just from the government, but from the private sector, and not just in Ghana, but outside Ghana, that we actually have a fundable program in the future at scale. We're very excited about this process and the ability to replicate this in other areas. This is just the beginning of what will follow then to go to the next stages, which is designing these actions quite specifically for implementation and ultimately forming the business models that are required to go to the next step. So I think this story is a great one, but I would just add, we think one of the most important things that has to be done is to be able to teach people how to do this. So we're forming this curriculum that will be ultimately available globally for the same kinds of exercises.
Right, that's certainly, I think, education and raising awareness and showing actually what works and then replicating elsewhere, I think, is one of the key factors. I very much liked your point also about standardizing and aggregation. I think that builds a little bit on, avoid the obvious, so like do the obvious, don't tax green electricity, and like then make it simpler also for the private sector, obviously, to make sure that, that is understandable. Before like opening it up to the audience and ideally also getting a few other stories, and I know we have some colleagues here that can bring some perspectives from other countries, including from India, which I think is one of a key country to learn from. I'd like to ask Marvin just very briefly how you know, if you kind of talk to other decision makers in Africa, you know, what would you know, advise them to do to learn from your process? You know, how can you replicate what you've done? You know, what should they avoid? What is it really, you know, that is most important for them in order to attract their domestic private sector?
Well, the drivers here, I think we have to look at the needs of the investors while looking at the needs of the investors and tying it to the available technology and expertise that exists in each of these different territories. It is true that we may accept that the technology for green activities available globally, but that may not be realistically the case in each of these territories. Green energy, for example, is something that it's on the rise in other parts of the world, but in the African countries, they're still struggling to get that started. And so initiative like that started in Nigeria is one of the very few that exist. And it is out of the determined effort of the government and the Ministry of Environment to ensure that this is initiated. And tied it to another huge challenge, which is the environmental challenges that exist in the local communities. There was the need to link it up. In terms of replicating it in other areas, you replicate it. Before you think of replicating it, you need to look at the local circumstance, the local conditions, and the available resources in these places. You look at a situation where green revolution or green initiative is appreciated. It's promoted because you need funds to do that. In governments where the funds are not available for the other basic needs like shelter, like food, then the last thing, I mean, maybe not the topmost thing on their mind would not be the investment in green technology. And so these are the peculiarities, the challenges that we have to, while designing the framework on a global scale, we should also look at it in the different localities and considering the different challenges that may exist. In Nigeria, we have the advantage of a huge pool of expertise. We have the government that is driving this now. We also have the problem that as it exists, and it was important that we link it. I believe that sharing of information, awareness, like you've said, education, training, and also unrestricted access to some of these, what I say, patents. Are there patents in this? Are there ways we could deal with all such issues in making sure that such technologies are available, and also release of funds, attracting the right investors? Setting destinations are good for investors, while setting destinations are not so attractive. So these are all the considerations we need to look at. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Marvin. And I think particularly 2 points I'd like us to take away from this. And I think the first one, extremely important, understand the needs of investors, really understand, you know, what they're looking for, because I think this is a way in which you then really can attract the investors to your country. And the second one, I think we gotta go away from seeing climate action as a niche. It really needs to be integrated in the overall economic reality, and it really needs to become a business case. But like having broader, you know, a broader narrative around the opportunities about climate action, but also the side benefits on livelihoods, on biodiversity, on job creation, on everything. So really kind of, you know, coming up with a broader perspective and a broader framing, I think that we really need in order to attract the private sector. We have started a little late, so I'm going to just like give one or two, the option for 1 or 2 comments from the floor, if there are any, before we are going to kind of try to sum up and then have Jens join us on stage. I see Druber in the back there.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. This was a very interesting session. I just have a comment to share based on the previous one and this one in terms of trying to what we are seeing over here is there is a lot of finance which is there, apparently there, which says projects, finance and technology being there, projects not being there. Where the project side, as we get into the project side and it's there, it seems that the finance is not there. Now, something that we are probably missing, which came out in the earlier session, which said that there is something unknown to the investor, to the lender, and also an issue of saying, in addition to being unknown, there is also an issue of saying, do I do this, do I not do this from the money side? So there is a gap in information that probably needs to be bridged. What I'm coming to, and is my question, my comment is this is what we are doing in India. As a clean energy finance facility, we are trying to identify very hard areas of distributed renewable energy and taking them to money, preparing them and taking them to money. And this reflects on the earlier session where a gentleman from Amundi had said, and John from the bank had also commented about preparing these projects and take it so there is more private sector interest. But the question that I have for the panel is as follows. We are seeing that the money is not coming in. Either the money says that I do not want to get in because it's not known, so therefore it doesn't come in at any price. And I am primarily talking about debt because when we talk of billions, trillions of dollars sitting, and projects do need 70, 80% of debt to NDC projects or whatever need that debt to be. So it doesn't come at any price. If we bring it to and prepare them and bring it to, it comes at a price which is higher than what makes the projects affordable. The cost of money determines, and I'm from India and I can tell you very clearly, the cost of money determines the viability of these projects, whether they come to fruition or not. Now, is there some way that this panel could respond and think of saying, if we were to reduce the price, and that is where public capital could come in by cross-subsidizing or possibly setting a price to the carbon in some way because this is getting offset. Because if we are not able to reduce the price of money, I don't see many of these projects getting financed or taking off. What is it that could be done? Thank you.
Thanks, Shubha. I think we had one more comment.
Thank you. My name is Leszek Kąsak. I'm from the Warsaw Deloitte office. I have a very quick and easy question to the panel. Does the private sector need any additional action from policymakers? Is it now ready to take over the responsibility of delivering global climate action? Or are there still some expectations from the policymakers debating and not far away from here?
Great. Thanks so much. Okay, so two questions to the panel here. The first, really, how can we get the costs down, basically the price down? And I think I'd love to start with Ditlev, actually, also again, like hearing from you a little bit from your experience from the other hat of your private sector part. And then the second one on really what's the policy that's needed, if it's still needed or not.
I think on the question of cost of capital, I think you have to ask yourself, where does the price increase and cost of capital come from? Of course, it varies from country to country. But just a few years ago, it was also an additional risk factor that let's say, the reliance of the technology, is it going to work, is it not going to work? That was some of the things that was put into the business case when it went to credit committees. What we are seeing today is that that's not where the risk factor is being applied. That's not seen as a risk anymore. And I think it's also important to say from that perspective that maybe this case has not been prosecuted well enough. And what I mean by that is that what is the real risk of a wind farm, a solar panel, or something that if something goes wrong, it is basically not there. You can think of other ways of generating energy if something goes wrong that it has a huge cost. So I think that we are, from a technology risk and cost perspective, in an area where there should basically be no cost applied from that one. We probably can't change the cost of capital in a given country. But what we can look at is whether the regulatory framework is something that warrants more cost for the investor side. And in order to mitigate that, my suggestion would be that in any country you will have companies that are big consumers of electricity. And teaming up with them, because coming back to the bottom up, the more that you can engage local champions into this discussion who will need the electricity to drive this change, the more easier it will become for small and medium-sized enterprises to join. So you need some local champions who can drive this and hopefully also who can show a way how to create some additional economic activity that will unlock the potential for further investments.
Thanks so much. Thomas?
So Barbara, I think wonderful questions. And on the policy question, let me just suggest that there are two very important areas where governmental policy can help. The first is the formation of a product, converting a public policy goal or a measure into something that is a transaction and can be standardized, and then as a product can be aggregated. The government can create the atmosphere by which this can happen by permitting this to happen and encouraging it and allowing the private sector to do that. And this is a collaborative process. And I would just encourage you to think beyond projects. I would encourage you to think about going into transactions and products, because then you are talking the language of the business and financial community. The second area where public policy is so critical is reducing the cost of money. And I would really encourage you to read a recent report issued by UNDP on de-risking that does a wonderful job of going through a full menu of different risk factors that inflate the cost of money, and then the kinds of responses that can be put in place to reduce them and their effectiveness. And if you don't do any of that, then the cost of money is 20% plus. And if you do all of it, the cost of money is under 10%. So this is something that can be managed. In Ghana, we went through an exercise with the group to actually develop the Ghana-based risk menu. And I would just conclude by saying on that menu of risks that need to be resolved, the very first one that the financial community identified was the lack of knowledge. They said, before we can really have the conversation at all, we need to understand what you're really talking about in terms of this particular activity and functionally how it is going to work to bring down greenhouse gas emissions and improve energy access and all these functionalities, because they're not experts in this area. And to be fair to them, there are so many different things that we can do to improve the atmosphere. It's hard for any one person to understand all of them. They were asking for an opportunity to engage in an educational process as a way to get started, and felt that it
should start with government coming up with the right policies to develop the framework that will allow for participation of both the private sector and other parties in this. It's also a collaborative process where you will need the active support, participation of the private sector. But for that to happen, there has to be the regulations or the regulatory framework. You also look at the monetary policies. What are the things the two earlier speakers have explained? All of these put together will allow for private sector. I want to add that the reason an investor will invest in any project will be because there is return on investment, significant return on investment on whatever project. And if we can't define that in relation to the individual needs of the companies, individual needs of the investor, then we're not going to be moving forward. So while we're expecting government to develop the framework to provide the environment, we also need to look at the specific and particular needs of the investor, like like I explained, you needed a local electricity company to participate in the process, because the electricity company has a need, sees the needs, has something in it for their operations in terms of their benefit. So if an investor cannot find benefit in a project, then they're not going to put their money. And this benefit needs to be tied to the needs of the society, and that is where the government comes in, where they can come up with a policy, a framework that captures all of these together. the lack of knowledge is another thing. We're talking about climate action. A lot of us here, we all understand what climate action is. But outside of this room, when you talk about climate action, it sounds abstract. People can't connect with exactly what you're saying. They don't understand how going off one foot onto the other or moving from one form of transportation to the other has anything to do with them. They don't understand why they have to do it. And so there is need for an aggressive sensitization and on how people should understand the importance of climate action. And so I'm thinking that a combination of all of this, training, government, private sector involvement, and all the parties that need to participate in this, we all need to sit down and look at it together. But my views are that government will be the driver, and the private sectors should be given all that they need to participate in the process.
Great. Thanks so much, Marvin. So let me very briefly, before handing over to Jens, just summarize kind of the key takeaways that I've heard from this panel here and from the good questions that we had. I think how to attract the private sector, certainly to the question of the last gentleman there, I think regulation matters. I think the role of government is still critical in being the engine behind really scaled up investment. I think it's both in terms of predictable policy environments, but also getting domestic capital markets right, making sure that really the overall setting of the country, of the regulation is really conducive for private sector involvement, and most of all also avoid distortion, I think, coming back to your point here, Ditlev. I think second, risk and returns, you need to get them right, get the balance right. I think in that context you need both innovation in financial solutions, in business models, really making sure that you address the barriers in the market in a way that really kind of enable scale by aggregating, by standardizing, but you need also innovation in the process of the collaboration between public and private. I think you've heard of lots of good factors here and how you really need to make sure that the private sector is engaged very early on in this process that really can allow kind of to come up with the right business models. I think third, certainly what came up from me from this panel here is knowledge matters, information matters. You need to make sure that you come up with the best practices, but also with the failure stories, as you've said, Thomas, and really share the knowledge in a way that really can raise awareness across the board for public and private sector. And I think that ties us a little bit to the training that Marvin again has highlighted, training and education to make sure that people are really aware. And I think all that in the end, however, comes down to what I've mentioned briefly on, like, get the narrative right. So really make sure that you communicate why climate action is good for everyone. So really make sure that you tie it to the needs of the society, and in this way really to the needs of the investors. And ultimately, I think it comes all down to partnerships, but also to leadership. And I very much liked your point, Ditlev, on make sure that you do engage the local champions, make sure that you identify local champions. I think both in the private sector, but again, for me, it's also the champions in governments that really can make a difference. And I think all that hopefully will help us to get the right enabling environments to scale private investment. So with that, let me just thank, first of all, my panel here, and then hand over to Jens for a quick notice before the coffee break. So thanks.
Thank you also from here to the panelists and to Barbara for an excellent case session. Before we go to the coffee break, many of us were part of a reception last night or evening, which was a joint reception sponsored by State of Green and also Wärtsilä. And before that, we had some technical difficulties in presenting a video from Wärtsilä. And Wärtsilä is one of the sponsors of the World Climate Summit this year. Wärtsilä is a smart technology and life cycle solutions company within the marine and energy sectors. So now, before we go to the break, I just really hope we will succeed in showing and presenting this brief video. Please.
The future's not what it used to be. The city was a place you could be sure of getting work. People flocked here by the millions. The promise of a better life. Fast forward to your parents' time, building a home and raising a family. And as you grew, so did the city. With waves of change, our lifestyles evolved. The things that excited us, the way we consume, faster and faster. But the city wasn't built to grow like this, and the cracks started to show. Resources stretched to breaking point. Weight buckling the foundation. Our imagined future, a fading mirage. A broken city. A broken dream. Change needs to come. The city's problems can be solved on the ocean. The environment depends on it. Infrastructure depends on it. Our children's quality of life depends on it. Our journey with the sea is just beginning. It's time for a worldwide awakening on an oceanic scale.
So now I invite you all to for a 30-minute coffee break, and then back into 2 rooms. So this room will be split into 2 rooms, and there we'll take the perspective of the financial sector, so you can hear the views of BNP Paribas, American Development Bank, Bank of America, European Investment Bank, and other financial institutions. Thank you.
if you like, a sort of breakout into the two sessions. In the first session here, we are going to be talking about the developing markets, the development markets track, and the enabling environment, that critical part of the puzzle when it comes to investments in developing countries, the policy, the technology, and the finance, and how all the different actors have an important part to play in that particular puzzle. I would like to now immediately hand over to our moderator, Mr. Anthony Young, who is the Director for Climate Change and Green Growth in the African Development Bank. Sir, please.
Thank you so very much for the kind invitation. This is something that is very important to every one of us in the emerging markets or developing countries. We are aware that about 75% of the resources that would be required to address climate change would come from the private sector, even though we would need that public sector money to leverage these private sector investments. Two key issues that people cite most often as being challenges in bringing these private sector investors into this climate space. One is the risk. How can we provide the risking instrument or any other risk mitigation measures to ensure that more private investors come in? The second is the enabling environment, the political leadership, the accountability systems. How do we create that enabling environment to allow investors to come into this space? I have in front of me here a very seasoned team of panelists that will be doing justice to this. We have here from the government, we have from bilateral organizations, we have investors, and multilateral development agencies that will be giving us perspectives on this. So let me start by introducing our first panelist. It's not in the order they are sitting, but it's Peter Justice Derry, who is the Deputy Director and Head of Climate Change and Sustainable Development Policy at the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, Innovation of the Government of Ghana. So Peter, you're welcome. Then next to him is Philip Isher, who is with the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, Government of Switzerland. Thank you very much, Philip. And next to Peter, on his right, is Dr. Megumi Muto, who is the Director General, Global Environment Department of JICA. JICA is the Japan International Cooperation Agency. It's doing quite a lot in developing countries. Then we have Fabrice Leseche, I think I got it right, who is the Vice President and Spokesperson for MEDEF, doing quite a lot of projects in emerging markets, particularly in Africa. I'm sure we'd like to hear what's going on there. Then, to my immediate left, we have Anders Berlin, who is the Senior Advisor for UN Capital Development Fund in charge of the fund's investments. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you. So, to open up, Peter, you're from the government. Everyone talks about enabling environment, and they expect that this is the responsibility of governments. What is it that you think has worked for you in Ghana? There are a lot of projects coming into Ghana. What has worked? What more can be done to make it work better? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's working? Okay. Thank you very much. And let me use the opportunity first to thank the partners for this investment COP for inviting Ghana to be part of this dialogue this morning. We are very grateful for that. Coming from the government side, what is very important is that you need to have the necessary policy frameworks if you want it to work. That is very critical. And we're not just talking about policy frameworks that sits in the shelves. We're talking about implementable policy frameworks that you are determined to actually carry them along. And that is what Ghana has done. For example, Ghana has developed a very good climate change policy with a master plan that accompanies it and that stipulates exactly how we are supposed to move our climate change agenda forward. So that is the starting point. So anyone coming to Ghana, that's the starting point. You can find information there, and that tells you our vision, that tells you where we want to go. The next important thing is to have the appropriate laws. And in Ghana, what we have done is that we are beginning to incorporate climate change in most of our legislations that we have. For example, the legislation that regulates the environmental impact assessment has been revised. And currently we are introducing climate change into that legislation because that is the legislation that ensures environmental integrity in terms of the delivery of projects and programs in the country. So that is also very critical, having the appropriate laws in place and ensuring that things are done right. The third thing is to ensure that you develop the appropriate structures. The structures are very, very necessary because the issue of ownership, the issue of capacity will depend on the kind of structures that you establish in the country. And over the years, that is what Ghana has been doing. We've established a very robust climate change national committee with various thematic working groups that look at various subject areas to ensure that whatever you are coming with, people have expertise to really be able to examine and be able to work with our partners. And then the fourth one is partnership, which is very critical. Because if you look at what happened in terms of the CDM, there was a lot of complaint that Africa did not benefit. Of course, Ghana is also one country that did not benefit from the CDM. But why did we not benefit from the CDM? Because we lack capacity, as they normally say. How do you get capacity? You can only get capacity through learning by doing. And how do you carry out learning by doing? By working with people. You need partnership. You need people that you can work with. Then you can learn from them. You can transfer skills. You can transfer whatever knowledge that they have in country so that you can. So that is what we have also been doing. And that is why this time around we are not going to wait. We are not going to allow the train to get to the station before we get there as a country. We want to wait at the train station for the train. And so we are making a lot of preparations, and maybe some of you would have heard about our initiative with Switzerland. We are currently trying to see how we implement the ITMO in Ghana in an initiative that we are currently discussing with the government of Switzerland. We're looking at the energy sector, areas like cook stoves and also solar PV developments. So these are some of the things that we are doing, making sure also that you are always at the train station before the train arrives, and not for the train to get there before you go there, because the train will never wait for you. So these are the critical things for me that I think that every government needs to put in place, having the appropriate policies, the appropriate legislations that incorporate what has to be done, making sure you have good partnership, working with them so that you can transfer knowledge and skills. That is the only way you can ensure that projects are successful in your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I've learned something today. Wait at the train station. You don't accompany the train. It's easy to miss the train if you want to go with it. So that's very interesting that you've talked about the key drivers for you. Partnership becomes quite important. Legislation. 2 weeks ago, we carried out training for some legislators, and we found that there are still countries that make it illegal for you to generate electricity if you are not in that monopoly that generates energy. How do you create distributed energy systems if such laws are not repealed? How do investors come in? So thank you so very much for that. And then I turn to you, Peter. You're with Switzerland, responsible for trade. What is it that you are doing to ensure sustainable trade in Switzerland and with your partners outside? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now it's fine. Thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me the floor. I mean, first maybe I have to correct something. I'm not part of the trading part of Switzerland government. I'm part of trade promotion within international cooperation. So that's in that sense important, because what we do is actually that we try to help
some of our country partners to improve or just to have access to international markets. An element that here is of importance actually to increase and also the sustainability of these activities is one effect is that we are part of different initiatives with the goal to price carbon. So carbon pricing is one key element of our activities, especially then also with other partners, with other donors in the context of World Bank activities in the first place. Another element is that we try to improve the resource efficiency of private companies. Here we have just launched a new initiative which tackles then industrial parks to help to green them. It's also here the same question, how can you price negative externalities? And the third element of our approach is actually we have a focus on sustainable management of natural resources in general. There you can say, okay, we try to combine, in that sense, landscape approaches with value chain approaches. So at the end, maybe to go back, in our view, maybe the central element to help to green trade is the pricing element, and here maybe the most important thing is actually what happens in countries they produce the goods. That's then also the reason that we say, okay, let's help them to, first of all, to get ready, to understand what how a pricing scheme for them could look like. Is this a tax or an ETS or just some plain regulation? And then as the second step, you can then start and help them to develop some building blocks for the implementation of such a scheme. Yes, so far from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. I know that Switzerland is trying to meet its Paris targets through these market mechanisms. But then one other thing we find happening is the controversial issues around the price of carbon. When you look at the definitive work by Stigler and Stern, it tries to place carbon price at a certain level, but also notes that this would be determined by political economy of certain countries and so on. How do you think that might play into what you've talked about, helping countries to put them together to determine how they would price these externalities?
First of all, it's correct. Actually, Switzerland has submitted NDC, and in that NDC we say that a big part of our commitment we want to achieve by buying offsets. So that's also the reason why for us, what's happening right now at the moment in the negotiation is of big importance. We hope that we can make one step forward in establishing a solid international carbon market which respects and also environmental integrity. When it comes to pricing, maybe we have here nonetheless to make a big distinction. One is actually the pricing that can happen within a country, so that a country can set its price, for example, by a tax or with the ETS. And then we have to say the difference is then with the international carbon pricing, so the trading. So here I expect, or it's already now the case, that prices are extremely different. I mean, this is also the reason why you want to establish such schemes. I guess, but this is only a guess, that the price setting from the CDM world to the Paris Agreement world will change dramatically. I expect new players, and I'm not so sure if this is for the benefit of the market, but at least these players will be there, and this will be the administration. And this on both sides, buyers and sellers. And one big problem or a big challenge will be how to guarantee that they also have the absorption capacity to deal with this new challenge, with these new questions. And one thing I see on the seller side of potential host countries actually, that they have, first of all, really to understand the NDC. They have to know where they want to become active. And they also, I guess, the best thing would be that they also define in which sector they would like to invite project developer, that they say, like in the case from Ghana now, okay, we are interested in a cook stove. There we do not foresee national activities, but we won't give that space for developers. And the other question is of course the price setting. Countries have to face the challenge of opportunity costs, because there is the fact of corresponding adjustments. So they have at least to understand how much of the price they actually want to see. And also here, the only thing they can do in the first place, actually, they need to have transparency and also at least internally to define, okay, what do we want to get out of these activities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that one of the issues private sector would consider in this space is the price of carbon. If it becomes lucrative, they will come into it. But if it is the way, taking the case of CDM, we saw vibrant, engagement with the private sector because there was a good price signal. Fabrice, you play in this space, dealing with issues of carbon markets, carbon pricing. What's your take on this? What are you finding out on the ground?
I think, first of all, let me thank you for your invitation, especially Alexandra. We are interacting with you since 2 years now, and I think we share some concerns or some interest about carbon pricing, carbon markets, and making it happen on ground. So maybe I would like first to correct also something. I'm not representing MEDEF, which is the French business union, but I am representing AERA Group, which is my company, more modest, but maybe even more interesting for the topic today, because AERA Group is doing two things. First of all, we are supporting project developers on ground to certify their carbon activities to the UN, to the gold standard, to the VCS. And we have a second component that is obviously linked with the first one. We monetize the resulting carbon assets to generate extra revenues for these projects. And since we started, we have registered maybe plus 70 projects in Africa under the CDM. I think the number for African project is 200, 250. So we have at least a technical experience, and we have a portfolio today that is around 40 projects active in 18 countries for which we sell the carbon credits. In the last, if I tell you all these figures, it's because I think it's also important that we come back to the very ground level. In the last 12 or 14 months, we have sold around 600,000 tons, and the transactional average price was €2.45, which is not bad considering the trend of the last 3-4 years. Among the projects we support, we have the first wind farm of Mauritania, the first solar farm of Senegal, the first biomass power projects, Biokala in Côte d'Ivoire, some small hydro in Madagascar, some cooking stoves in Ghana, in Burundi, some cooking stoves in DRC, some waste methane recovery in Cameroon. If I tell you all this, it's because to say we have seen a big diversity of projects, so the carbon price applying for many different projects, and the dynamic is quite different. And what I want to say, and my key message today, it's not about tools, because the tools, we have many tools. Carbon markets is like a commodity market, so all the financial tools apply to carbon markets, forward contracts, spot contract, derivatives, everything. We don't miss creativity in tools. And I will even say that some tools that appear in the market with this reverse auction and corridor of price and very smart mechanisms are a barrier for developers, because they cannot appropriate themselves these tools. What we need and what works for us, because at the end of the day, this is your questions. What works for projects on ground? What works for us is a price signal, but a price signal is not enough. If you have 15 euros tomorrow, you will not attract lots of projects. Why? because the confidence in the market has collapsed, and because you will have the opportunist people that will come and will try to grasp and take risk, but people need to see a carbon price that is lasting over time. So more than tool, you need an infrastructure of the market that ensure that people, when they will put their money, when they will take their time to put their efforts into a project, that they will be rewarded. And definitely, the problem today is that we cannot ensure to anybody that he will see some price. And what we are doing is that we are doing some very opportunistic pick and shop of different markets, because this very centralized, let's say a few years ago, international carbon markets has completely exploded and became a mosaic, completely fragmented, with opportunities that arise in various markets, but you need to follow the regulation very, very closely. For instance, an asset in Ghana that worth few cents in the CR market, that worth the same asset can be valued 2, 3, 4 euro in the voluntary market, and maybe tomorrow can be valued, or today can be valued 20 euro in South Korea. But it's the very same asset. So if you have access to this information and you are trader, you can pocket lots of money. We are trader, but of course we don't pocket so many money because it's not lasting in the long run. So always 2/3 of our profits goes to the developers. So it's quite transparent, and it's more easy to work that way. But it's very difficult for developers to have access to those information. So the intermediaries have a major role, but the problem is that you need every month to follow the regulation. South Korea rules was 2 or 3 months ago. Maybe tomorrow China will say we accept some kind of international offset, or Corsia will restrict or this. So an asset that was valued 0 can be valued a few euros ton. And this is a problem for liquidity. This is a problem for fungibility. This is a problem also of demand. So it's quite huge. And what we need is only this, because at the end of the day, there is nothing better than a price over time that is ensured, that is fixed, because the developers on ground, they don't need so much capital. They don't need so much capital. From my experience, they don't need so much capital. What they need is they need this contract with the quality of signature from the counterparty. Of course, if it's a new fund, the bank will not value this when they will study the business model. But if the government of Switzerland, if the UNFCCC with a fund, or an international institution, or a multinational is emitting this contract, long-term contract with fixed price, the project developer go to his financiers, private equity or traditional banks, show the contract, and this is valued because these people know how to do their job. And it's even, for everybody, it's more intelligent, because nobody from outside the country takes risk, because you don't know how to assess so well the risk when you are outside the country. It's better to reinforce the local capacity of a financial system. It's better than a bank in Ghana finance a project in Ghana, because at the end of the day, you also create profits for the bank in Ghana, and the bank in Ghana knows better how to assess a risk in Kumasi. So this is very important for us to keep this kind of vision in the market. And today we are very far from all this. All the production of the international, I may be a bit tough, but it's a bit to be provocative too. What we see is you speak about capacity building, but I'm 10 years in this market. I have seen so many capacity building everywhere in all countries of Africa. The problem is that people move. They go, they are retired, they change jobs, and with the crisis of the market, they change also sectors. So you have to start again. So how you make sure it's the institutions that have really the process. And we have seen also many initiatives way too complex for private sector, way too complex, or even initiatives that were not designed for private sector. If I speak, for example, about the Green Climate Fund, really, even for people that take a lot of time into it, it's very complex. So you will tell me that it's not directly for project and it's through intermediaries, but how you can also give a signal to private sector to go to low carbon technologies. Sorry, I've been a bit long, but thank you.
Thank you so very much. That was quite informative. And the private capital, we'll get to it, sir. The private capital we know is very timid. It just doesn't jump out. It goes to where there's stability in policy, consistency in returns and all that. And you've raised that fact that even if the carbon market, the price of carbon goes up to €100 today, it may not necessarily attract because the private sector wants to study how stable that is, which means it might be risky. So one of the other issues that we deal with are the risks that the private sector needs to address to get into this involvement. So at that point, I call on Megumi to talk to us about how through JICA you're dealing with the risking initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is it working? Okay. My name is Megumi Muto from Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to sit on this panel. And for those who don't know JICA well, just let me say that we are international cooperation agency owned by the Japanese government, and we do sovereign financing, technical assistance, as well as a private sector window, which is still very little, but we think that it will be an important window. So we are like AFD and little Propalco put together. And we provide concessionality, concessional financing as the main portfolio. So the question for me is the role of public sector to de-risk private sector investment in nascent markets. Let me talk about one example in Mongolia where we induce the investment of SoftBank fund owned by Son Masayoshi. So why did we could we do that? This project in Mongolia is about a wind farm, the first wind farm in Mongolia, and we did it through a project finance structure. And for us, it was debt. Wind farm of 50 megawatts. And it was like a first move market creation type of transaction, and the loan was co-financed with EBRD. The key point was the recourse, of course. At the very end, there was this power purchase agreement with the off-taker, which was the Mongolian government. And for us, the decision was really to take this risk or not. It was not an easy decision, but one thing that I would like to underscore is that our long-term relationship with Mongolia with a series of technical assistances helped us in making the decision. I'm not saying that because of all these technical assistances that we were doing in the past, that kind of like directly helped to take the risks, but there was a correlation at least. What were these technical assistances? It was in the area of master planning, not only on energy, but also on industrial design, as well as urban development. So in many sectors. Capacity building, both institutional as well as individuals, and a lot of infra projects, sovereign infrastructure projects. So we had this long-standing cooperation with Mongolia. I think it is along the line of what Peter was saying, helping Mongolia in bringing in the structures and the policies, and we went through that process together, and that helped us in making a reasonable, I would say, assumption on the pattern of decision-making in Mongolia. We haven't articulated, we haven't quantified that, but that really helped us in making this decision to take the risk of the wind farm in Mongolia together with EBRD and the SoftBank. From the SoftBank, Son Masayoshi-san's point of view, they were delighted because they didn't have a channel to talk to the government of Mongolia. They didn't have a clue. But we helped them in bridging that. And together as a group of investors, we were successful in bringing this project finance into reality. So my conclusion by sharing this case is that technical assistance, often done by development agencies, can be one key in the de-risking scheme. We provide concessional financing, and usually this concessionality in the financing seems to be an integral part of the de-risking. But technical assistance can also be a very substantial component of it. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Technical assistance would be very important. Like we've talked about capacity building. That's great. So I now turn to Anders. You are in an organization that creates innovation, basically. You don't just invest for profit, but you try to change the market. So could you share some of those innovations you think or you've done with your guarantee instruments to attract private capital into investments? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me. Just maybe a few words first about UNCDF. UNCDF is a very small UN agency. We're affiliated with UNDP. So, and that's also, I think, the reason why I'm here. We try to work together. It was founded in 1966 and was mandated then to do loans and guarantees, really to be the development bank of UN, but never really translated into being that. We did grants and TEA over the years. But in a few years back, the management decided to strengthen their loans and guarantees operations, and I was hired to start working on that. Our focus is really on LDCs. So when you talk about green investments, it's really very challenging in terms of the investment climate and putting through the investments. We have two thematic pillars. One is financial inclusion, and we work with clean energy. It has to be some sort of financial component in that. The second pillar is local development, and there we work with local green infrastructure. So some of the businesses we invested in over the last 1-2 years is clean cook stoves, solar irrigation, solar mini grids, sorry, solar home systems, hydropower, ecologically sound and sustainable farming. And it's mostly been in East Africa and West Africa, and South Asia and Southeast Asia. And UNCDF is often focusing on smaller tickets. So these are smaller companies, often below the radar of DFIs and development banks and even some impact investors. And even we're trying with domestic banks, but often they are very risk avert for various reasons, so they're not coming into the play. And the companies we're looking into has a number of challenges. So often there is a technology that has not been tested. They have weak cash flows. There might be, not so much collateral to access finance, and they are small. So it's hard to find sort of the risk-return requirement for more commercial finance. So that's why we're finding them, right? And there are 4 ways that we help them. And this is very basic for any financial person. So on interest rates, we try to find an interest rate that is sustainable for them. So we elaborate with their financial models and make sure that the interest rate is a cost that they can cover. So it's usually concessional below market. We look at tenor. We work with longer tenors, so they have a repayment period that makes sense for them. And then thirdly, we work on grace periods. So often they need to ramp up their business and get some cash flows in to pay off the loan. So I think we work on all of these three. And then we complement that with TA. So we work quite a lot with them to make them investment ready. And then when they are investment ready and getting the credit, we also work with them post-investment to make sure that they understand what credit is about and how they should service that. Our preferred option is really to work and leverage our concessional finance with domestic finance. We work a lot with different local development national banks. So we work, for example, in Tanzania with Tanzania investment banks in a number of cases where we help them finance mini grids and solar projects. And often that takes quite a long time. So when we work with have a local domestic bank part of the package, it usually adds another 6 to 9 months just to come to a close. And we can then try to structure the loan so we come in subordinated to the domestic bank just to leverage and make sure that they feel comfortable with the risk they are taking. So we absorb some of the risk. And we can also absorb the risk by providing the concessional loan that we are doing. The challenge is, of course, to minimize the concessionality. You should always try to minimize concessionality and still have the deal to happen. And also, we try to understand so we're not distorting market. So you have to have a market scan so you're not subsidizing something that's then are destroying more than it's adding. The second way that we that we work with leveraging domestic finance is with guarantees. So we work with local banks just to see that they can go out and provide the debt to these companies, new solar companies, whatever it is, with some confidence. And often these domestic bank has a very strong collateral requirement, as you know. So these guarantees that we come in with really replaces that requirement from the bank to these companies, and that makes it happen. I think I stopped there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled with the fact that you go where most others find very risky, the least developed countries. And so it means we can strengthen private sector participation across from the middle-income countries all right down to the least developed countries. So I think at this point I like to open to questions. And do we have a roving mic there? Okay, yes, please.
Yeah, John O'Brien, UNDP. I just wanted to make a comment and a question for Fabrice. I liked what you said about the carbon market, but I think all of us in this room need to understand why the carbon market didn't succeed. I mean, when people say it wasn't a success, I tend not to agree because there were 3,000 projects, there was 4 billion tons of CO2 reduced. The reason the carbon market did not succeed is in 2012, the European Union took the decision to no longer allow CERs in the EU emission trading scheme except from LDCs or SIDS. And what that meant was that overnight, there was no market. The market that was a liquid market, there were 10 exchanges, there were 15,000 companies, there were governments, there were hedge funds, there were traders, there were buyers, and overnight that market just disappeared. Just at the same time that all these African countries were getting in place their infrastructure ready, people were developing projects, and the market just disappeared. And now as we move into Paris, we have a fragmented carbon market. We have Korea, we have some stuff going on the west coast of the US, we have New Zealand, where I'm from, we have Europe, we have China, but we don't have a global carbon market. And the only way to create that demand and a signal a carbon price is to not resurrect the, not dead, but the almost dead CDM. And we all know that it can't be the same as before because under Paris you don't have developed and developing countries. But if we want to send that signal, we need to have a way that the CDM can continue, and I'm interested in Fabrice's thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'll just take 2 more questions to make it easy.
Hi,
yes,
everyone. Thank you. So where do you see the role of blended finance playing in this market or in this enabling environment? Particularly, we heard the kind of large-scale ticket sizes of the development finance institutions, but what about those innovations that kind of live in the valley of death? So those innovations in technology that perhaps aren't at the bundle or size of market scale to attract investment.
Third, and we take another round.
Harold Hirschhofer from TCX.
when Peter started to talk, I was very holding my breath. I was wondering, so he mentioned 3 points, right, which are very important, and I was missing one point, and I wanted to ask him about that, and also extend that question perhaps to Ms. Muto from JICA, because which provide a lot of financing. It's about macro stability. Because if you don't have macro stability, the financing costs are going up sharply, and affordability is also undermined. So what is your government's position on macro stability? Is this a fourth item you missed or you would add? I heard once your finance minister speaking, and it was very encouraging. Ms. Muto, is Japanese government, is it concerned about macro stability? You have a lot of loans in yen, but how does this impact the credit quality if suddenly the exchange rate depreciates sharply?
Okay, thank you. So we start with Fabrice. Very clear.
Thank you for your comment and question. I completely agree with you about CM, but let me go back in what you say. You said, if I understand you correctly, that the CDM worked quite well, and with this EU ETS stopped and the market collapsed. I agree with you for the main, but I have to say, to be completely honest, that before this drop in Africa, the CDM was not so much disseminated for many reasons. But we cannot say that it was working for Africa at this time, at this point in time, since the entry into force of the Kyoto Protocol to 2012. No, but I will go to the end, and I agree with you. That's why I say. I think there are 10,000 projects even at the registered on CDM, so it's 3 times more. So it's a big success. It's a victim of its success somehow, because overflowing too of credits from China, India, Brazil. But the problem is that the countries that had a good appropriation of the scheme started to flood the market, and the private sectors go in the most easy market. I don't say that it's easy to work in China, India, or Brazil. I say that you have economy of scale, because if you put an office there, it's simple as that. If you open a company there, you have a big market, so you can duplicate your operations in few cities, few countries. You can have 100 wind farm projects. When you go to Africa, if you go to Benin, the depth of the market, it's very small. You cannot have more than 5 wind farm projects. So then you have to go to Togo, you have to go to Cameroon, you have to go to Nigeria. And people forget, some people forget, that these countries have different rules, completely different cultural patterns, completely different. So it's very difficult. The markets are quite small compared to the emerging economies. That's one. Second, I really believe to it. Everybody laugh every time because they think I want to defend French. It's not true. It's Francophone Africa. It's less than 0.2% of the CDM market. Obviously, the countries have deep problems of infrastructures, of governance, of whatever you want. But you cannot imagine that a scheme where there is no appropriation and there is a language barrier. They can translate, but it's not about translation. It's really to appropriate the concept and everything. So I think this was important too. Then I agree with you to say that the CDM and the program of activities, because the CDM board also had some innovation in terms of methodologies, in terms of approach, and for instance, the BOP technology, the bottom of pyramid technologies, the program of activities were very much fitted for African cooking stoves, solar kits, and water filters, etc. Obviously, when you are in Niger or Chad and the energy sector is connected, the grid-connected energy sector is 100 or 150 megawatts, the abatement capacity in this connected grid, at least, is not very big. And when you think about outside the grid, you have many villages, but again, the cost to go to the last mile, and if you think about mining site, there are 2, 3, 4, 5, but it's not a deep industry. So I agree with you that it's then raised in terms of number of projects, and today it will be a craziness, completely crazy to kill the CDM. You have infrastructure, methodologies, process, registries that took many money, many years, that people are fluid with it, and you see with GCF that when you install new process on something completely different, it's very complicated to have it fluid. So why? It's working. Maybe you can improve, but it's working. It has delivered registration, it has delivered issuances, and we should use the CDM as a robust system of accountability, results-based finance, traceability. And I even don't understand when I see in the press that some people that wants to defend the fight against climate change, even we have seen this, I think, this list of NGOs that say about CDM is bad, but they want the chaos, they want nothing, and this will be a big problem. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we'll keep the responses short. We'll have lunch together, and then we can continue that interaction. Peter?
Thank you very much. Yes, the fourth point is the micro stability, and that's very critical. Maybe I missed that out. It is very true that if you don't have a very stable microeconomy, it becomes very difficult for investors. I mean, the uncertainty, investors, what they don't like is uncertainty. They have to be very certain so that they can have long-term planning, because that's what business is about. As a country, over the years, there have been issues with micro-stability, but in recent times, government is putting in place a number of actions to ensure that we stabilize our microeconomy. First and foremost, we have successfully come out of an IMF program, and of course, that's an indication that the micro-stability indicators are getting better, or else then we would have had challenges, we wouldn't have been successful in this process. So that's number one. The second thing is that government has decided to legislate on how it borrows. And now there's going to be a cap by law that governs any government that comes, So that is also a way of ensuring that. And then in this legislation, a council is going to be set up that will regulate the microeconomy. Currently, we don't have that system in place. What we have is we have two systems, one in charge of fiscal policy and one in charge of monetary policy. Now we want to have a comprehensive council that will be responsible for managing the microeconomy in the country. And I'm very sure that once these things are put in place, we should have a very stable economy, and then investors can be very sure of how their investments would work. And that will also determine the kind of interest rates that banks would be charging for facilities that they give out to the private sector. So that is very, very critical, and I do agree with you. I want to go back to the issue of, if you permit me, the issue of the EU and the CDM. I am the designated national authority for Ghana. For many years, we did not understand the CDM. At the time, Ghana was understanding the CDM, and there was a lot of interest that had registered almost about 20-something to 30 projects, big projects in waste, in energy, and you may be aware of that. That's exactly the time that happened, and that collapsed all the interest. That we cannot run away from it. I agree with the points that you made, but for us, as developing countries, that was the main challenge that discouraged many, many investors from coming. So it is important that we learn from the lessons that we have gone through in the past to ensure that as we move into the future with the ITMO, we avoid some of these pitfalls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Megumi. Micro-stability. Yeah, two working, just turn it, okay.
Thank you very much for the question on the macro stability as well as currency mismatch. Yes. On the macro stability, emphasize that JICA's main business is really sovereign financing. And on the sovereign financing side, macro stability is quintessential. And we always work with our partner countries together with IMF or the World Bank or Paris Club to make sure that the risks are minimized on the macro stability. Having said that, yes, bulk of our loan is denominated in yen, and I would say that we still have a lot of room before we get to the efficiency frontier on the best mix of currency in our portfolio. We still have room, so we appreciate discussions, for example, with TCX. One little thing to add on macroeconomic stability, when we observe in Southeast Asia, a lot of the events caused by natural disasters, typhoon or earthquakes in Indonesia, they are triggers for macro instability. And especially when it comes to flood, typhoon, it is directly related to climate change adaptation, the context that we are sitting here. And we are putting a lot of emphasis on building framework systems, capacities for disaster risk financing. I'm not saying, designing a particular insurance projects, instruments, but more in the sense of bringing in resilience in the fiscal system, as well as in the financing of specific sectors and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a second question out there.
Sorry, may I just add?
Yes.
Now it works.
It works.
May I just add one thing to the CDM, because these discussions are currently going on. From Switzerland's point of view, it would definitely be a shame if we would lose CDM or actually the knowledge created doing the CDM. But the question is now actually how to transition it from the Kyoto world into the Paris Agreement world. And here still there are some major issues which, at least to my knowledge, have not yet been solved. And the major question is actually how to guarantee environmental integrity, because this has changed, so it's a big question in terms of corresponding adjustments. And in that sense, we are not really dealing with technical thing here. That's a policy consideration, which, as we all know, something it's hard to follow, but it is out there, and at the moment you have to wait how actually the solutions then will look like, if it's a solution. Thank you.
Thanks. Anders, you want to take the question of finance?
Sure. So, well, blended finance, I think, there's a number of, it's been around for a long time, but maybe not been named as blended finance, but the last few years, blended finance has become really a fashionable word, and I think a lot of actors is diving in there, and I think there's going to be sort of a cleanup the coming years to see what works and what doesn't. But I definitely agree, how do you actually support companies, in the value of death, and especially, we talk about the missing middle, and where we at UNCDF are trying to target companies which needs credit from 100,000 up to 1 million or 2 million. That's really where we see an enormous need, and we can, with our small balance sheet, we cannot respond to that, and that's why we hope to partner with UNDP. No, I think, that what it actually needs is, the development finance institution to reach down to this level and provide more risk capital. And I think you have a number of DFIs as owners of banks in emerging markets, and they should provide more equity to those banks and make sure that they provide the credit to these companies. I do believe guarantees is another good instrument to incentivize local banks to reach to these companies in sort of the value of death or SME space. And ourselves, we are actually going to set up a fund which has that specific purpose with a third-party fund manager, just to make sure that we can reach down there.
Thank you very much. I think if I may add, for us at the African Development Bank, when we talk about private sector, it's not so much the likes of Coca-Cola. Most of our private sector are SMEs, and they find it very difficult to access the larger funds of the multilateral development bank. So we set up an SME fund that will do all this for the SME, but it's insignificant. I think it's important that we begin to think more about those SMEs and micro SMEs to be able to get to the grassroots. I'll take one more round of questions. If you have some burning question, burning issue, then we can take that. If not, I want to ask my own question to the panel, roughly. Ease of doing business. We've seen a country like Rwanda move from 150 to 26. And I think we have also seen a lot of investments move in there. We're talking about CDM. The same conditions that would apply for any investor coming in to build a road would also apply to doing those projects that would earn carbon credits. How do we think we can encourage developing countries to move up that ladder and therefore attract investors? I get back to you, Peter, then to Megumi on that, since you come from this space. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It just goes back to what I said initially. If you want to improve on the way you do business, you need to have a direction. So you need appropriate policies in there. That will tell you that when you come to Ghana, this is what you have to do, this is where you have to go, and this is the kind of person you need to see. People need certainty to know where to go when they come. So policy is very clear. And like I said, the policy must be an implementable policy. It's not just a policy that sits in the shelves. You mean what exactly you are saying. So when the person comes, he gets there, he really gets the kind of information that is needed. That's number one, because time is money. The second thing, like I said, is the issue of laws. People want their businesses guaranteed and safe. People must be assured that when you come and invest in this country and you run into problems, there is a window of opportunity to seek redress. Redress that will not take years, redress that will not take further commitments in terms of finance, redress that will be quick and would recite that people can get satisfaction. That's very, very critical. That's one major thing that you can do to improve ease of business. As a country in Ghana, these are some of the things that we have identified, and government is currently revising most of the legislations that deal with some of these things to ensure that, in the first place, our judicial system is well placed in a way that can deal with some of these issues quickly. So you realize that government is setting up commercial courts, special courts, tribunals that can deal with issues that come up as a result of maybe disagreements between businesses and partners. You know, that's one critical thing. But another thing to do is the fact that government itself must guarantee the space that is needed for private sector. I normally say that private sector on its own is very good at managing risk. The private sector is very good at it. Government is not good at managing risk. So you need to create that space that allows the private sector itself to be able to navigate and manage its own risk. That's that one, instead of crowding them out. So where you think that it is necessary to allow it completely for the private sector, government should pull out completely and serve as only a facilitator. Many a times the issue of ease of doing business comes as a result of bureaucracies, bottlenecks, and it's because of government interferences and things like that. You know, so this particular government's agenda is to see how it can sit or pull itself out of doing business, because it's not the business of government to do business. Government is supposed to facilitate and ensure that the private sector drives the engine of growth. So these are some of the things my country is looking at, and like I said, under the reforms with the IMF, these were the issues that were identified and have been dealt with. Of course, with micro-stability, once you find solutions, you don't see the results immediately. It takes some time for you to realize that these things have actually yielded the needed results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me get to Philip on that same question. You're from government.
I mean, the experiences we have made, especially in the field of resource efficiency, is actually that what Peter has just mentioned is of big importance. But probably it does not tackle all elements. It's what he has said addresses especially the reason of the space of growth. So how to intensify growth, but this is just one aspect. If you start to talk about efficiency gain, so then the situation looks completely different, because actually you can growth without being efficient. It just depends on certain prices. And if you want then also tackle something like negative externalities, so then you just need more. Then you need regulation, or you need something that really incentivizes that those costs are just get priced in one or another way. And here I fear we definitely face the fact that in many countries, probably in most of it, here we face quite often a policy failure. Maybe we come up with regulation, but then the next step, the enforcement, so then it gets tricky. And I would say probably all over the world, because always somewhere are elections ahead of us. But how to deal with these opportunity costs? So when you then deal with an SME, I mean, they are the owners. You go there and you tell them, oh, it would be nice to implement something to increase to become more efficient. Actually, this person can ask themselves, why should I? We grow anyhow. The money I get there, I can use now to make my company fitter, but I can also use the same money for myself, or I buy jewelry to my wife. Maybe that does me better. And here, without regulation, I fear we will go nowhere. And then I see the problem to link then these companies to financial institutes. That's definitely a challenge, but why is it the case? Also because these financial institutes does not yet understand that also the environment has changed, that the requirement has changed, that they have to deal then also actually with new the new legislative background, which then also can help them to come up with other investment decisions. And also here, we are back on square one. We need regulations.
Okay, thank you very much, Megumi.
Thank you very much for this question of how to really create markets in a not so favorable environments. Let me go back to the case of China and Thailand in the past. 10 years ago, I had the chance to review our cooperation with China in the early 90s and Thailand in 80s, where they were starting their industrialization. We found out that there were 3 types of market failures. Sorry, I'm talking like a professor, but it was like that. No? Market failures. Human capital, institution and policies, and economic infrastructure. These were the key market failures. And China, for example, they created industrial zones that really concentrated the investments on these 3 fronts of market failures, and they created success stories, and they went on. I'm not a particular advocate of industrial parks or SEZs, but it worked in a lot of cases. China, Thailand, Vietnam, yes, and now Cambodia and Myanmar. We know that in the current data economy and the different innovation environment, the models should be different, but in our approach to Myanmar and Cambodia, we are trying to make sure we really look into the real market failures that they are facing and trying to solve one by one, practically. And it happens to be special economic zones and creating success stories in this well-designed environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabrice, one last word.
I very much agree with what has been said for large CapEx projects, but I have a different approach for the small CapEx projects. For the bottom of pyramid technologies, I really don't think that governance, of course it's better if you have a good governance, if you have a stable country, etc. But we have experienced that the governance does not matter. We have worked in Guinea under Dadis Camara. We have worked in Burundi when it was troubled time. We worked in DRC when it was troubled time, or in Côte d'Ivoire. And why? It's because the local entrepreneurs manage completely their risk, the situation. The risk is really spread out. You don't have international partners. You don't have guarantees. You have organic growth most of the time. And the most important on this project is the carbon price, is the revenues. As long as there is money, there is project. It's our experience. I don't say that I plead for bad governance, but I think it's not the same for large capex projects and this kind of projects that can fly even in difficult contexts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Anders, one last thought.
Well, maybe on a slightly different term than if you look at policies, what we've seen in these countries is very much that if you have a sound fiscal and monetary policies, the domestic banks are not always playing the treasury bill game. That means that they are not always investing in treasury bills, but actually investing in risk companies in the country. We need more of that. And for that to happen, and for banks to not choose to put their money in treasury bills, but in small and medium enterprises, you need sound monetary and fiscal policies. So, treasury bills are not yielding much more than a loan to SME.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude by noting a few things. The first is that for us at the African Development Bank, in relation to the African continent, we've realized that one of the greatest impediments to attracting private sector is the narrative we've had on climate change, about risk, about gloom, about doom. This is not what the private sector wants to hear. So we've changed that narrative by investigating, looking into the opportunities that are out there. The nationally determined contributions for Africa is a bundle of opportunities. They have solar rooftop, they have on-grid, they have off-grid. This is where the private sector comes in to implement those NDCs. Not necessarily because they are seen as NDCs. This is a channel for which national development will be implemented. So when private sector comes in there, it will change the game, but we need to help them to create that issue as a market, as a business opportunity for the private sector. So for that, we've established what we call the Africa NDC Hub with a couple of organizations, 18 so far, that is out to create those opportunities for the private sector to come in. 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, we held the first Africa Investment Forum. This would come out of these NDC hubs, and we discussed deals of about $3 trillion in Johannesburg. Private sector people came in there themselves. And so this is what we want to be doing every year to create, come in, we help you, we develop the projects, we let you see the internal rate of returns, we let you see the profitability, you like it, you buy it off. And then we use the money and develop others. So that's what will come in. But we also realize that there is a challenge in creating the resources that the private sector needs. Most times we think finance for climate change must come from external resources. We've created what we call the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change that brings together every player in the financial sector in Africa, from the ministries of environment that set the policies to the central banks as regulators, stock exchanges, institutional funds come together, change the way you do business. How can we use these resources within the continent, and honestly it's huge, to attract private investors? How do you, as banks, as insurance companies, support private investors on the continent? So we believe that this is something that will go on for long and help to be a game changer, such that no one will be looking at, I'm investing in climate, but you're doing smart, good business. And in that process, we will be delivering on Africa's nationally determined contributions. So I want to thank our panelists. Thank you so very much for an exciting time. And I want to thank the audience. Thanks for making this a success. Thank you very much.
If I could just before everyone breaks up, just so I can tell you what's happening next. First of all, I want to say add my own thanks. Thank you very much, Anthony, and to the panel. Just only one slight additional anecdote to that excellent summary and to what was said. I think it was said a few days ago that the African pension business is worth $700 billion, but most of it is not invested in Africa. And the reason is indeed the enabling environment. And actually, that's definitely one of those challenges. So actually, in Africa itself, there is significant assets. It came from you. Thank you very much. That's great. So let me just tell you what's happening next. We will be having lunch to keep you all going. So that's, of course, pretty key. Now, what's going to happen later is that there's going to be two sessions going through specific projects, showcasing projects which are coming from different directions, and that'll be happening in two separate rooms. We'll call you to attention, if you like, for that, and that is called Implementing the Paris Agreement Project by Project, showcasing investment-ready projects. And then later on the developing markets segment, we're going to have a session which is called Stripping Away the Risk, Crowding in the Private Sector. And that is going to have some experts looking at, indeed, how we can, at the country level, bring in the private sector to invest. So with that, I'm going to ask you to please join us for lunch, where we can further network and talk and discuss what we've talked about today. Thank you.
private showcasing sessions for some of the private sector projects we have at the World Climate Summit today. My name is Ken Poon, and I'm the Director of Analytics for Blackstone Energy. The projects that we're presenting here today are quite global in nature, which I'm pretty excited about since my company that I work with is fairly North American. So it's really great to see kind of different work being presented for works around the world. So with that, I'm not going to kind of delay too much longer. Each of the presenters are going to have about 15 minutes to present various numbers of projects. And then what I'll do is generally hold questions until the very end. But after each of the presentations, if you do have any questions on clarification, just raise your hands and then we'll direct questions that way. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to present Joran, who is with Differ Renewable Energy. And I'd like him to kind of come up and present a number of the renewable energy and energy efficiency projects he has working in Africa as well as in Southeast Asia. So please help me welcome Joran.
Hello everyone. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I'm Joran Boen. I'm with Differ, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to present some of the projects that we have invested in and are open for taking on investors in. Just quickly about Differ. We are a investment and analysis company based in Norway. Founders include myself. We invest the money that the proceeds from previous ventures in the carbon and energy markets. Personally, I did Point Carbon, which was a leading analyst of global carbon markets. We're focusing on renewables, energy efficiency, supply chains, both within solar, but also, for example, biomass, Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. First case I wanted to highlight is the scaling of mini-grids for built-in markets in Nigeria. So this guy is offering his services in one of the many, many stalls in one of the built-in markets in Lagos. This is now powered by solar. As you can see, this is an enormous market. It has thousands of stalls like his. And this is made possible by hybrid lithium and lead-acid batteries. What we think is exciting about this is that it's supporting Nigeria's NDC, which contains a pretty ambitious off-grid target. And it has a very attractive structuring in the sense that the guy down to the left there, if he wants to be part of this market, he also needs to support and join in the project structure here. So he will be part of it if he wants to have a stall in the market. So we are in a way secured in terms of participation from the shop owners. And then the private sector dimension here is also very strong. We, as Differ, we're investing in BOS, the provider of the batteries here and the remote monitoring systems. And RenSource is a private sector entity that works with both project capital and equity capital for funding these mini-grids operations. And obviously, what these guys have been doing before we entered was to run an enormous number of diesel generators. So this is a major step forward, both for local air pollution and noise, but in this context also the global greenhouse gas emissions element. Second project I wanted to mention is an initiative in Zambia where an NGO called Norwegian Church Aid has been, over a period of time, engaged in agricultural, climate-smart agricultural initiatives, basically. So they have run these for quite a while. What they cannot achieve is actual scale, because they typically would have they would not have the upfront cash to start off yet a new initiative. They would only be able to do so once they have secured funding. What we're basically doing now is trying to establish a special purpose vehicle, the red one in the middle there, together with Norwegian Church Aid and Vitalite, which is a provider of solar electricity, pay-as-you-go, where we are trying to provide upfront cash for the scaling of climate-smart agricultural initiatives, which would be drying solutions. I'll come back to one of them later, and also cooling and energy solutions, which they have the nice aspect that they are both, from an NDC point of view, both helping Zambia on the mitigation side, replacing diesel, but they are also an adaptation element, because they help farmers get more resilient and also scale their yields. So we're trying to get a business model running where cooperatives and farmers are the customers and are paying fee for service to this SPV, and then we have these other partners providing technology and financing to get these projects going and scaling what is already operational. So hopefully we'll be able to help Norwegian Church Aid scale these initiatives that are already ongoing, but could be replicated to a larger extent. And in both of these, we are using technology for remote monitoring, which means we can both find out how every day or week or month we are, for example, producing solar compared to the average day or week or month, but we can also, and that's the bottom row there, recalculate that into carbon reductions. Then I also wanted to highlight a different type of solution, which is dissemination of clean stoves, in this case in Timor-Leste and Indonesia. We are invested in a company called Prime Cook Stoves, which is manufacturing in Indonesia and distributing stoves at scale in Indonesia, Cambodia, and also some East African countries. And we hope to be able to scale distribution in Indonesia and Timor-Leste. So we have some users here. One of them is using it in a household. The other one is using it in a small restaurant. This is mostly household equipment, but it could also be used in small restaurants. From an NDC point of view, This is relevant for Indonesia in the context of anti-deforestation. Obviously, there are large initiatives in Indonesia that could, on a generic level, have larger impact, but household usage of biomass is also an important component in the usage of non-renewable biomass in Indonesia. Timor-Leste, to my knowledge anyway, does not have an NDC yet, but it has a strategic development plan which goes to 2030, where usage of energy-efficient stoves is a key component in order to reduce biomass dependence. So we are wholesaling this to different non-governmental organizations and MFIs, and have been doing so up until now, and we'll try to scale this, possibly through carbon finance, where we are thinking about reaching last mile customers and hence accepting a subsidy per stove in order to reach those. We think that's necessary in this case. Usually we only do market-based pricing, but reaching the last mile in this case is very hard, especially in Timor-Leste. The private sector involvement, apart from Prime, is differ as an investor, and also Armet, the manufacturer of the stoves that Prime is wholesaling. And obviously this is avoiding non-renewable biomass use and hence lowering deforestation in both of these countries, which is a significant problem. Somewhat related to that, at least using some of the main principles in biomass gasification, is the off-grid container kiln dryers that we are piloting in Malawi and South Africa. There is a very large market today for drying of agricultural and forestry products, and it's much, not all, but much of that is done on large farms and also community farms in developing countries, and that by nature happens quite often in off or weak grid areas. But in order to reach, to commoditize this type of produce, you need to dry, and you often need to dry very early stage in the supply chain. And the way it's done today is both very inefficient and costly and high emitting. So we are developing a drying kiln that helps these farmers deliver much higher quality produce at lower costs. We do that through, and you see a sketch of the kiln there, the container kiln. It's a natural draft solution, which is similar to the stove you saw on the previous page. So the airflow is no longer from a fan that is driven by a diesel genset, it's by natural draft. And the heat needed for drying is produced by burning locally produced, locally sourced biomass, very often from the operations of these customers themselves. They, instead of using fossil fuel or biofuel wood. And typical target markets would be farmers developing moringa leaves or macadamia nuts like this. And what we see is that there's a clear relevance here as well for the NDCs of the countries involved. The South African NDC is not so concrete on exactly how things should be done in order to reach its target, but it has a specific mention of the role of advanced bioenergy, which is clearly what this is about. And Malawi is very explicit that getting renewable energy, efficient biomass use, and sustainable forest management is an absolute necessity because it has a very large part of its emissions coming from those sectors. And we will be working both with South African entities in Kilnworks and also with a local Malawi project developer. And here we also see that there's a joint positive outcome in terms of the NDC. It's not only about mitigating emissions from non-renewable biomass and reducing the use of diesel gensets for the fans that are no longer used because you have off-grid kilns. It's also about reducing harvest loss and improving farmer resilience. So it's a clear adaptation element as well here. I think I'll stop with that to leave some time for questions and discussions later. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Jørn. Next, we have Didi from UNDP, and he'll be talking about his project on Shura-compliant green bonds. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the organizer for inviting me at this stage. It's very honorable for me. I'm Didi Hardiana from UNDP Indonesia. At this stage, I want to describe about our experience in supporting the government in developing the green sukuk or the Islamic bond. So this is not actually, well, a private sector's solution per se, but it could attract more investment from private sectors to the government projects. So in the beginning, I will explain about the climate change vulnerability and impact of in Indonesia, and then the process of the issuance of the green sukuk from the country's perspective. So as you all understand that the climate change is a global issue that affects the ecosystem and human livelihood. So Indonesia, as the world's largest archipelago country, is having a very high vulnerability of the climate change. And a study already shows that the increase of temperature since 1960s until 2000s, yeah, over than 1 degree Celsius. And of course, this will have impact in Indonesia, for example, of the increase of flood and drought in several regions. And then also damage coral reefs that also reduce the fish populations. And then the others also decrease water quality that can also affect to the waterborne disease and then later on to the human health. And as you already heard some news that the forest fires in 2015 also cost economy loss quite a lot, and also of course a biodiversity loss in our country. So the government of Indonesia already have several climate change commitments. Since 2011, we have the national action plan for mitigation, for adaptation, and also biodiversity. And last year, the government already ratified the Paris Agreement and issued the NDC, just like Jørgen said before. So the government pledged to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 29% by domestic resources and 41% with international support. And in the bottom, you can see that based on the national study, the government study, official documents on national determined contribution, and also the third national communications, there's a financial gap between the needs and also the financial resources from the government budget. So the UNDP already helped the Ministry of Finance, especially since 2012, to develop a system to identify and track the government budget through the climate budget tagging tools. So by these tools, we can identify how much budget spent to achieve the national commitment. And then also by these tools, we can, the government can also identify prioritized action plan, and then also to find more investment to fund the climate actions. These tools already legalized by the national regulation, and also integrated into the budgeting system, planning and budgeting system. So we start for fiscal year 2016-2017 for 6 related ministries, and in 2018 we also include adaptation. So now both mitigation and adaptation is included into the national budget. So based on the results of the climate budget tagging, we can see the increase of government budget to tackle climate actions from 2016 until 2018. Now it's 5.4%, and most of them is still mitigation. Why? Because, well, the National Action Plan on Mitigation is enacted first, while the adaptation is in the follow-up on 2014. And based on the sectors, we can see that the government have more priority on energy, because we have a lot of infrastructure project now, and energy efficiency, renewable energy is become the priority of the government of Indonesia. While for the adaptation, livelihood projects have more percentage than the other sector for adaptation. So based on the climate budget tagging results, the government able to initiate new financial instrument to combat climate change through green bond and green sukuk. Actually, in the main session this morning, already discussion about the green bond, and I want to just to echo again at this stage that well, it's increasing the market of the green bond in globally. We can see that now is 1.5 trillion climate aligned bond, but alone in green bond is already almost 389. Well, but most of the issuer is private, but if we for sovereign issuer is very limited. It's only Poland, France, Fiji, and Indonesia. We also expect that by issuing the green sukuk, we can also achieve the SDG goals. At least 11 is related to the framework of the green bond. So these are 4 pillars of the framework of green bond and green sukuk of Indonesia. So the first one is the use of proceeds must fall into one of the 9 eligible seekers that I will explain later. The second pillar is selection by using the climate budget tagging that we already developed since 2014. And the third one is the management of proceeds, so it can be used to finance the climate-related projects. And then the fourth one is the reporting of the green sukuk projects. The framework of the green bond and green sukuk is already reviewed by the independent reviewer called Cicero from Norway and got the grade of medium green. So these are 9 eligible sectors that can be funded by the green bond or green sukuk issued by the government. There are renewable energies, waste management, sustainable agriculture, and until the green building, and all of these 9 get different point from the C0. For the issuance, the issuance of the Green Sukuk in 2018, there are only 4 projects that are funded. They are renewable energy, waste to energy and waste management, and then sustainable transportation and energy efficiency. So the government of Indonesia has issued the Green Sukuk, or the Islamic bond, in March 2018, amounted to 1.25 billion. This is almost the same amount where Poland issued in 2017, if I'm not wrong. Why we issued the Green Sukuk is because we can attract more investors, and also we can distribute it to globally. You can see from the presentation here, from the slide, that 29% of the investors in the issuance of the Green Sukuk is green investors, while the rest is still regular or conventional investors. And they are spread globally from America, Europe, Middle East, and also Asia. The Green Sukuk issued by Indonesia, Bank Indonesia, is the first issuer, the first sovereign Green Sukuk issuer in the world. This is an example of the projects that in the Green Sukuk is the sustainable transportation. The government is building a railway from Jakarta to Surabaya. This is on the Java Island, the most populated island in Indonesia. It will help to reduce the emission from the private cars and also trucks and stuff from the used by the people. And then there are also renewable energy projects where the government built an airport with full 100% powered by solar power plant. So I want to explain about what UNDP support in the Green Sukuk initiative, and also who we partnered with. So we divided into 2, the pre-issuance of the Green Sukuk and also the post-issuance of the Green Sukuk. So like I said before, we developed the climate budget tagging in the state budgets, and then we helped the government to develop the framework properly, and then do the project selection for 2016 and 2018 projects. And then after the issuance of the Green Sukuk, we also helped on capacity building to the line ministries, because, well, this is a new for Indonesia. Of course, the ministries will need more knowledge and also capacity to able to report to the investor later on. And then we also support to help on campaign and advocacy to the Ministry of Finance, so that the management of proceeds and the reporting can be done on time. And the important thing is the impact reporting, where based on the projects that we already selected, each of them has to be have impact to the greenhouse gas emission or the climate resilience. And then the last one is the impact manual. So we're developing a manual, so later on the government can do themselves how to report to the investor regularly, because like as you may already know, for the green bond and Green Sukuk, the report to the investor should be done annually and based on the system and published in the government or website, for example. And in this initiative, the UNDP Indonesia also work with other expertise like the World Bank. We are partnering for post-issuance activities, while for the SSBC we are partnering for the framework development and also later on impact reporting. So going forward from what we learned from Green Sukuk initiative, so we we encourage the government to issue more and regularly the green bond and green sukuk, because for your information that until now, although there are 4 sovereign issuers of green bond and green sukuk in the world, but none of them have like second issuance of the green bond. So they only have the first, and then there's no continuation. But UNDP Indonesia is encouraging the government to regularly issue the green bond. And also we are exploring to help the subnational government and also private sectors to issue the same bond or sukuk. And we also already have a discussion with the government whether there could be diversification of innovative instruments such as sustainable and responsible investment, like SDGs bond and also wakaf linked sukuk. And the last one is championing and encouraging more issuance of new creative and innovative financing investment. I think that's all that I can say for now, but if the time is still available, I want to present a promotional video about our support on the green sukuk.
Green sukuk for sustainable Indonesia. Climate change is one of the biggest threats to human population. As an archipelagic country, Indonesia is hugely affected by climate change. A degree of increase in temperature in Indonesia is projected to raise the distribution of vector-borne diseases, worsen vulnerability to disaster, and reduce agricultural productivity up to 60%. Indonesia pledges to reduce greenhouse gases emission by 29% against business as usual scenario and up to 41% conditional to international support by 2030. Getting funding to achieve the national commitment is critical. The numbers are high, with $69 billion required to meet the targets. Over this period, the government's budget would only be able to finance $46 billion. In March 2018, Republic of Indonesia issued green sukuk amounted $1.25 billion. This places Indonesia as the first sovereign green sukuk issuer in the world. What is green sukuk? Green sukuk is a Sharia-compliant bond where the proceeds go exclusively to finance climate change actions. Green sukuk allows us to tap into a new type of investor. In 2018 issuance, 29% of all investors are green investors. These investors are distributed across the globe. The focus for 2018 issuance is in 4 areas. First, renewable energy. Second, resilience to climate change. Third, waste to energy and waste management. And fourth, sustainable transportation.
Indonesia has become a leader in combating climate change, but also in developing new financial instruments for green development, like the Green Sukuk, which was very successfully launched earlier this year.
Our Green Sukuk is a solid proof for Indonesia in keeping our promise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Didi. Next up, we have Bruce, and he has a number of projects to talk about as well in Ghana and Philippines and in other places.
Is the presentation. Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here. Real privilege to be on a platform coordinated by UNDP, and we've got a very good working relationship with them. Nice to meet old friends. Jorund, I worked with when we were building the carbon, environmental finance and trading business at JP Morgan, and we invested in Point Carbon actually, so good to see old friends back and doing some great stuff. Climate Mundial is a small FCA regulated corporate finance advisory business based in London. Daniel Rossetto is the founder, and he worked with me at JP Morgan, and he's continued to do carbon advisory work all through the last 7 years when most people pulled out. and I am an executive chairman and help him developing the business. So we do a range of advisory work, helping people develop carbon assets, but also arrange finance and public sector, private sector finance for projects. Where's the clicker? So I'm just going to talk initially about the scale of the problem, and then I'm going to quickly review 3 projects we're working on with UNDP. So I'm not going to talk at great length to these slides, but the scale of investment needed is huge, 3.5 trillion. We've estimated the reductions needed under the NDC at 28 billion tons up to 2030 to be aligned with the 2-degree temperature. We think there's 300 billion underlying investment in developing CDM so far, with much lower cost of carbon reductions than OECD, and we think that's going to be significant coming back to the top point. Private sector is key. No government has got the amount of money required. No banks have got the amount of money required. So initiatives like the Green Sukuk are pretty critical. These are our assumptions on the amount of the demand for carbon offsets to be traded. We think it's probably going to be between 5 and 10 or 15% of the carbon reductions required. We also think that any price above 30 euros per ton in Europe becomes a resistance point in terms of the economies and the political risk of acceptability. You just have to see what's happening in France at the moment with a fuel tax to get that. So we think there's going to be need for a release valve, and lower cost carbon reductions, which are measured and verified from emerging markets, are going to be critical. So funding them is critical as well. Everybody probably knows this. These are the key factors we think will need to be addressed to attract investment. What we look at very closely, and I ran a project finance in agribusiness team at Rabobank, and we did 45 projects out of 900 looked at in 16 emerging markets, and what we spent a lot of time on was the hosting environment. What is the regulatory environment, the culture, the legal framework that enable or discourage investment. This is our sort of Maslow hierarchy of requirements for funding. I won't go to that in detail. Rewards for investment, performance, and assumption of risk. People criticize private sector for wanting returns on capital. You will not get private sector capital without that. The question is, are the risks rewarded fairly, and are the people who are developing that not being overpaid and gaming the system? So that's critical, and we think regulation is going to be key for these projects. We think regulated entities will be much more the case for projects in the coming years, just because the intermediaries like banks and major multinationals, with the difference in compliance environment since this was really booming, and anti-money laundering requirements, it's going to have major implications. And right at the top, we have only done business where we think multilateral standards can be applied. It's a global problem. Without multilateral standards, we risk balkanization and not really understanding what a ton is in different countries with different metrics. So we look very much to use the CDM infrastructure. How it's carried into the Paris Agreement post-2020 is still slightly open for debate, but Article 6.2 and 6.4 look to be bringing that mechanism through, and we think it's really important. Just briefly on how to get funds in. Successful hosting environments make a difference. The better the hosting environment, the more money you'll get. One of the things we're working with, and it's really important, and that's why we're very pleased to be working with the UNDP, because of the relationships with the host governments. You've got to really align yourself to the objectives of the host governments, help them with their NDCs, help them with their policy priorities. And all of the projects we're going to quickly highlight have done that. We think one of the great features that was implemented in CDM was China's CDM appropriation fund. So share of proceeds was reserved from the sale of any carbon offset and then reused. We are in early discussions with the project on Ghana to do the same. We think this is a great way for governments to retain some funds and to hypothecate them back into further investments. So we think this is an interesting feature worth considering moving forward. So Gambia is a Solar V project which we've been working with UNDP and the government. It's going to be about 15 megawatts or kilowatts of megawatts of production. We're working with the national energy company, and there's an offtake there, and we've been able to attract interest from international power providers and attracted by the PPA that's being put in place. The projects are being funded with private sector capital and equity and debt, and we're getting the equity in there because of the concessionary finance, which makes, there's a cushion on it to start off with, so there's a first loss type structure. But our aim is, where these funds are put forward, is not to, we're really very keen and working with UNDP and the local providers to make sure the projects are really robust, investment grade. It's very tempting to look at climate finance provided by governments as being free capital, and we don't think it should be. This is a project we're really excited about in the Philippines, and it's basically reducing methane reductions from rice production by reducing the amount of water used for irrigation. It's called alternated wetting and drying. It's done with the Philippines Rice Association and the government, and Deloitte's have been helping us as well. It's based on a CDM methodology. There's 13 years of scientific research behind it and 7 years of piloting, and we're working to scale this up. We're in advanced negotiations with a multilateral off-taker of the carbon, which will be through a traditional ERPA over 7 years, and that provides the real bedrock for creating the asset. It has to be aligned with Philippines NDC. Part of it can be either used by the NDC for its reductions or sold externally for raising finance. Pre-funding is really important. Coming back to some of the projects we were talking about earlier, people don't have the ability to pre-fund it, so there is going to be a prepayment structure, and we're working with another multinational company which has got long-term carbon reduction commitments on the pre-funding structure, and that's where credit structuring and really understanding the risk matters a lot. And it's really about the nitty-gritty of how these projects work and establishing all of those metrics. Again, we'll be using remote sensing, and we think one of the things about people fail to see about carbon emissions, MRV, is technology has moved on dramatically in the last 15 years. I do quite a lot of work in another business on data management and remote sensing in agriculture. We think there's going to be tremendous opportunities. And one of the reasons we're interested in agriculture is 30% of emissions come from land-based use. If we don't address this, we're not going to solve the problem. And there's great SDG benefits as well. So very excited about this project. And then the final one is a nationwide energy access project in Ghana, to provide sort of really distributed energy, small-scale solar all over the country. Again, working closely with the UNDP and the government. Carbon receivable finance, critical on this. We have an ERPA being negotiated with a potential sovereign buyer who's looking to use high quality, monitored, international standard, basically CER standard offsets as part of its own OECD NDC. So I hope that gives you a quick flavor for the sorts of things we're doing. And actually the message is carbon reductions are really important. The mechanisms that were used in Kyoto we think can be reused and improved upon and developed. Thank you very much.
So I've never actually met a group of panelists that are quite right on time. Everyone's been kind of within the 15 minutes, which is great. So we will have a last set of presentation from Jan from UNDP. So I'd like to welcome him on stage now to talk about a few projects that he's working on. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I haven't been here to actually listen to everybody else's project, which is very rude, but just had to go to meetings across in the COP. So this is actually, I'm just going to talk about one specific initiative which we're working on. And this is called the Reef to Resilience Initiative. That's an initiative together with TNC, otherwise known as the Nature Conservancy, one of the world's largest conservation NGOs based in the US and very influential in their area of conservation. And this is essentially a blend of different things, which is all about coastal resilience and livelihoods and the protection of assets and people, especially through insurance, with insurance really as the core component part. So let me give you a little bit of a flavor of it. Why indeed is this important? Well, some of this I'm sure you're aware of. Can I stand up here with a microphone that works? Hello, yes. Can you everyone hear me? Yes, so I prefer to look at this one rather than down at this one. Okay, so let's just remind ourselves why reef's actually important. You've probably been aware of this. There's already been focus on reefs in the last 5-10 years. But let's just go over this again quickly. So over 275 million people live within 30 kilometers of reefs. That's quite a lot of people. And at least 500 million people rely on coral reefs for food, coastal protection, and livelihoods. Excuse me. More than 150,000 kilometers of coastline in 100 countries or territories are protected by reefs. So the scale of, if you like, the protective value of reefs and how much they give in terms of protection and livelihoods and so forth is significant. This part, though, is really key. 97% of wave energy absorbed by intact reefs, and coastlines without reef are likely to be 10 times more eroded by whatever it might be in terms of rising sea levels or flooding and so forth. So we're really tapping into the value of reefs and their protective value. What is their current condition? You're probably aware of some of this, I'm sure. Under continual and increasing pressure, climate change playing a major part in this. Hurricanes and storm surges actually physically damaging reefs in a very sudden way. And then the actual slow onslaught damage to reefs. So you could almost say slow onslaught, actually. The warming oceans, altering currents, increasing acidification, etc., all damaging reefs even further than they are already. And then this statistic of 1/5 of reefs already lost or damaged pretty much beyond repair, and another 35% at risk over the next 10 to 40 reefs. So we've established on the first hand, reefs are pretty important when it comes to what they add for in terms of protection and livelihoods, what they mean to families and communities and countries. And here we're saying, second of all, they're under significant pressure. So that's just setting this up. So what is this initiative? I'm just flagging right at the top something called the Insurance Development Forum. Has anyone heard of the Insurance Development Forum? Alex, you should, from UNDP, put your hand up. Yes, okay. Small black mark, but only a small one. So the Insurance Development Forum is an initiative led by industry and co-chaired by the World Bank and UNDP. It's led by Denis Duverne, who's the chairman of AXA. AXA is the world's largest insurance company, you're probably aware. And within the steering committee, part of it, is about 75% of the world's property and casualty business. So you have Aviva, Allianz, Swiss Re, Willis Towers Watson, Marsh McLellan, Hamilton, SCOR, well, a lot of them. Lloyd's of London is represented as well. Mark Carney's on the steering committee. So it's a really heavyweight group of people in and around the financial protection industry. And there is a series of working groups and a series of partnerships that have come to be. And I flag this because this is an initiative which is now funded by industry by about $700,000 a year. out of the private sector. And it is through this initiative that we actually met TNC and we started to talk about these issues. And it is very likely that the insurance providers that will provide the product that sits at the center of this will be one of the partners within it. Now, okay, so let's look again at more details of the initiative. So we're looking at, by 2020, 10 at-risk coastal areas. There is a pilot underway in Mexico, which I will take you through in a moment. We're looking to protect more than 500 kilometers of critical coastline, protect the lives, livelihoods, and economic assets of more than 20 million people. So that's our projection. That's what we want to do by 2020. So I'm not going to go too much in detail because there's a lot of the detail of the Mexico case study, but except to say that here we have at the beginning start is the actual scientific study. So actually, you know, what is the quality of the reef, what is condition, how much people is it covering, what is the tourist industry? Tourism is often a major point of entry for this because of that's a very important economic asset, of course, for many coastal areas of the world. And then into longitudinal surveys, the value of the risks and so forth, the impact measuring reporting, and then, of course, the insurance product development, which is based on all of that, understanding the conditions and understanding the assets, and the risk modeling and policy space, etc. So that's, in a sense, some of the background work which then goes into the initiative itself, and I'm not going to go into the detail of the Mexico example. What I would tell you is that there's a lot of work which you have to put into and actually getting it underway. So these are essentially all of the essential parts. So, okay, the existence, it's actually a narrative in a sense. You can almost say you had to tick off each of these in order to get to something where it's a reef where you're going to be able to invest in this project. So starting right at the top, what is the coral reef? The existence of a coral reef that is at present effectively protecting people and property. Well, that makes sense. You're not going to do this initiative where there is nobody and no assets. The stated interest, public and private actors that have stated interest in this particular territory. Collective action, the ability to convene private actors. Are there private actors that are interested in this geography, in this country? The insurance structuring, the ability to structure an insurance product on the reef. This is often related to, for example, the regulations of the country. That's another element of the work. And so forth and so forth. There's quite a lot of technical assistance work, which is about governments, both national and local. And of course, very critically down here, the ability to pay. The ability to pay for the regular conservation and restoration activities on and off the reef, partly which is related to the insurance product itself, which I will talk about in a moment. So that is, in a sense, what is needed to get the project off the ground in each and every territory. So I've done about 5 slides in terms of introduction. Now, what does it actually look like practically? So this is it. I will take you through each of the points. Now, this is the Mexico example, which is Quintana Roo in Mexico. Anyone from Mexico in the audience? Any expert in Mexico in the audience? Okay, no, that's all right. 60 kilometers of probably the most valuable coastline in Mexico is going to be protected through this initiative. So what actually are we protecting? We are actually looking, and in case of Mexico already, building an insurance product on top of the reef itself. So we're insuring the natural capital. We're not insuring the property. We're not insuring the people. We're insuring the actual reef itself. So this is not like indemnity insurance, which is, you know, if a house is knocked down, the value of it is repaid to you because you've paid your premium. This is parametric insurance. Everyone know what parametric insurance is? No. I'm going to leave now because this is really bad audience. No, I'm just kidding. This is exactly what we need to do, which is to talk to people about things. So parametric insurance is triggered insurance, really. It's really that simple. So in this case, what is the trigger? A trigger would be a Category 3 hurricane. So if the weather reaches a Category 3 hurricane, then immediately the payout is paid. So unlike indemnity insurance, where it's likely somebody would have to come along and say, oh yes, your house indeed was burnt down or was blown over by a cyclone, and here's the value of the house. Parametric insurance pays out regardless of the damage to anything. It actually pays out regardless of the damage, and it pays out straight away. So, for example, CRIF, you've heard of CRIF probably, or PCRAFI or ARC. These are various global initiatives, pooled mechanisms, funded a lot by donors. CRIF is in the Caribbean. That is indeed a parametric insurance initiative. I think in their case, it's three issues: earthquake, I think flood, and then hurricane. So whenever a certain trigger is paid out, it's a pooled mechanism, so all the countries, or many countries of the Caribbean in this case, pay into it. Whenever the trigger is reached in that particular country, then immediately Dominica, Barbados, Bahamas, Haiti would receive a payout, regardless of the damage actually done. So, then, and how does this work in the case of Mexico? So first of all, the key point, well, is actually how do you actually pay for the initiative itself? How do you pay for the premium for the insurance? So in the case of Mexico, the hotel assurance purchases insurance and pays premium into the trust fund, which is managed by government. Now, you may be aware, you're probably not aware, that in Mexico, for every $100 that is spent in tourism, basically through hotels, 2% of that, so $2, should go to government for conservation and for environmental work. In reality, it tended to go into a kind of black hole of public finances and was never actually spent on anything of conservation. But the governor of Quintana Roo, to his credit, has said, no, we're going to stop that, and we're going to actually take that 2%, we're going to put that into the trust fund, which sits at the center of the initiative. And then that trust fund purchases the premium. That trust fund purchases the premium. So here we go. Trust fund, reef resilience, insurance fund, trust fund contract services for reef restoration, maintenance, and resilience needs. So that's actually the services of restoration. I'm going to come back to that in a moment because actually that feeds back as the circular. This is the key part I'm talking about. Trust fund purchases the parametric catastrophe insurance. So the money flows from the tourist industry into the trust fund pays for the parametric insurance. A trigger, an event, pays out money which goes back into the trust fund, and then that trust fund then pays for the reef restoration, maintenance, and resilience needs. So the idea is that increasingly you build up the sustainability and the restoration quality, if you like, or the actual, like essentially you're ever improving the reef. That's the idea of it, through the continual cycle of financing and having actually transferred the risk also to the capital markets as well. And then, of course, you have certain benefits. Hotels benefit from the payout for outdoor facilities and beach cleanup as well, going through the trust fund. And then very key for us, livelihoods protected, of course. For government and for industry, tourist assets are protected as well, because the reef maintains its protective value in light of all of those contextual challenges, climate change, etc., which are, if you like, affecting the reef. So I think that's essentially it. Is there anything else I want to say? Well, actually, no, we are working also on a version for private investors. So for example, and it may be that in certain countries that it won't be this kind of mechanism that would be the right one. It might be that government might want to do it themselves out of some conservation fund, or decide just they're going to capitalize the trust fund themselves. It may be in some countries that maybe in an LDC that actually a donor would want to invest in it. We are in deep conversation with a number of MDBs, for example, in this topic. But maybe what about the private sector investing in this? Now, this is not an area of expert. I have some people in my team that are experts in this area of private investment, but they've said to me, okay, I've asked them, even today I asked them, what does that look like? So they said, well, one could be a loan facility, and the other is that there's a yield or profit issue within the actual payout of the policy itself. But if we're having a Q&A session, please don't ask me too much about that part of it. Or I could come back to you in a week, and in which case that's fine. That's essentially it. Sorry. Yes, that's it.
So there will be a Q&A session right now. We got a few minutes. I'd like to open up the floor, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'd like to open up the floor to the audience to ask our panelists any questions on the projects that they presented.
I will give you. Oh, perfect. I have two microphones.
Thank you, sir, for the floor. I have no question, but if you allow me, I want to say a word about a project. In fact, I wish I'd be at there, but I think my project it's at the very beginning stage. I'm a project promoter based in Congo. My project it's about first of all charcoal production. We are willing to launch a charcoal business in Congo, but this charcoal business, as you may know, when you produce charcoal, it's like a fact is which causes more deforestation. But we came at the idea that we have to make business not to destroy our forest, but to protect it. It's why we have signed with the government an emphyteutic bill based on 100,000 hectares. So we'll be producing charcoal by planting our own trees. So this will generate, of course, renewable energy, because charcoal is the most used household energy in Africa, especially in Congo, where. And also we have this opportunity that we can generate the charcoal as a product, and also carbon by creating our forest. So I just came here to showcase my project and to find maybe partners I can develop it. We have the support of the CTCN, which is one of the partners here. So it's the Climate Technology Center Network, operational arm of the convention. So it's a fully climate project. So in case you have any interest, you can talk about that. Thank you.
Great.
Maybe next year I will be at that place to say thank you.
Sounds good, great. Does anyone else have any questions directed at panelists? So I think I have a question mainly on, I know these projects are on various stages of funding. What have been some of the challenges that you've seen going across all the different projects in the different geographical areas? What would be some of your I guess your major challenge that you like to see addressed to help facilitate the process?
still working on, well, as you may already maybe experiencing working with the government, one of the challenges is data collection. So yeah, so we are trying to help the government by developing the impact manual with also the support from the UNDP in the headquarters, so that each project can be monitored properly, transparently, and then can be put in the impact reporting annual.
Okay, so thank you. So the question is about the challenges?
Yeah, just kind of any major challenges you've seen across different projects, any common elements.
Yeah. I can't talk about the other colleagues' projects point, but I do know about Green Super because it's a UNDP one. But I could just talk maybe about this one in particular, just to share with you, because some of this is actually, I think, would be shared across any kind of space. So actually, I can share with you an internal challenge and also an external. So our internal challenges, for example, in the insurance space for UNDP, we are entirely not systematic. There's been quite a lot of work, but it's mostly been down at the country level. So our partners like CDF actually have more, if you like, long-term and systematic engagement with insurance, but we at UNDP, not so much. But actually, there's a lot there. It's just it hasn't percolated up into the corporate world of UNDP, and we are incredibly decentralized, and that's actually both a strong thing and then also some kind of challenges. So I'm on corporate lead, for example, in insurance, but I almost certainly only know about 25% of everything we've ever done in the work in the field, even though we're ongoing trying to understand what it is. And across the entirety of UNDP, I think it's pretty clear that there's not a huge understanding of what it is that we do and what we could do, maybe what we shouldn't do. I maybe have an idea of that. So that's an internal thing. Just to show how new it is, we have basically a first draft ever on insurance strategy, insurance for development, coming out in January. So that's an internal thing which we're now getting on hand. So that's the internal stuff. I think the external stuff really is shared by many projects. Partly it's the reason also why UNDP is there, which is about the political economy of doing different things, what makes sense to politicians at certain points, the technical assistance that they require. When it comes to this particular initiative, I think it's probably the first thing is, do countries necessarily know the value of the reefs in terms of the protection part? They might know in terms of livelihoods, conservation, and the tourism, but about protection, not necessarily. So, secondly, because it's relatively new, would they understand necessarily what an parametric insurance on a reef might look like, and how to engage with the different actors from the private sector? That's probably almost certainly not the case because it's relatively new. Some countries are engaging with parametric insurance, but in different ways. So I think, yeah, so that's it. And then there's just standard sort of technical assistance, which is required in some countries in order for things actually to get off the ground. And that can be multifaceted, really, which is really working with government.
Hi, so my name is Olivia, and I'm here representing an organization called Student Energy, and we're a global charity that represents about 50,000 youth from over 100 different countries that are keen on getting involved in clean energy projects and climate change initiatives. So I know by nature of today's conference, we're talking a lot about kind of the financing of these projects and specifically yours, but I'm curious kind of once you get that financial backing, you need the adopters, the early adopters of your projects, and oftentimes that's coming a lot from youth. So I'm curious to hear if you guys have any kind of interesting initiatives and ways that you're engaging youth kind of in these different projects.
I will start. No idea at all, to be honest with you, except that, you know, there is an element of one of the things which we bring, for example, which is different from TNC. TNC have the science about the reefs and the natural aspect, the conservation aspect. That's definitely not us. We're not going to develop and issue an insurance product. That's going to be something like Swiss Re. We're not going to model the risk. That might be something like RMS. So
maybe my voice is a little bit small. Sorry about that. So I just want to repeat that I agree with the other speakers that coordinations and partnership with other institutions is critical. And also for UNDP working with government, we need to have a policy that can help for climate actions and also climate finance to be have more impact later on. Thank you.
It looks like we are out of time, so I'd like to thank you for all the panelists on here sharing their work and kind of their experiences on working on various projects. So thank you very much.
Alex, go round up people. Thank you. Yeah, perfect, delegation. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to speak really loud so that you have to pay attention to me. Welcome to the final session that we have today on what I think is actually very exciting. It's on de-risking and crowding in private investment, which is at the end of the day, the main challenge that we're all here trying to solve. So I'm going to throw out a few numbers and see if that kind of puts this in context about how important it is. So the UNEP Finance Initiative recently announced that between now and 2050, we need about $60 trillion to close the climate finance gap. That comes out to about $2 to $3 trillion annually. Right now, according to the Climate Policy Initiative's annual landscape of climate finance flows, we have a lot closer to $400 billion. So if you do the math on that, that's 5 to 7 times away from the level of investment that we actually need to uphold the Paris Agreement, keep the IPCC doomsday scenario at bay. Now the thing is that public money isn't enough. This $100 billion that hasn't happened is not the number that we need. And the way that the number that we need is going to happen is through private investment. And so everyone here, and I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves, has a private sector finance instrument or company or approach that brings in more private money, de-risks private investment, and helps to close that $60 trillion gap that we are so far away from doing today. So without further ado, I'm going to let everyone go down the panel and talk for maybe a minute, maybe two, about who you are, what you're doing, and how the project that you're doing addresses risk or crowding in private investment and what's innovative about it. And then, honestly, I would love to open up the floor and have an open dialogue. People here are doing some really cool and innovative stuff, and I bet it's applicable to a lot of the projects that you guys are doing. So feel free to raise your hands, ask questions, be controversial. I think everyone here is open to edgy questions if you have them, because it's the end of the day and we all have had a lot of coffee but no wine yet. So without further ado, I'm going to start it off with Harold of TCX and then move down the line through Jay and Mansour and Alessandro and Rohit.
Thank you very much. Let me perhaps add a little bit to the darkness of the outlook, because the OECD just came out with a report some weeks ago about that actually climate financing is declining. So we actually need to work twice as hard. We not only need to increase it, but it's on a declining trend in many countries, which is a problem. I think the good news is that many of the instruments which we need to de-risk these flows are in principle existing. So the challenge is, how do we make them work together, first? And second, how do we scale them up and bring them to that, from the billions to the trillions, or let me start from the millions to the billions. I would be happy with that already. So that's what we are doing. TCX is we are focusing on exchange rate risk, which you might have heard in other sessions is one of the critical risks right now. It's what I call a non-project specific risk, and given that it's non-project specific, that it's general, it opens, of course, an opportunity to aggregate these risks, create joint cash flows with them, and repackage them and sell it to institutional investors. And I will talk about that later.
That's great. Jay Coe from the Lightsmith Group. We are the developers of the first private investment strategy to focus on climate resilience and adaptation. And we think risk is a critical problem for everyone. And we're approaching it in two ways. The first is the proposed strategy that we have is actually a blended strategy. It's the first of its kind to focus on the adaptation and resilience side of the climate problem, so the effects side of the equation. And so there's a certain amount of risk perceived by folks that want to invest around this area, and a blended structure where there's a risk cushion inherent in the uses of the sources of capital side of things is one way to help address that in the early days, just as that structure has been used in the agriculture sector, in the renewable energy sector in the early days with the GREF Next program, GREF program, the GREF Next program, the Danish Climate Investment Fund, and other places. The other side of it is what we're using the capital that we want to deploy for is to invest in companies that specifically can help analyze the risk that's going to be increased by climate change. And that's one of the critical factors we think is going to face us as this whole set of scenarios unfolds. Every single asset that is on the planet Earth will be affected to some degree by climate change. It will undermine every development pathway, every sustainable development goal, every investment we've made in renewable energy and energy efficiency, every investment we've made in development. It'll also attack the most vulnerable first, and developing countries among them the first. And so analyzing how that risk will manifest is the first step to being able to do something about that risk. So we need to have a substantial increase in the scale of risk analysis in the water sector, in the ag sector, the financial service sector, energy sector, healthcare sector, really understanding how the impact of climate change will unfold. And that's the first step to then de-risking these things as we go forward. If $60 trillion is needed, the annual issuance of fixed income is, I think, about $13 trillion a year. 100% of that is currently naked long climate risk. So we need to start changing that equation.
Good afternoon. My name is Mansour Hamayoun. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Bbox. We stumbled upon the problem, the fact that nearly 2 billion people around the world either have no electricity or extremely unreliable electricity, which is clearly an unacceptable reality. And that was the moral conviction of starting the company, to ensure that people gain access to energy to actually live an acceptable quality of life. Luckily, so far, we've been quite successful. We have managed to install over 200,000 businesses and households with solar power and battery, mostly on pay-as-you-go basis. So our customers pay using mobile money. When they pay, the system turns on. When they don't pay, the system turns off. The magical byproduct, and really our real product from this, is data. We collect billions of data points every day from some of the world's most underserved communities in 12 countries. And that data actually is what's allowing us to grow the company, because ultimately it's a financing problem. I always tell this to our investors, which is that the good news is that we don't need trillions of dollars to electrify the world. We only need a few billion. But the few billion, in terms of in the sort of the geographies that we work in, is something that's never happened before in the sort of demographics that we worked in. So the data is the missing part there. So far, we have raised over $100 million to date. We still have majority of that money to deploy, so the deployment pressures are enormous within the company. So that's the exciting part. And lastly, from a team size perspective, we are around 750 full-time employees, 2,000 agents on the ground, covering 12 markets. But majority of the geographic growth happened in the last 2 years. Core market still has been Kenya and Rwanda, wherever mobile money was. We are really a product of the mobile money revolution that's taking place across the developing world. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alessandro Medici. I am the co-founder and innovator of PowerBlocks. And even if I'm a Medici, we're not in finance anymore, so we switched over to tech. We developed this new way of swarm electrification that Stefan just from FlexGrid introduced in this last panel. Mainly, we have the same starting point and driver as Mansour told, so also this driver of 2 billion people that have no access to energy. What we are focusing on is mainly frugal innovation. That means we develop technology that is exactly tied to developing markets, so that is very simple to use, scalable, adaptable to the situations that these countries have on the ground, so that we also support from the technology side these situations on the ground. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rohit. Thank you for having me here. I represent the company BetterWest. BetterWest is a crowdfunding platform based out of Frankfurt in Germany. We raise crowd financing for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects from the German crowd. So the investors are basically people from Germany. So far, in the last 2 years, we have raised 11 million euros. So far completed almost 76 projects all around the world. The financing volume that we look at or operate in is anywhere between 100,000 euros to 2.5 million. This is a key because most of the banks and the FIs would not look at this volume, say that probably this is below their financing volume. Another thing is that they also call these kind of projects unbankable, or probably not having enough good cash flows. So for us, this becomes a good opportunity, or giving these project owners and business owners a possibility to raise financing through crowdfunding and implement these projects, which otherwise would have not seen the light of the day. We could do 100% financing. We could also look at blended finance options. We are open to all opportunities, all kinds of models. More or less, we try to use the crowd financing as a possible way and medium to close the financing gaps. Yeah, and the approach that we have is a little different. We go more bottom up, so most of the times we work with the business owners or the project owners on the ground. So we also face a lot of challenges and issues, which I would be happy to share in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So it would be great if you could focus on, maybe for a second, what are the key kind of climate finance barriers that either you're addressing or that's keeping your project from maybe scaling at the level that you need to. So for example, Harold just mentioned currency risk, and we discussed earlier about how currency risk is one of the major barriers to investing in developing countries. Most people lend in dollars or euros, and if you're working in developing countries, most people are working in local currency. If you have a 25-year project horizon, that has to be paid back in dollars or euros, and you don't know where that currency is going to go. But at the same time, I asked him yesterday, if I give you $100 billion for part of your risk capital pool, could you actually deploy it? And the answer was no, and there were certain barriers to that. But at the same time, currency addresses some of the issues that Rohit mentioned with the projects that he works on. So we're seeing that some of the solutions are not perfect, but some of the problems are still there. So it would be great if we could maybe have a kind of interactive conversation now about the different challenges that you have in scaling your products, the solutions that you might have to each other's challenges. From now on, the floor is open for anyone who wants to ask a question or who has a project that maybe could be addressed or find synergies with anyone up here. And yeah, let's keep this fun, interesting, light, and yeah, this is everybody's panel. So I'll let Harold maybe take it from here, and then we'll open it up to the floor.
Well, I mean, what I think we need to create an ecosystem which allows sort of on a large scale financing of these small projects. Perhaps not as small as you have described, but the medium-sized projects that they have access to institutional capital in the developed world. And of course, the first best is what we all agree is that if you can create domestic savings space, have a well-functioning domestic banking system, but even if you want, beyond that, if you want to achieve the climate goals, the other sustainable development goals, we need to have external financing flowing into these countries. To achieve these scales, we need to create financing at an industrial scale. We need to standardize contracts. We need to harmonize regulatory environments. We need to aggregate these various small financing, very small projects. We need to have aggregator platforms. We need to have de-risking facilities which do not only address currency risk, but address off-taker risk, credit risks. They specialize in what they are doing. And then you have to have institutional investors who buy the bonds and which we can then offer from these aggregators. So I think the concept has been laid out. We have proposed to the International Solar Alliance in Delhi in March a proposal which was endorsed by President Macron and Prime Minister Modi at that time, which focused on solar PV. But similar things can be done with anything which has stable cash flows. And I think that's the way forward. So what are the barriers? I think one critical barrier is that the development finance institutions which we have need to change their business model. We need to go really towards de-risking activities and rethink the way how we conduct business. And there was a report in October published for the G20 from Eminent Person Group, which I think outlines this very, very well, and I recommend to read that. It's on the web, freely available, what needs to be done. The second one is recommendation they came up is with the cross-border flows and how we de-risk that and how we aggregate that. It's something what TCX, for example, is doing. We were started 11 years ago to serve mainly SME financing and microfinance by aggregating the currency risk. There are some investors who like to take credit risk. They are specialized in taking SME credit risk for some certain sector. There are investors specialized in taking risk of solar PV, others for water. But they don't want to take the currency risk. So they transfer it to an institution like TCX, or if there are commercial banks offering that service, to the commercial banks. And these institutions then can package that currency risk and sell it to other people. They make a term for transformation, a size transformation, and they use their balance sheet as a warehouse for risk. And in that way, you mobilize, crowd in private sector capital, which so far would never have thought of accessing these markets. So we need to have an ecosystem. We need to create an ecosystem. It's not only enough to put 100 billion into one specific instrument. You need to make sure that everything grows at the same time. Standardization, harmonization, de-risking, aggregation.
Thank you. Does anyone have any response to that, either on the panel or in the audience?
I think that's, I mean, I've been a huge fan of Harold's TCX model for a long time because it's a critical problem. You have volatility and unrelated risks that are bundled together, and if there's a way of transferring them, especially because in some cases they're much less correlated with other risks, then there's investors that will want to take them, and that is a huge barrier overall. And we're about to sail into a really different environment over the next 3 to 5 years that we've been in for the last 10 years. We've had basically anti-gravity for 10 years, right? 0 interest rates, negative interest rates. They're actually retraining bank officers in certain parts of California who have never, ever seen a positive interest rate before because they're like, okay, the number is not always 0 here in this column. So this is going to be an unusual environment where U.S. interest rates are going to steepen and everyone else is going to stay flat, and that'll cause all kinds of repercussive first and second order effects on currency volatility. Add to that the trade war, add to that whatever's happening today in the UK with Brexit, and it's going to look a little bit more unusual, and then compound all that with maybe a little bit of climate change, and it really gets interesting. So all that risk is out there and makes it increasingly difficult to do all the kinds of investments that are being ginned up and really entrepreneurially driven by folks that are sitting on this panel to my right, for example. And that makes it really important to have de-risking mechanisms in a systemic way like the one that Harold's talking about. In our point of view, I think there's 2 major problems with the kind of risks that we're trying to address. And the first is there's a huge psychological transition that's a barrier to actually addressing physical climate risk. If you actually try to hold in your mind for a moment and take seriously all the IPCC reports, all the climate change analysis, the daily newspaper you read, and really think viscerally, or try to feel viscerally, what is going to happen over the next 3, 5, and 10 years physically to the environment, to your investments, to the economy, to society, it's a really pretty daunting prospect. And until you actually take that as seriously as we take the anthropogenic cause of climate change, we're not going to get into a position where we're actually going to start to do something about it. So that transition is a real transition. It's a hard transition to make, to accept the fact that some of the risks that we're going to see are going to be dramatically different than the world that we are used to living in. So if you try to imagine your 2028 self coming back in time in the silver DeLorean or whatever your time machine of choice is, and explaining to yourself now what has happened over the last 10 years, what is obvious 10 years from now about what the environment is like now, and what is going to be obviously happening 10 years from that time, you might make very different investment decisions. You have a visceral understanding that's very different of these risks. The one thing I think that everyone has agreed on, at least around these conference halls, is that climate change is a reality. So we have to accept that, and that's a psychological transition. Then we need the tools, data, analytics, practical approaches, scale to start dealing with that problem. Now, that's a huge risk. That's going to be a multiplier in every other kind of risk we have. It's like adding energy to the weather system. It's already an energy system. You add more energy to it, it becomes more volatile. It is a thing that's going to compound all the other kinds of risks in unpredictable ways. And if it gets really away from us, like north of 2.5 degrees, which is what the track we're on right now very much is the case, then you can get nonlinear, and then you're in a Jerry Bruckheimer movie. So I think we need to really think about that and then start to build the tools to actually start to solve that problem. Or every single other thing that we're going to do is going to be impacted by that. There are plenty of underwater renewable energy projects. There are plenty of, like, literally underwater, or destroyed by storms, or impacted in performance. There are plenty of energy efficiency buildings that were destroyed by the hurricanes in Houston, and there'll be many more in other places impacted by sea level rise. So we better start thinking about this seriously across the board.
Just to add quickly to that, in terms of, for me, the most exciting, I'm an optimist by nature, so for me the exciting part is this, is that there is a genuine path to be able to solve this SDG goal number 7 in terms of being able to deliver energy for all, at least I hope within my own lifetime, assuming I live long enough. And the interesting part here is that the sort of mechanisms that are needed to lift people out of energy poverty actually also are the same mechanisms that are needed to lift them out of absolute poverty. And that link between the two is really, really exciting. The thing I love about working in a developing world is that it's already a leapfrogging activity. The developed world has leapfrogged already in my own lifetime twice already. One is in the telecom sector, the second time in the banking sector. So I can definitely see a leapfrog happening in terms of on the energy side within my own life frame here as well. And that's why, from a climate change perspective, it's interesting to see this, because the choice the developing world is making, whereas I'm using that in a broad category, and Africa in specific in some ways, is a more cleaner choice than the West has ever made. And at the same time, one of the bigger victims of climate change are going to be the rural poor, because of the nature of their income that takes with that. And that's why I think, like, there are so many risks involved here, but if I look at my own business, going back into reality mode here in terms of when I wake up, what are the things I worry about? The second biggest thing I worry about is actually FX. If I look at my loan book, the default rates, anything else has zero correlation. It's not zero, but like has less impact on my cash flows than FX. One of the challenges I have right now, for example, I'm really keen on entering into Sierra Leone and Liberia. Now, Sierra Leone is a difficult currency to work with, because it's difficult to borrow in local currency, it's expensive to hedge. At the same time, there's an inconvertibility risk. So if you become too big, in some countries we struggle to even send $1 million out. And that kind of limits the size of company you're willing to become, because if you are struggling to send out $1 million, I'm not trying to belittle $1 million, but for a business, that's not that much money. And if that takes a month or 6 weeks to get out of a country, then you kind of get scared about, like, is the underlying financing environment strong enough to be able to actually handle the scale of full electrification in the country, and are these mechanics good enough? So looking at some of the solutions here and where people could be really helpful, is really what Harold just mentioned as well, is around off-balance sheet structures and securitizations, and to be able to actually tap into local currency pools. There is actually a lot of local currency pools available, but they're all sitting on the same sort of instruments, which is T-bills, government bonds. They are not diversified whatsoever in any form or way. So trying to, as an off-grid company or an on-weak grid enhancing company, or whatever you want to call us, trying to somehow translate the financial instruments that we have into the language and value proposition that some local pools of capital can take would be great, because I don't have to send the $1 million out if that investor was based locally. That could be a local transfer instead. It's just that the local liquidity pools are sometimes unwilling. And I think that's one of the big misunderstood story of Africa or developing world. Countries in some pockets are rich, but they're exposed to one thing or two things. They are not diversified well enough to be able to do so. The last thing I just wanted to mention is around business model and guarantee structures and hedging structure. One of the, and Harold knows this problem quite well, we've taken out quite a few hedges from TCX over our lifetime, which is that our inherent business model is a pay-as-you-go model. So customers pay whenever they want, and when they pay, the system turns on. When they don't pay, it switches off. Inherently, we don't know exactly how much money we're going to collect tomorrow. We can establish a statistical range, but exactness is difficult. while often hedging mechanism or guarantee mechanisms have quite fixed structures attached to it, right? So matching those two worlds together sometimes becomes a bit of a problem, can become quite expensive, etc. So, and I think that's a sort of problem I'm seeing more and more in terms of this distributed asset, whatever, where it's distributed water, gas, energy, health, that there is this sort of like unpredictability of cash flow because you don't have a single off-taker model anymore. You have a multi-off-taker model, and it's as a service provision. So that is a sort of gap that could be very, very interesting as the development community and changing the business model evolves. Thank you.
So probably I can add something regarding another challenge that we are facing is piloting. You know, as there are so many other risks around that we already talked about, there is absolutely not enough money there for piloting projects, for new innovations like we're developing. But everybody cries for new innovations, and there is a lot of opportunities, especially, for example, in productive use. So small businesses that could scale up also. So because if their energy demand scales up, we could develop especially products based on solar or wind that are supplying that. But as there is no money for piloting, we cannot prove the technologies, and then everybody will stick on the old technologies, what not solves the problem. So we, for example, we have a lot of pilot projects together with FlexGrid in Mali, in Uganda, in Rwanda, so many different countries, but it's quite hard to find money for these first 100, 200, 500 households to prove the technology and the mechanisms. The funny thing is, once we would have that, with all gathering the data, there we could prove that it is developing very well, and these people we created a lot of new jobs, and the energy demand is increasing, and it's all supplied by solar. But as we cannot pilot, we cannot prove it. So what we're facing really a lot is the chicken-egg problem, and that's what we have to solve.
Just quickly, I just want to add in some challenges that we face from our side. We do all kinds of projects and go project by project. So every project, whether it is energy access or CNI project, whether it's solar or wind, they have their own issues and risks associated with it. So the due diligence for every project becomes different. Another thing that was very important, and Mansoor also mentioned, is the forex. I mean, apart from the fluctuation in the currency, it's also a lot linked with the political issues in the country. I mean, most of the energy access projects will have 5 years and above for a repayment. In 5 years, the government changes, and this has happened, for example, in one of the projects that we financed in Nigeria. Last time, after the elections, the Naira was devaluated. This time again, they have elections in 2019, in April. We do not know. So this is a big risk. And I mean, for what I understand, that maybe these green bonds, as Mansoor said, and maybe some other mechanism through all these public sector financing can be used to de-risk this hedging part at least. That would give a lot of credibility to private investors to come in and get in projects, whether it is energy access or CNI projects.
I would like to reply to two speakers. First of all, I think there was someone in a previous panel discussion mentioned here that innovation will not necessarily happen in huge jumps, but sometimes it's the little process innovation, and I think this is where we are at right now. For example, at TCX and with FX risk and so. An inconvertibility risk, because we have noticed that, particularly in the microfinance sector, and this is distributed energy the same, it is very difficult to access inconvertibility insurance and FX market insurance combined. It's just, because these products are offered, but it's sometimes difficult for the client to access them. So we are in discussion with ATI, Africa Trade Insurance, combine our products and align them properly. There's not much effort really from both sides. It's just getting the products aligned so that for the client then there is a smooth protection when an inconvertibility risk hits and when it stops. And there are some type of simple process innovation. question is always the risk pricing, but that's a different matter which requires different answers. Or what you suggested, funding platforms. You know, one of the challenges which TCX has, and we are offering in 80 currencies now, hedges without tenor limitations. So we cover, in principle, most countries in the developing world. But what the limitations which we have is we cannot engage with some clients, for example, with lending platforms, or with smaller projects, onshore projects, because of the credit risk they face. And we are not equipped to take credit risk. So we are now working with support from the European Commission and other donors to develop counterparty risk facilities which allow us to engage with these platforms. Again, it's a relatively small innovation. It's not an Apollo project or something, but it may make a difference for some instruments and some new ideas, and I think this is what we need to look out for.
First of all, I am an optimist also, but the other thing is, I think that there's technology and ways we can get around a lot of these problems. The other thing I think that you said was really important is that eventually this needs to be local capital formation, right? Local infrastructure should be owned by local institutions. If you had real pension fund systems, insurance companies, banks, pooled versions of capital, pooled capital vehicles, and you've seen a little bit of reform in Nigeria in the pension system to actually allow them to invest in more alternative assets and so on, then they already have the local political risk and they already have the local currency asset liability match. And so, you know, I don't think as an American I'd want to pay a Swiss investor a 25% return on my electricity month to month either, or net after currency risk, volatility, and a whole bunch of other political risks and so on. So I think the ultimate answer here is we've got to focus a bit on the transition to demonstrate these things and then figure out how to get local pools of capital, whether it's ESCOM, once they get out of their challenges in South Africa, or local Nigerian pension funds. This is the strategy of the Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, for example, local Indian insurance companies, and so on. Wherever the currency risk is, the long-term infrastructure, the long-term yield asset is better as a overall strategy linked to that pool of capital and that currency. It's already got the political risk. It's already got the currency match on the asset liability side, and it's the cheapest way to actually do this. But in the meantime, the transition to prove out these models, to develop the technology, to scale, all those are going to require the kind of support that we're talking about here until you can actually have that formation in those countries. But that's a major strategy, I think, that the development banks have been on for a long time, which is capital markets maturity. And I think mobilizing those local pools of capital, getting people to invest in their own infrastructure would be a really valuable way to move forward as well.
Any responses to that? Yeah.
If I may, I don't want to hog the microphone, but let me just be a little bit controversial and offer a different perspective, right? First of all, if we look at the amounts which are required to achieve the SDGs, and I'm not only talking about climate finance, you know, even if you have a perfect increase in confidence in the local banking system, even if the economies are growing like China from now on, right, you will have a limited amount of savings which will not suffice to finance all these investments should we want them to materialize. So you will need to have external flows. I clearly prioritize, like you, domestic savings, but you will need to have external savings. It's clear for me. Secondly, on the pension funds, I think we should not argue that local pension funds need to invest locally, because there is too much corruption, there is some governance problems, and you want to protect your pensioners to some extent. I don't want to have, if I would be a pensioner in Kenya, I wouldn't want to have all my savings in Kenyan infrastructure. I would rather have a system which allows me to invest in any part of the pension fund, to invest in any part of the world, but other pension funds also to invest in Kenya. So there is no conflict there necessarily, but you know, I would like as a pensioner to have my eggs not only in one basket but in many baskets.
As a pensioner and a 401k owner in the United States, I don't want to be exposed to corruption in Nigeria either, or any other place, including the United States. So I don't know why a local pool of capital, which is closer to the local political environment and more aware on a due diligence perspective of what the actual set of issues operationally are likely to be is not better positioned to assess that risk. They already have that risk on a correlated basis than someone investing, you know, someone's insurance beneficiary money or the retiree savings of a police officer someplace or a teacher for some other country. I think that's absurd. So it's great that you want to shift the risk of political corruption from one population to a different one, but I don't want to be that other population, and no one else should want to be that population. So there should be governance reform there, and one thing that would probably help drive it is a local constituency, like pension people or insurance beneficiaries or bank account holders or others that are in the local economy that have part of the political constituency there. I don't think that you get rid of the political corruption issue by exporting it to, you know, taxpayers around the world or pensioners or retirees or, you know, people that have insurance contracts. I think that doesn't make any sense at all. I do think you're right. There's a capital flow problem, right? There's not enough formation of these kind of pools, but there are definitely pools that are sitting in government bonds that are getting devalued all the time, right? So if you think that you genuinely believe in the virtuous business model, that this will actually compound rates of return on a globally competitive basis, why wouldn't you want local folks getting the benefit of that as opposed to having to pay a margin on top of whatever that is for Forex risk, right? I already have the risk. I can't invest in any of these countries and make a return that compares on a net basis against municipal bonds in my local country. So I won't, and I shouldn't. No one should. It's a waste of capital because that volatility is being paid for to I don't know, just to manage trading, I think. So I think there's a transitional story here with currency risk and capital flow, but for certain kinds of assets, particularly long-term yield infrastructure assets, which you want to have at low levels of yield and maximize the social benefit from utilities, power generation, water generation, roads, transport, these kinds of public goods utility structures, you absolutely want them to be locally owned because that's the cheapest cost of capital because it avoids this entire problem of FX risk. And you want that to be permanently avoided for those kinds of assets.
Let me make another statement as well. I'm also pro-globalization, on top of the being optimist thing. So I think what I would like as an entrepreneur, somewhere in between those two realities, I think nationalization, which anything that's too locally owned will also be a bit scary for me. But I think there's a bit of extreme things going on in infrastructure development as a whole right now, which it is too foreignly funded, and mechanism hedging risk is quite different. One thing I would love to mention as well is one of the work that UNDP did for us was to actually assess what the impact is of energy access. And it was also a bit of a strange surprise for me as well, is that energy access actually hit 7 out of the 17 SDG goals as well. So I think that one of the issues around climate financing or SDG financing is that we have somehow compartmentalized each of those SDG goals with their own business model, while actually there's lots of overlapping solutions there. You solve one, you kind of hit many others. You solve the other one, you hit many others. So I think that there's a bit of a lack of coordination as well on top of where the money comes from. That's one topic. But the flavor of the money tends to be so specific that we want this or we want that or we want that, that it somehow overlooks the inherent opportunity that everything rises if one thing becomes better. And I think that's another thing in development finance as a whole, which I often kind of struggle with. People say, I'm an ag financer, I'm an energy financer. I'm like, okay, 98% of my customers are agriculture, and we do power, but we could approach this from both angles here, right? Like, which one do we do? We end up always telling a slightly different story to who we meet, and I think that's also something that increases the barrier to access to capital, which should be removed, right? I think the SDG as a whole should be. My last point I wanted to kind of make is just around talent. It's great that pools of capital come in place, etc. But to solve, for example, energy access, which is my area of work, is that energy has always been a service business and always will be a service business. So to really electrify the rural poor at scale or energy poor at scale, you need to employ thousands and thousands and thousands of people, right? So, and this is the same thing for many of the SDG goals that we're talking about. And the issue here is also like the capability and capacity development, both on the talent side. Where the hell do we recruit people that know how to assess credit underwriting in rural Nigeria, for example, right? Where is the talent base that comes from that? If you go to local banks, even if they have liquidity, etc., do they know how to structure fairly sophisticated forms of financing, etc.? So I think some of the technical assistance side always is kind of taken as a good thing to have, but it never becomes the core part of the business. And it ends up that private companies like us, we end up taking the full, often it feels like at least, from my perspective, I might be dead wrong here, that we end up taking a lot of the burden that the development community should be taking. Like, we have to train up all our employees. No one gives us grant funding for that. We train our employees, etc., have training academies and graduate programs. And with banks, we pay for the consultants to actually come in and structure it, third party, etc., using all sorts of international firms to kind of build up that this is the right thing to do. And I think that's another area that could really help to accelerate. Thank you.
So I just want to follow that up with an important point about bringing into the private sector, is that what is the role of the money that the public sector has? So everything that you guys have mentioned, you know, we've talked a lot about risk and what are those risks. And I think that rather than seeing public money and, you know, and private money separately, we have this like kind of blended finance idea, but we also have other stuff that's been mentioned, piloting, for example. So can that money be used to pilot? Can it be used for technical assistance? Can it be used for first loss? Can it be used for capacity building? So it would be great. I know that everyone's kind of touched on this a little bit, but if everyone just kind of wanted to say what would be the best use of, let's use this hypothetical again, $100 billion, that money could do to actually get us much closer to the trillions of dollars that we need that's going to come from the private sector. And then I think that I've been asked to wrap up a little bit early so that we can get to the closing. I think that that'll kind of also encapsulate everyone's maybe like final thoughts, and then we can open it up for some questions, and then we can get to the closing. So yeah, take it away.
So we, when I was in the U.S. government, we designed a facility in the Power Africa context called the Africa Clean Energy Finance Facility. That was designed specifically to overcome the problem of a lack of a bankable pipeline of power projects in the context of trying to double the amount of rural electricity or just electrification across sub-Saharan Africa. And so instead of a traditional technical assistance feasibility-oriented facility that was doing studies about whether there's a demand for electricity in Africa anywhere or whether there was a source of wind in Africa, this was actually very targeted at the kind of interventions you were talking about, which is what are specific costs that bring into the actual executability, if that's a word, projects that otherwise would be too risky to do. So what can we do to match capital or funding from the private sector in those risky set of projects that become less risky by the virtue of specific investments or specific spending on identifying how much it would cost to actually connect this particular project to the grid, what the environmental impact of the specific site might be, all these kinds of very specific project preparation costs directly related to sets of projects. That started as a $20 million facility that was then expanded to $30 million and resulted so far in over $1 billion of project finance. So a 30x multiplier plus on that grant money that was to specifically increase the number of project pipeline so that we now start to have a much larger potential scale, not by studying whether there's wind supply in Africa, but what's going to happen at this specific set of sites. So I think targeted types of very practical, pragmatic funding in partnership that helps accelerate the private sector in proving out business models and getting them launched and proving out these strategies is a direct way to increase the amount of scale that we can. We're replicating the type of strategy that we did there in the adaptation and resilience context. So part of the craft fund design, which is a blended facility, again, is there's an aligned technical assistance facility specifically designed to do two things. The first is to help measure more of the non-financial impact of the investments that we're making. And the second is, again, specifically to target project preparation costs where the projects that are being deployed of the technologies and solutions we're investing in are against vulnerable populations, in particular small island developing states and lower income countries. So one example is this. The water harvesting company that I mentioned currently has customers in about 12 different countries. They're mostly affluent homeowners because that's the price point at which those types of pieces of technology currently sit. We've been talking with them about potentially using some technical assistance to help to actually determine how we can actually develop a pay-as-you-drink water harvesting strategy, where you have a little bit of reserve, you can actually do underwriting, and then instead of deploying it only in wealthy homes in Cape Town in the middle of the zero-day water problem, you can start deploying it on schools or in townships, because you can drop the cost of water on a pay-as-you-go basis, just as you can in solar, to 5 cents a liter or less. And this way, you actually take advantage of all the same strategies that we spent years developing on the solar side of things, because these panels can be deployed in parallel with solar panels. They can use the same set of installers. You can use the same set of financing mechanisms, and so on. So a tiny bit of technical assistance, not like to study the problem or to train humans to figure out whether or not there's a demand for water in Africa, but specifically to think about how do we engage the licensing component? How do we actually get over the engineering requirements? How do you actually install this? Are there actual specific local regulations that need to be addressed? Are there engineering requirements for this specific location because the topography looks different than other places? Those things that directly accelerate the actual deployment of real capital that generates a return, that I think is a way of taking a small amount of money and multiplying the effect of it by sort of reducing the coefficient of friction at very specific points in the value chain. That's a 30x multiplier. That's what the Africa Clean Energy Finance Facility did. That was then replicated as the India Clean Energy Finance Facility. It's now being run by the Climate Policy Initiative. It's also been replicated in the Caribbean, and now there's also a Southeast Asia Energy Finance Facility. So this kind of targeted approach, where it's hand in hand with the private sector, will, I think, dramatically accelerate your ability to actually prove out business models and really deploy capital afterwards.
What I like to add is you mentioned these costs that have to be covered in a project, for example, like capacity building, that normally are not in a project. And there are also other areas, for example, just building up the grid. I mean, if we look at Europe, and I'm coming from Switzerland, nobody would expect that a private project has to pay for the grid itself. That's public money that builds up the grid.
So like the West African transmission kind of partnership
Yeah,
project. So that could be an example of a way that public money could help accelerate your space.
And that would also enable a much faster scaling up. So for example, that's the good thing of solar home system. You don't have to build up the grid, so that makes it a bit cheaper. But we, for example, with our flex grid model together, they need also the investment for the whole grid, and then there is a lot of open question. What happens if the public grid is arriving there? Are they then taking the cost of this grid, or what happens? You know, there are no regulations about that. That's an additional risk.
Or as
for
we saw in
up.
Kenya, you know, when your EPC fails and you don't have a grid and you just have a project and you have to pay for it. You know, and it's been interesting also on I just want to add this kind of aside on, you know, the government side. Like we're seeing, you know, now Kenya is honoring that commitment and paying for it, but they're obviously not getting anything from it, and it's an emerging economy, but it's still kind of an unfortunate position for them. It wasn't their fault. And then you also have situations with, you know, countries like Benin that signed a whole bunch of power purchase agreements with developers, and now they're at a point where they're about to reach oversupply. And they have one of two choices, right? Do they either honor those and then pay a lot of money for energy that they don't use because these transmission networks haven't been developed and they can't sell it to neighboring countries and maybe those countries don't need it? Or do they default and then hurt their credit rating and send a really negative signal to the private sector that maybe, you know, Benin isn't a good place to put your money? You know, which again gets into the other role. I'll answer my own question around the role of public money. And part of that is, you know, enabling environments and regulatory support so that you don't have these kinds of problems in projects where the government gets involved. And please continue.
I mean, there was something in my mind. I mean, I go a step back and wanted to add something to Jay's comment that he was talking about pension. I mean, this is something that we faced while doing projects, and a good example would be India. So the Indian government, in fact, most of the governments, like country governments, regulate the inflow of foreign debt financing. So India is one example where it is next to impossible to get foreign debt financing at a cheaper interest rate compared to what is there in India from the banks and FIs, because they restrict it through various kind of channels. And this is some way or the other to protect the Indian banks or FIs, and also to see that there's no inflation of assets at the end of the day, especially land prices and so on. I mean, not specifically on energy projects as such or infrastructure projects as such, but this is another point that I wanted to add to your point where you were saying that like the foreign financing going into other countries, infrastructure projects and so on, whether it's your pension fund or any other kind of investment. So after a certain stage, the developing countries also create these kind of regulations. I mean, you wouldn't find that in Nigeria or Kenya, but maybe in Brazil, India for sure, and so on. Yeah, that's.
I think your question was, what will you do with $100 billion, right?
I threw that number out there because it's the random number that the UN came up with
Sure.
For Copenhagen. But yeah, what do we do with this hypothetical public money to basically get to the level of private investment?
If I was ever in an opinion to to influence that, I would say that to create a $100 billion venture capital fund solely dedicated to the SDG goals, with expectations of return that are inflation related, right? That might not make money, but it might save the planet. And I think that is the sort of thing that it needs. And it has the speed of an American-style venture capital fund and has a sort of transparency and impact data that people like UNDP has been producing recently. So I think that will be the sort of thing that's needed that could bridge a lot of the issues in between. I mean, it's already kind of happening. The Vision Fund by SoftBank is, I think, even bigger than that, targeting the world's biggest companies, right? I think having that sort of magnitude is what's actually needed.
So Harold, we talked about this yesterday, but we talked about how investing in new things versus scaling things that are working. And so I would just love to get your points on that.
Well, I would like to step back a little bit about when you look in the history, in financial history, whenever you had periods of very large capital inflows, you always had crashes and crises, banking crisis, sovereign debt crisis, and so on. These crises regularly hit the poor the most. So what we need to do right now is to make sure if we are able and manage to scale up the financing, external financing, domestic financing, at the scale we are talking about, we need to make sure that we have instruments in place, institutions in place, whether it's something like the land ownership, to avoid or to minimize the risk of crises. So I think that's very important. One very important instrument is that you price risks correctly, whether you are a domestic investor or a foreign investor. So the risks need to be priced correctly. And that brings me to what could you do with 100 billion per year, right? That was the commitment. Yeah. Okay. So one of the things,
it hasn't happened. So
one of it's just, it was a political number. But one of the things which we have been noticing is if you provide insurance products, whether it's an FX swap or whether it is in convertibility insurance, very often, particularly in those countries where they would be needed the most, they are the most expensive. And so you face an very understandable resistance because of affordability or because of others' behavioral barriers to it. And I think one little part of that, because you could have very negative distortive influences on market development and so on. One could perhaps think of using in the least developed countries, in the poorest countries, to make these risk mitigation tools more affordable. I think there is a long debate here about that, but that would be one way. And about the question what you have asked me directly, we heard that piloting and testing and project preparation facilities. One of the things we often, out of our personal experience, find is that the few donors which are there, which could provide non-commercial money, they're oftentimes really exposed to a lot of new ideas, which is great. But the problem is that if you have solutions which function, and sometimes then the communication channels for these solutions are clouded, and sometimes. So we are now trying to scale up, and it is sometimes it's sometimes difficult to get the interest because it's not a new idea. it's tested, it's proven, but it's less exciting. So I think that's one of the problems. I have no solution for it.
I mean, if I may just quickly add, I mean, all I'll say for this 100 billion that you mentioned per year should directly be thrown in for project development or product development, because that is something that initially is difficult to get investment for, even for debt financing. Because project development phase, whether it will come in as a project or not.
So you mean like project prep?
Sorry?
You mean like project preparation?
Yeah.
Okay, so
project, irrespective of technology.
Well, because we also had the Climate Finance Accelerator kind of talk also about like project development, like deal transaction intermediation of actually kind of like taking potential pipeline projects and finding investors and pretty much kind of like locking people in a room and figuring out what would be the right structure to get this project funded. So I think that both of those are two things that, you know, these kind of ecosystem services around, you know, showing where we could actually, like Jay was talking about, you know, where are the specific sites where we can do the project development, and then also actually getting those projects to a point that investors are able to deploy capital in them. So yeah, I think that all of these things, like and technical assistance are really critical. Jay, you're giving me a look like you want to say something.
I think that if you really take the $100 billion problem seriously, I think it's an all of the above strategy, right? I don't think you could deploy $100 billion in venture capital on an annual basis to the SDGs, and then once you did, what would happen to those companies afterwards? There's no follow-on financing. So I think you'd spread it by doing things like taking Harold's strategy and scaling the daylights out of it, because that's what you need. So existing, you know, take half of it and put it towards all the existing stuff and double down on scaling that up. And then take a chunk of it and really do long shot stuff, transformational stuff, right? So if you think about just the adaptation problem, we have drought today, and we deal with it in certain ways. We need a heck of a lot more of all of those ways of dealing with drought, because we're going to have a lot more of it in more places. We also need to start investing in how the next generation of how we deal with that drought problem is going to look. It's going to be much more complex going forward than it looks now. And certainly in healthcare, the same thing. Like right now, if you're sitting in California and inhaling all the wildfire smoke, you know, they've sold out of surgical masks in good chunks of Northern California at this point. So great, we should have more surgical masks. That's great. The other problem now is you have long-term respiratory ailment.
Is that something you're investing in, Jay?
We're not investing in that. But we're going to need a heck of a lot more of all of these kind of short-term solutions at scale. We also need to create a pathway for much more transformational activity. So one thing that Naoko Ishii, the CEO of Jeff, said earlier today was, look, we continue to talk about the adaptation or the climate effects side of it as this kind of incremental problem, this kind of slow-moving train that's gradually running us over. But it's accelerating now, and we may need to think about much more transformative ways, systematic ways of looking at this and every other problem we're talking about. So I think scaling up what we have now, stuff that works, stuff like TCX, like quadrupling it, making it 10x, making it happen 15 times, taking all these localized solutions and just reducing the cost of capital by half. For a chunk of that, we absolutely need that. But I think the intuition that we also need the next generation of this, because the world we're going to face and the challenges are just going to get bigger. The inevitable forces of demographic growth, urbanization, and then resource stress are going to collide. And so we need a very different way of doing a lot of different things. So we take some of the existing ways we do that and scale them up, because we're going to need them right now. We don't have 10 years to wait for venture capital to play out. We have to do some stuff right now, and then we're going to need something for 10 years from now, because it's going to be a heck of a lot more complicated back then.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Does anyone have any questions? We've touched on a lot of topics, so I'm not even going to try and sum them up. Okay, yay. Someone has a microphone.
Hello, Inger Anne Madsen, Cleantech Innovation Norway. I would just like to highlight that in another session earlier today, it was also mentioned these bottlenecks of lack of funding for piloting of new solutions and project preparation funding, because there is a lack of bankable feasibility studies and reports to make this project, but it costs money. We have a pipeline of projects in Asia. We have local partners in Asia and Africa, but we are not able to find technical assistance funding to develop these projects. So when we think of what happened with the CDM project, the global community was actually quite able to build a large portfolio very fast. And I think because linked to the CDM, it was quite a few technical assistance arrangements, and also investors were expecting to get get revenues from the CRs and so on. So they were willing to put in money to make these feasibility studies. But I think this is one of the solutions to really release the climate investments we need. Thanks.
Hello, Joran Boen with Differ. Question for Bbox. We're talking about reaching energy access goals. It would be interesting to hear your thoughts on which categories of off-grid customers don't you reach today? Why do you not reach them? And what types of change would there have to be that financial support or other, in order for you to actually reach those segments? Thanks.
Can I answer? Yeah. Thanks for the question. So it's very true that you hit one of the biggest flaws in our business model today, which is that pay-as-you-go solar is great. We can reach solar home systems for residential businesses, everything between 50 watt and 100 kilowatt. But it's not universal electrification. Our business model is based on avoiding customers every day, with the people that we can't credit underwrite. So inherently, we have an exclusive business model, and all of this data is built to avoid certain people, right? Because they are either too poor to afford electricity, or they're too expensive to service for us because of where they live, or concentration of customers, etc. The only solution for this is subsidies. That a set of customers, if a government is serious about universal electrification, then what we need is for a set of customers to actually subsidize, such that we actually can make a commercial return to the commercial investors that we represent. So I think that the model is a subsidization model. Very specifically, there's another element of that too, which is a country risk, right? So being commercial investors, there's certain countries I would love to get into, but actually my board would probably fire me if I did so. Why? Because the perceived risk of that country is far greater than the commercial opportunity that represents. But if you look at the numbers, these are the countries that have the most extreme scenario of energy poverty possible, right? So that sort of paradox is also a huge flaw in my business model, right? So I'm here, unfortunately, to serve the richer rural poor in countries that are perceived to be safer than others. And the only way that we could overcome that is through public level support on subsidies, and also for some sort of first loss type mechanisms that justify us entering into higher risk territories.
Thank you. Is there not more a role for the public authorities to give guarantees, and for the private to do the financing? I think there are private funds enough, but very often, I mean, the guarantees are a problem. Like what we see now is sovereign guarantees, or even, I think they're even cut. When I remember a few years ago, a lot of infrastructure projects, water projects, they were guaranteed by sovereign guarantees. And now, for instance, the IMF is more and more intervening and forbidding countries to give this sovereign guarantee. So, I mean, is it not just a solution to give a role to the public authorities to give guarantees?
If I may take this, perhaps, I think, you know, transferring leaving the risk in the country often doesn't solve it. It's cosmetic, because the real problem then, it turns out, we saw it in the HIPIC initiatives, when then countries really defaulted massively on their obligations. So I think what we need to explore more and more is trying to transfer the risks to specialized entities outside, which may pool the risk, and with diversification manage it better. I think that whether it's an off-taker risk, or whether it's, I think that is a great approach. And of course, big data, what you said, I mean, you can address the credit risk, you can understand the risks much better. Pricing the risks properly is a big advantage, but to answer directly, I would prefer to transfer as least as possible risks to the central government, unless, of course, they can influence with their behavior the outcome in some respect. So, for example, solar parks or where they give licenses, and then you want to have probably some type of guarantee from them that they really follow up on their activity. But in general, transferring risks out of these recipient countries is, I think, something which we need to intensify.
But who can play a role in that then? When you say
well, I mean, in FX risk, right? We have a small scale model for that right now. That instead of relying on the reserves in the central bank, you have credit risk markets in place which are growing and which transfers the risks to foreign investors, whether it's family offices, institutional investors, so that they hold some of the FX risk, and it's not held necessarily only by the central bank and the local population then.
So I feel like we could continue this conversation for a long time because this is all really interesting, and as we can see, it's an incredibly complex problem that involves technology, financial instruments, and of course, you know, the various risks around developing countries, et cetera. However, we are going to have to wrap up for our closing, so I would like to conclude with a big round of applause for all of our speakers. I'm sure that they would be happy to answer your questions. I'm sure that they're interested in some of the work that you're doing. I'm sure there's a lot of synergies and ways that they can work together. I know that a lot of people on this panel are already working together, and there may even be more ways to do that. So this is a really exciting conversation, and we're about to kick off our closing. So thank you guys so much for an exciting investment COP, and we really appreciate you being here, and look forward to continuing the dialogue in the future investment COP initiatives to come, including next year at COP25, which, fingers crossed, Costa Rica. Is it Costa Rica? Do we know that yet? Okay, fingers crossed, Costa Rica.
Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello. Can I please ask everyone to sit down? Please sit down. Please sit down. And we will soon move into the final session of the World Climate Summit, the investment COP, setting and meeting the agenda. And this session will be moderated by Jan Kellett from UNDP, one of the key organizers behind the investment COP, and one of the key idea generators also. Before that, please all sit down. I want to show a video. It's actually an announcement exclusive for us. So please, and I hear it's all the way from the US, from Colorado, an announcement by the governor of Colorado.
Climate change requires a holistic approach. It's government leadership, it's nonprofits, it's investment-driven solutions, which is why we recently announced the development of the Colorado Clean Energy Fund, an independent entity designed to drive private investment into clean energy projects and support the deployment of these technologies across the state. The fund will build upon the success of institutions in other states, such as the New York Green Bank, which will collaborate with the fund to secure investment and share best practices. Green banks use mission-driven financing to leverage private investment in clean energy projects and have collectively mobilized more than $2 billion in the US. This is the kind of innovation we need to catalyze investment projects necessary to keep us below 2 degrees of warming. A Colorado Clean Energy Fund will build on the enormous growth of clean energy in our state. The recent news and science can seem bleak, but I'm forever an optimist. I think, as with all challenges, if we collaborate at the speed of trust, there's no limit to what we can do. As you all gather in Poland to strengthen that collaborative muscle across sectors and build trust, know that Colorado is with you. We are committed to reducing emissions, creating jobs, and expanding economic growth. The Colorado Clean Energy Fund is a powerful vehicle to get us there.
Thank you, Jens, and thank you for that nice bit of news just to start things off. So my name is Jan Kellett, for those people who don't know, from the Climate Disaster and Energy team of UNDP, and indeed one of the happy organizers of this event, together with our colleagues from, of course, World Climate and the World Bank. And we really just want to now close up the event itself and just maybe reflect on what it has achieved, if you like. It is the inaugural one. It's the first time we've ever done this. In this kind of constellation of actors and if you like, events and showcasing. But really now look upon next year and what that might look like in terms of a series of events or processes or systems, and what it really means for things that are happening across the road as well, as they get to the grips with the most challenging part of the negotiations. So I have on the panel here, we have Marijke van Standen, who's the director of the Bonn Center for Local Climate Action and Reporting, and manager of ICLEI's Low Carbon City Agenda, a very important constituency right there, a very critical one actually. And then of course we have a gentleman who you will probably know quite well, Mr. Jens Nielsen, CEO of World Climate Limited, and I think congratulations to him for over a number of years really pushing hard at bringing the private sector community and the NGO community, academic community, science community, and of course governments and multilaterals together. And I think this is one more step on a journey for you, Jens. So I would just want to dive straight into, I really have only 2 questions to ask them. One is a sort of a narrow question about the, if you like, the COP, the investment COP in particular, and secondly is the bigger picture maybe of how the investment COP fits into things which are indeed happening across the road. So with that first question, Marijke, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you, it's a 2-part question, which is, what are your key takeaways from the investment COP, and what would you like it to be going forward into next year and beyond?
Thank you very much, Jan. A pleasure to be here with all of you at this closure of 2 very intensive days. I think the diversity and the richness of the program was fantastic. And I just saw people talking the whole time. In the time I was here, I could unfortunately not join the whole time. But certainly, I think we need more of this space where people can exchange, learn to speak the same language, because definitely between the different constituent points and parts, we do not fully understand each other, in my view, yet. The business language, the finance language is not spoken in the same way by local and regional governments or even by national governments. So I think we need to have more of this contact and networking space where we can understand each other and actually start planning together. I would love to see next year maybe something more like a marketplace component where we can really zoom in on projects that are looking for investment or a particular technology that can be pitched to the business sector by, for example, cities and regions. We have been working with local and regional governments now since 1990 on the Sustainable Development Agenda, and climate is a central component in this space. Unfortunately, these conventions pull climate in one direction, SDGs in another, biodiversity in another, but at the local level, all of this comes together in practical business models, practical actions that need to be implemented and financed. And here we need to have built partnerships and understand each other better to be able to do that. I would like to make one challenge to all of you for next year and bring back with you your own organization or business or company's commitment to climate neutrality. Put your money where your mouth is. If you're serious about this, and I hope you are, because we're running out of time to tackle climate change, go back home, talk to your colleagues and your management, and make sure that you understand what your own emissions look like, your carbon footprint, and how resilient you are in terms of impacts of climate change. Design a plan and come and show it here next year. I think this might be an interesting component for us to look into to make sure that your business model is also on track. ICLE, and particularly, we're a city network, we're a network of regions, we work in more than 120 countries around the world. We offer very particular opportunities. City business interaction, where the local governments come to us because they trust us and they want us to help them find good business partners, good business models. And we are neutral. We don't specifically look for a particular company. We look for companies in a space and try and unlock that dialogue. And we help our local governments also understand and translate what they want and need, because they talk more in the political space, while they do not necessarily have the business language or the finance language to share what exactly they wish to do. And we're also pulling together a pipeline of projects that need to be invested, where the projects would serve the community, build and improve climate resilience, and reduce emissions. And we're sitting on a pipeline of around $9 billion of investment potential. We're working with other partners who have other similar pipelines, and these are coming up, showing the demand. And indeed, we need to look to you to help us find the solutions as well.
Thank you very much, Marika. I think that's a really, I like your call to action there, number 3 of your 4 or 5 points. Bringing back your commitments to climate neutrality. That'd be very interesting to have that next year as maybe part of what we do as well. I'd like to hand over the question directly to Jens now, and maybe you can take the same question. So we're really looking to get your reflections on the COP over here, the investment COP over the last few days, and get your thoughts about what next year and beyond might look like.
I think, first of all, I think that we're focusing very much on the Paris Agreement. We're focusing very much on the global agreement, or the whole global aspects, and also on the difficulties on getting that through, an agreement between all the countries, minus a few in the world. But we also have to realize that the Paris Agreement will only be implemented sort of project by project, or brick by brick, or whatever you might say. And I think that's the perspective we need to take to get to the individual country level or the individual city level. And we also need to think of implementing the Paris Agreement has to happen in different, as a business. It's also the business of, we need to think of the business of climate change that happens in energy, in transport, in various sectors. And that, I think, is clearly the next step when we look at implementation also. And the investment COP is a way of looking at climate change also as a business, because we want to increase the deal flow, because it's apparent from what we hear and what we see around us that there is a lack of what you can say bankable projects. Then some might say it's not an issue with the projects, it might be an issue with the environment or the enabling environment. But that's a a matter of different shades or whatever you might say. But we need, that's what we want to push. We also hear all the time there is an abundance of capital, there is an abundance of technology, with the right solutions, but we need to get them in play, and we need to get them connected to the ones that are in need of those solutions and that finance. So I think that my feeling of today has been it's been a successful launch, and I think hopefully it stands the test of time, and I would like to see the investment COP moving out further to different regions, to different countries, to different contexts, getting very specific. So that's where I see the next step for the investment COP.
Okay, thank you, Jens. I mean, this sort of narrative of the business of climate change is something which you've been, I think, talking about since you started your work on the World Climate Summit. It's coming up in time and time again, and I think maybe we're coming to a head on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And the issues of technology and so forth. Now, I just want to go on to a second question, which is broader and maybe relates more particularly to conversations across the road. I'm going to frame it maybe can I frame it from a UNDP's perspective? So one of our major, if you like, initiatives when it comes to climate is the NDC work. We're working in 40 countries. We're going to go to, well, our administrator has committed us to 60 countries by the end of 2019, just on one single program. And there's a major component of that which is about investment and financing. I think one of the things which we see at the country level, because that's what we're doing, is how do we connect the ideas and initiatives and projects from that country level and bring it up to the global level? And is the investment COP, for example, the solution to that, or is it one way of doing that? But what does it actually look like? I mean, that's one of the things. It's easy to say, but what actually does it mean in terms of practically doing it? So actually, I've just realized I've got a third question now, because this is a second question I've just segued directly in. But I wonder, maybe, Marijke, you can think about that.
It's a complex question. I think some of the things we're calling for in the COP24 space is the need for vertically integrated NDC investment and policy plans. And to unpack that, we've asked national governments what is an NDC investment plan, and they don't really know. So I think we really need to also go back to each country and co-design and reflect and unpack the NDC into sectoral approaches, but also to break through the silos. Because if we look at the actions that need to be implemented, you have nexus points, transport, energy, buildings, a classical point where energy can be stored in buildings, can be used in the mobility sector if you have electrification using renewables. And there are these modern concepts of integration, holistic systems, is not, I think, yet well understood by many national governments because they work in silos. And the businesses are perfect to call for this kind of activity and to co-design a system that would benefit all. And in a way, it needs to take you above your current business opportunities and models to stand together as businesses, as industry, and work with your different levels of government in co-designing. In the end, there will be an interesting business model for every single company in this space, I would say. But we all need to stand a little bit above our own personal and organizational interests and push this agenda, because we do not see the level of leadership we need at the national level. I've worked for national government. I fully get why they are timid, because you have systems and structures that are very bureaucratic. You have basically your technical mid-level have the knowledge, but maybe their managers are not the technical experts, and they could not, or they dare not put something ambitious and life-changing on the table. So we need to help them move beyond timidness to really design something that would actually stimulate and mobilize the economy as a whole. And the economic argument is always the argument that would pull national government towards this space. So I think we have fantastic possibilities if we stand together and if we all put our arguments on the table and co-design something in the next year or two. We're running out of time, so we need to do this very fast. So be part of that NDC investment and policy plan reshaping, because the space is now, now is the time for this.
Okay, thank you very much. Another call to action. I like it, thank you very much. Jens, same question to you.
Yeah, I think that just to continue with what Marijke just said, I think that, well, the investment COP is a convening, but of course you need to do a lot of work before you actually can match technology and finance to specific projects. And then there's a lot of work also after you have started to match and connect on different opportunities. On the preparation part, yes, the NDCs still rest a lot with, for example, environmental ministries. It has to be moved into the various verticals, into the energy ministry, into the transport ministry, etc. You have to engage the finance ministers for that to really get vested with the individual governments. You have to work with at the bottom-up level also with cities, with regions, with businesses, and there's a lot of potential also in terms of them wanting to do climate action. That's one aspect of it. You need to understand better how business operates, because business are not so focused on geography. They are focused on geographies, but they don't think so much countries. They think in terms of scaling across wind, across solar, across battery storage. That's the way you think in business. And you also need to work with finance. You need to understand their risk-return thinking, etc., and how you can work with the blended finance models that we all are talking about. And then, of course, you need then to do genuine matchmaking. That's why you mentioned the marketplace also. So it happens in a more structured way. So those are some of the issues that you have to work on.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is the final question. So if we're going to put this on Twitter immediately, your answer to this question, just to let you know. So this is a question which is going to be directed to our colleagues across the road, which are involved in the negotiations and at a pretty important point. From the investment, business, private sector side of things, what is a sort of single message which you'd like to send across the road that we will construct into 150 characters? Is it 150 or is it more than 150 now? Sorry? Thank you very much, Twitter expert at the back there. 280 characters, so you have even more space to say something, but not too much. So what is a kind of single strong message to say, you know, and you can frame your answer in any way you think is important, which is something that they should hear.
Okay, here we go. I would make a call to every single national government to fix their public procurement system and legislation and regulations. We need green, sustainable public procurement laws which will enable private sector to be confident that they can make the investment and that they don't waste their time. My second point would be there is a lot of movement in the space of project preparation facilities to try and make projects financeable. I would call them not necessarily bankable, but financeable. It's challenging to make a business case out of adaptation projects, for example. But the project preparation facility work needs a lot of capacity building, and we need to strengthen that space to make sure deals can be made.
Thank you very much. That makes a complete sense to me. So Jens, you have to match that now.
Yeah, I would say that business doesn't work on an annual basis like the COP negotiations. In business, to move for both business or technology and finance, they think in the long term and they need stability. You need stability, and it's very important that the UNFCCC system and the negotiations, they understand that to implement the Paris Agreement, you need stability and you need much more certainty than we have today. That's also why it's important with the rule book discussions that you have this year to get that fixed.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great message as well. Well, I think that kind of wraps things up. I don't think I'm going to summarize this because I think you were very succinct in a sense, except maybe just to pick out a few things which we've really reflected on what I'd like to see in the future. So Jens, you talked about, for example, some diversity in terms of locations and if you like, themes, if you like, or focuses for future investment COP. We've already started a conversation whether or not to regionalize this. For example, Singapore, Indonesia, Ghana have all come up in conversations just because of other conversations which are happening. So I think that's definitely part of the future. And Marijke, I think you talked about a number of different things, like the idea of the marketplace, especially if it gets more practical, what that looks like over time, a structured dialogue, the convening space. And the way I like to see it, in a sense, is is almost like a translation service. So it sits at the center of the country level work. That's essentially what we do. And then the investment community, private sector community, and all the other actors which make those connections. And I think that's with that, unless Jens, you have any final closing words as the World Climate Summit CEO, just to wrap things up, or are you happy with that?
No, I'm happy with that, and with actually with the whole event. I think it's been a very good event. I want to thank all the participants for for first of all showing up, but also be so active in the discussions, etc. So it's been great. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.